Well, welcome back to Lake Placid. Had an incredible day's racing yesterday. And this track, 16 corners from the double start here on Mount Van Hobenberg in upstate New York. This is the upper labyrinth, the Devil's Highway. Goes into Shady, and then the labyrinth. This is where it gets really interesting. And then into the heart and crossing the finish line. And this is what it looks like on the sled. This is going into curve 4, now 5. This is where the athletes have to be really smooth, make sure they're not dropping hard out of the curve, and this is the aptly named Devil's Highway as he goes into Shady. And this is the beginning of the labyrinth. 11 to 12, 12 to 13, saw some problems there yesterday, and then 14, which puts you out onto this long straightaway through some chicanes into 17. Bit of a reset curve, but then 18 comes fast. And then into this uphill finish curve. Any mistakes made there will be magnified and through the finish line. Pretty fun, hey? They haven't had many training runs, just 5 training runs. But this is more like luge weather. -10 air, -8 ice temperature. What that means is that this ice is going to be very hard and very fast. And when that sun hits the ice as well, it's also just going to speed up for a short while. Probably the best track conditions we've had all season this morning. So looking forward to some incredible racing for this men's doubles. There we see the ski jumps. And our start list. 21 men's doubles going today. First 5 athletes. So first 3 athletes qualified from the Nations Cup. And then moving into the seeded group, and then some more qualifiers up to bib number 21. Crowd starting to gather at the finish. It's an early start here on Mount Van Hobenberg. As we say, this doubles race postponed from yesterday. We had some weather yesterday, that's what we can call it. We had snow, we had gale force winds, we had rain, and the women's athletes took it all in their stride and threw down some incredible racing. We saw Julia Talbot's take the gold, but then Ashley Farquharson and Summer Britcher of Team USA with silver and bronze, respectively. But here we are to the men's doubles. Thank you for joining us. These are our first racers. Ivan Nagler, Fabien Melia from Team Italy. Final preparations. The 4 runners will have gone down. We'll have checked the track, checked the timing eyes, make sure everything's ready for this World Cup. And this track is looking very, very fast, and the ice is looking very hard this morning.
Track is clear to start 3 for Ivan Nagler and Fabien Melia of Italy.
Final preparations. Sledding track indeed. Nagler Melia drop into the track, straight into curve 4. It's a solid start. Nice to see a fresh, clean track after all that snow in the track yesterday as they enter the Devil's Highway. Little skid there, but looking solid right now. Signature curve Shady, and this is the beginning of the labyrinth into 11, 12, little late, little tap before 13. This is where it gets critical on these chicanes, and that's a gorgeous line into curve 17 from Nagle Malier. Nice and early to 18 as well, putting together a fabulous run, the Italians, crossing the finish line with a lightning fast 43.858 to open up the scoring for this men's EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup in men's doubles. As we see that high exit on 12, if you go a little bit late to 12, you tend to get high on the exit. It wants to throw you early to curve 13. We saw that a lot yesterday in the women's, but here we see Nagle Malier just using that chicane to gently prod them into curve 17. Great run from the Italians.
Track is clear to start 3 for Dana Kellogg and Frank Ike of Team USA.
So some hometown athletes, Dana Kellogg, Frank Ike of Team USA dropping in. Round curve 5. So good for these US athletes to have this home field advantage here in Lake Placid. It's such a tricky track, such a technical track. I heard Willi Huber being asked yesterday, where does it get technical? They just go, get bounced away from curve 11. They're high on the exit, skid into 13. And then straighten it up for the chicanes. Willi Huber said, which is the most technical curve? He said all of it. A little late to 18, dropping across, but it's a good line through the finish curve, but they're not going to catch up with Nagle Malier. They're back by 1.3 tenths. So a little bit to work on for the home athletes. Looking solid there. They know they made just a couple of mistakes. This was 12-13. You just see them drop out, getting that high exit line is not uncommon on this track. And with all that experience they have here, you just saw Frank Ike stabilize the sled, and Dana Kellogg just absorb that with his body. With the crowd starting to get into it as they've got another home team as our third team down the track. This is Marcus Mueller and Ansel Haugscher from Team USA.
Track is clear to start 3 for Marcus Mueller and Ansel Haugscher. Let's go, guys.
Big confident start from Mueller Haugscher. Just back by only 15 thousandths of a second. As they go through the Devil's Highway, putting together a useful run here, the Americans. They haven't lost much. They've lost about another 15 thousandths. It's a good 11-12. Just knocking before 13, but they deal with it nicely. And you can see that as they go into the green. Just riding that chicane on the right-hand side, but gaining time. They've got 400s to play with now. Mueller Haugscher, this is a great run from the Americans. Keep it together around the finish curve, and they do by almost a tenth of a second. Mueller Haugscher, hometown heroes, into the lead for Team USA. Just a little drop out from curve 6 there in the upper labyrinth. Oh, something coming off the sled there as well. Not sure what that was. Hopefully we'll see. And then this great shot of them coming around the finish curve, the uphill finish curve. So any mistake you make before that uphill curve is magnified, but there weren't many mistakes there. So Mueller Haugscher into first place.
Of Romania. So, start 3
Down the ramp they go, Judah Handrick, Sebastian Mutzka of Team Romania. Through curve 5 to 6, it's looking good so far. Little fall off the end of 6, and looking a little wobbly through the Devil's Highway, but they get it back to get very late into curve 10. Did well to catch that. Now this is where they need to set the tone for the labyrinth. They're skidding into 12, and they hit before 13. But they're back on track into 14. Just riding those chicanes, almost over on one runner into 17, but get it back together. Incredible fighting from the Romanians into the finish curve. And just dropping out of that finish curve across the line, 1.4 seconds back into 4th place for the Romanian team. That was a tough run, and you see at the beginning of the labyrinth from curve 10, it sets the tone for that labyrinth, how you enter 11, because those curves, they come quick and they come fast. This is the power slide into 12. The sled goes left, then right. Bounce on did very well to keep it on its stills, but this is where they go up on that chicane. You see the ice firing off the stills onto one runner, doing a bit of a balancing act into 17. Tough run for Handrick Motzka. Hopefully make it through to the second run to make amends. So here go Emanuel Rida and Simon Keinswalder of Team Italy. Behind a bit on the start. So these guys had a great race and some great training this week as well. Just a little nudge before Shady. Just get it back together for this labyrinth. Skidding into 12, almost identical mistake. But deal with it well. This is where it's important they don't get thrown away by those chicanes, and they don't. They've got it back together for curve 17. That's a nice 18 and 19 combination. Crossing the finish line into 4th place. Rita Keinswalder. That labyrinth proving incredibly tricky for so many of these doubles teams. We saw the American teams, the home teams, keep a lid on it, but causing real problems for some of the visiting teams. That power slide up and then the sled breaking away in the other direction did incredibly well to keep the sled stable. And from there on, it was a decent run, but unfortunately the damage that's done with those big skids in the labyrinth, they're tough to come back from.
Track is clear to start 3 for Ihor Hoy and Nazari Kaczmar.
So here go Ihor Hoy, Nazari Kaczmar of Ukraine. So Hoy, Kaczmar, power into this track. It's a nice start down the right-hand side. That's where you need to be on that start ramp. Down the Devil's Highway. Good line into Shady. Just a little late to 11. They need to get that cross into 12. They're a little high on the exit, and they skid around 13, but get it back together. Made the best of that, the Ukrainian team, and it's a good straight shot through from 14 to 17 through the chicanes, putting together a useful bottom section. The Ukrainian team, good finish curve as well. Just dropping out of finish curve and into 5th place for Hoy and Kaczmar. Almost a second back. They made some good saves there. This labyrinth after curve 11 proving really tricky for our athletes. This is that start season, just drifting, just clipping that fillet on the start ramp, but that put them in nice and early. But this was a slide into 12. And you see it's the sled just going sideways into 13. Did really well to stop that skid from becoming anything worse. So Edwards, Sevics, Mikkel Sevics, and Lukas Krasts of Team Latvia power into the track. See that hook steer from the top man, putting his left leg underneath the kufen of the horn, lifting it up to get some extra purchase, a bit more steering, just knocking down the Devil's Highway, but getting it back together for Shady. The 700s back at the exit of Shady. There's a good 11 and a good 12 as well. Best labyrinth we've seen so far today. That 11-12 thing of beauty from the Latvian team. Just knocking onto that chicane, but they're only 2/10 back. And it's looking good through the bottom section. They might be able to catch up through here. What can they do? They can't. But into 4th place. Lots to work on for the second run. Martins Rubenis making his thoughts clear in the coach's box, but into 4th place for Sevics, Mikkel Sevics and Kraft. This, you see this chicane, you can't quite see it from this camera shot. You just saw it bounce the sled out. That left steel leaving the ice, and you can see on his face how hard he's working to stop it from going late and left into 17.
Track is clear to start 3 for Yannick Mueller and Armin Frauscher.
So Mueller-Frauscher of Team Austria. Coach is giving them some encouragement down the ramp. Looks like a solid start from the Austrians. Yep, just 300ths back of our fastest started. Mueller-Frauscher still in the league, but Mueller-Frauscher putting down a useful top section as they go into Shady, a long, intimidating curve, Shady. Nice and early to 11. Little middle to 12, though. That may be tricky. It's not. They deal with it really nicely as they drop a little late out of 12. And a good shot from 14 to 17 through the chicanes. They're only 35 thousandths back, 300ths of a second. This is where it's going to be critical in this uphill section. Into 2nd place for Mueller-Frauscher, just back, but definitely within striking distance for run number 2. That was the 12, just going a little late, but managed to save it. 12, unless you get good cross from 11 and get in early, it wants to throw you up on the exit, and then that gives you that cross where you bounce on to curve 13.
Du bist der Fahrer, du lenkst. Jo.
So Hannes Orlemunda, Paul Gubitz of Team Germany, and as you can see by the bibs they're wearing, the current world champions. Huge concentration on the start from the Germans. And into the track go Orlemunda, Gubitz of Team Germany. It's a big start, and it's a really big start. 500ths to the good at that checkpoint. As they go into the Devil's Highway. Little late there and dropping out into 9. They get it back together for Shady. Shady setting this labyrinth up, and they're a little late to 11 as well. Big hit before 13. Almost missed out all of curve 13. Olamunda Gubitz. This labyrinth proving so tricky for the doubles. 111 kilometers per hour, but 400th back after that mistake out of 12 to 13. As Olamunda Gubitz crossed the finish line into 7th place. 6/10 back for Olamunda Gubitz. Couple of mistakes in the top, and you see the frustration on Hannes Olamunda's face there. This was him going so late into curve 8. And when you make those mistakes at the top of the track, it's so difficult to find that time in the bottom of the track. But that skid from 12 to 13 really cost the Germans. That 12-13 transition, so tricky, especially on a double sled. It comes so fast, and there's so little space between the curves. Well, these chaps need very little introduction. The Bayern Express, Wendel Alt, the Tobys. Guys that like this track, they've got a good history here. And when Wendel Alt are on the start, you know that something special could happen. Decades of experience on this double sled. A little loopy on the start curve, but the start time's good. 6:24, our fastest start time so far. Smooth through these top curves as well. It's good cross to 9. So the Devil's Highway was looking good in just pushing it into 11. They're skidding into 12, having to drop the feet into 13, but they get it back together. They've still got a 1/10 of a second advantage, but they're down by 0.03 of a second in 17. But it's a good 18-19 for the doubles. But they're still in the red. This is where it's got to be special. They had to drop the feet back by 0.2 of a second for Wendel Alt, that US time from Müller Haugscher, standing the test of time. It's that mistake in curve 12. You see them just skidding in here, and then the back of the sled breaking away going up the curve. Toby having to drop the feet. And by then the damage was done. It was a good 14 to 17, 17 to 19. 0.2 of a second back into 4th place for the Bavarians. Yuri Gatt and Ricardo Schupf of Team Austria into curve 5. Looking smooth through the top. They're only 200ths back on the start split. And into the Devil's Highway they go. 8 to 9. A little bit late and very high in the entrance. They need to keep it down on the exit of Shady, and they do. It's a good 11, little skid into 12, but it set them up nicely for 13. Got them in nice and early. And here they ride that chicane. It's a big skid into 17. Gets the shoulders back, the back man. And they're late into 18 as well. This is where they have to work really, really hard. Across the finish line to 7th place, back by just 0.3 of a second. But that big skid into 17 will have cost them. See them just ride this chicane. And what happens is this wants to push you across to the left-hand side of the track. And you just see them catch that little profile on the sidewall. And it made the sled break away as they tried to get in early to 17. It really is a sport of millimeters. When you see that, there wasn't much difference between a fantastic entrance 17 and that big skid.
Start 3 for Martin Spots and Roberts Plume of Latvia.
Here go the Latvian team now of Bots and Plume, Roboti Racing, as they like to call themselves. Now they say if you can drive in Sigulda on their home track, you can drive anywhere in the world. Lake Placid, one of those tracks that matches Sigulda for technicality from top to bottom. Every curve, little secrets, little details that the athletes have got to figure out. But Bots and Plume looking like they're figuring out the Devil's Highway. They're just 500ths back there at that checkpoint. Just bouncing onto curve 13, but keeping it good. 700ths back, and it's a straight shot into 17 from 14. They're down to a 1/10 of a second deficit. And then 18 to 19, very smooth from the Latvians. They might be able to find something in the bottom of the track, and they do. It's not quite enough, but into 3rd place for the Latvian. 2 thumbs good from Martins Rubinis.
Behind our leader by 85 thousandths of a second. As you stated, up next we have the German
85 thousandths of a second as you hear our track announcer behind our current leaders. This is incredibly tight racing in this men's doubles in Lake Placid. As you see, the crowd have had their coffee and pancakes, and they've starting to fill up those stands at the track. Always such a great home crowd here in Lake Placid. As a veteran, Tony Eggert, and the incredibly impressive Mueller on the back of the double sled from Team Germany. These guys have had ups and downs for their start to the season. It's been a combination of crashes and lightning fast runs. You know, if you want to make a sport more difficult, like luge, put 2 people on the sled rather than run. Doubles really twice as technical. It's high up on the sled. Center of gravity is high for this team, especially with the experience of Tony Eggert. It's a good 12-13, just getting bumped low from 13. Eggert's going to have to get it back together, and he does. Great 14 to 17 shot. Misses out both those chicanes into 17. Having to find something in the bottom of the track, though. And crossing the finish line into 5th, but only 1.5 tenths back for the Germans. So a little bit parallel to 12, which sends them across, brings them up on the exit, and that sent them a wee bit early to curve 13. But it's so close, this racing at the top. So Thomas Stoy and Wolfgang Kindl, 2 names we know well. Wolfie Kindl, a single specialist, well, double specialist as well. The man doesn't have many weaknesses. Big start from Stoy Kindl. He's getting really close to that right wall. Back by 300ths of a second on that checkpoint. A little bit early to 7 as well. Getting thrown around through the Devil's Highway. Stoy's head, left and right there. But back to 11, nice and early to 11. 12-13. It's good as they go through 14. Down the chicanes, just tagging that right wall. Managed to keep it together. Only 1.5 tenths back at that checkpoint. 18 to 19 is good. This is a critical section on this uphill corner. Into 7th place, but only 0.2 of a second back. 7th place for the Austrians. Now they'll be disappointed with that, as you can see on Stoy's face. falling out there from curve 7. And when you make those mistakes in the top here, it's so flat through here. It's really tough to make up. You see them into the compression out of curve 14. Saw that almost knock the wind out of Stoy on the top. But such close racing, 7th place and only 2/10 back from the lead.
Track is clear to start 3 for Zachary Di Gregorio and Sean Hollander of Team USA.
So Zach Di Gregorio, Sean Hollander, Team USA. His guys are on a bit of a run of form at the moment. Home crowd ringing the cowbells. And it's a smooth start from the home team. Trying to chase down their teammates for 5 to 6. Looking smooth. This is where Stoy Kindle had problems. Got Zach and Sean making light work of the top section. Down the Devil's Highway, dropping aggressively into 11. Big skid into 12. Get it back though for 13. 13 to 14, that skid will have cost them, but how much? We're going to see at the next checkpoint. They're managing to find some time through the bottom section. 17, only 1.5 tenths back. This is going to be tight. They found speed, but is it going to be enough? Crossing the finish line, back by 2/10 of a second into 8th place for Sean and Zach. Shake of the head from Zach Di Gregorio. You can see the disappointment on his face. They did everything right through the top section. Start was just so smooth. This is their start curve. But this is where the sled just broke away as Fred Zimney in the background looks on. Just falling out, tagging that right wall. It was a great save, to be fair. And we know these guys can go fast. So I would expect them to climb the leaderboard on run number 2. But as he said, when you make mistakes like that, there's no chance of getting that time back.
And Bruno Mek of Slovakia.
Christian Bosman and Bruno Mek of Slovakia. Bruno Mek, the son of Lubomir Mek, the head coach of Team USA, but big skid. Through the Devil's Highway they go, but that was choppy. And they're getting pushed away from 11 as well, but nice and early to 12. Kept it together for 12-13. Putting together a decent bottom section. The Slovakians just getting nudged away from 17. Massive concentration, but managing to cut the deficit. This is looking like a great run for Slovakia. 12th position, 4.5 tenths back. Damage was done in the top, but that bottom section from this Slovakian team, really impressive considering they've only had 5 runs. You see them drop out of 7, go high in 8 there. And that's a scary place to be because you know that Shady's coming up such a big curve where so much can happen. But they dealt with that high exit on 12 with experience beyond their years. To say these guys, juniors really, on the senior tour, doing so well, learning with every race.
Track is clear to start 3 for Wojciech and Michael.
Our announcer on first name terms with the Polish team. So Wojciech Chmielewski and Michael Gankacik into the track for Team Poland. 15 thousandths of a second to the good for the Poles. Now the Polish team in a partnership with Team Germany. All that experience on that coaching team with the Germans. And it's looking good through the top. They're only 200s back, but skidding late into 11. They get a nice early 12, 13's good. They're holding it together, the Polish team. Stay away from that chicane, and they do just 2.5 tenths back. That's a quarter of a second in old money as they go from 18 to 19. And around the finish curve, crossing the finish line into 13th place for Chmielewski-Gankarczyk of Poland. Couple of mistakes there, but solid through the top section especially. This was that chicane. He did so well to deal with this. As you see him go over that chicane, this was the mistake that did for Stoykindl. But he managed to deal with it ever so slightly better. As we say, those millimeters coming into play. It was incredibly close for the Polish team, but they can be proud of a job well done there and targeting a second run.
Track is clear to start 3 for Maxim Panchuk and Andriy Muts of Ukraine.
Maxim Panchuk, Andriy Muts of Ukraine, going through the final preparations on the start ramp. The track looks like it's holding up well. Sun starting to come out here in Placid as they power out to the start. This strong, powerful Ukrainian team. Start curve looking good. They're a 10th back on the start. So not getting the power they usually get on the start, Panchuk and Muts. That's a good 8-9. They're doing some of the hard work really well as they negotiate Shady, but they're late to 11. How's this going to affect 12? It does with a skid, and they hit for 13. 13 to 14, got it back on track. Got to stay off that chicane, and they do it. Puts them nicely, smoothly into 17. 8 tenths back at that checkpoint, though. And low around the finish curve. Big hit before the finish, almost sideways through the braking curve. That was a horrible line out of the finish curve. You see them hit the short wall. That was a big hit. For these doubles athletes, they're made of stern stuff. This is that skid as he tries to get it early to 12 by helping it across, but the back of the sled just broke away. And actually got it back together for 13, 14 really nicely. But you see this low line around the finish curve as they come out from high. Hit that short wall with his left leg. Ouch. And that took all the speed off, but getting helped out by this incredibly professional track crew here in Lake Placid. The track crew here doing incredible work under just such challenging conditions. They've had it all this week, and they've delivered an incredible field of play for every race we've seen. So our next Ukrainian team, Daniel Martinzovsky and Bodom Babura of Ukraine, through the top curve, 1.5 tenths back, but keeping it smooth into the Devil's Highway. And then 8 to 9, looking good. And 9 to Shady as well. It's a lovely line around Shady, but they're going late there to push it into 12 a little bit, but it works out nicely for them, but they then just skid out into curve 13. Oh, they've done all the hard work getting across to 12, but it's all's not lost there. 8 tenths of a second back as they go from 18 to 19. Very much in the red, fighting for that second run, and they're just outside, 1.5 tenths out. 1.5 seconds out, my apologies. Massive disappointment from the Ukrainian team. You see them almost off the sled into 12, and then that big skid through 13. Skidding across the finish line they go. They're not going to get a second run. That was a tough labyrinth. That's one of those examples is where that exit of Shady, that exit of 10, if you don't get the line into 11 right. Everything else comes so fast that it's really difficult to improve your mistake and fix it in the curves.
Track is clear to start 3 for Vasil Gitlin and Daria Servin of Romania.
Gitlan, Serban, Og Romania into the track. Getting that sled round the start curve, but very high on the exit. It was a bit of a loopy start curve. 1.5 tenths back for the Romanians. And high on the exit of 6 as well. But keeping it together now around the Devil's Highway. Devil's Highway to 10 looking good. Just getting high on the exit. Don't want to get bounced away off that right wall, and they don't. 12 to 13, just having to drop the feet. But they pick them up in time for the curve. Onto that chicane. Pushes them a little bit late to 17. They're 8 tenths back at that checkpoint. It's a good early entrance to 18 as they come round the finish curve, crossing the finish line. And they will get a second run, 1.2 seconds back. So they get a chance to improve on that in run number 2. But as we saw, some big mistakes in the top curves, unfortunately. See, they want to be on the right-hand side going in there. You saw them pull just slightly left. Meant they had to make that correction and then looping in that start curve. Trouble is, when you make those mistakes in the top, you can never get that time back. It's really such valuable time on the start ramp. That was a good save, though, into 13. They dropped out high out of 12. But it was a good save from the Romanians. We come to our final team of this first run of the men's doubles. Thomas Vavacek, Matej Šmí, the Slovakians. Lots of experience on this sled. Thomas Vavacek, big athletic man, long arms, but very early onto the start curve. Again, slightly loopy on the start, but back by 0.03 of a second at that checkpoint. As they go from 6 to 7, just bumping on early to 9. Keep it together, boys, into Shady. Just getting pushed away from 11. They're going to have to get early into 12, and they do. That's a nice 12-13 combination. One of the better ones we've seen this morning. It's been so challenging for our doubles as they just clip that chicane into 17. They're only back by 1/4 of a second. Vavacek, Šmí looking like getting a second run here for sure, and putting together a useful run into 12th place for the Slovaks. Yaroslav Slavic, there's a face we haven't seen around the track for a while in the coach's box. Looking very happy with that. Yaroslav Slavic on the first race ever held here at the track in the Goodwill Games all the way back in 2003. Got a bronze in the men's singles. But that slightly choppy transition there, they dealt with it smoothly. And they're going to be looking at a shot for the top 10. For run number 2. Yaroslav just helping him off the sled there. Remember, it's Olympic year. These athletes are trying to qualify. So if they need to be on crutches, well, they're just going to deal with it, aren't they? So that USA time from Müller Haugscher standing the test of time, but just 0.2 of a second between our top 7. De Gregorio and Hollander, Ike Kellogg 8th and 9th. So all the US teams in the top 10. All Amanda Gubitz and Rita Keinswalder back in 15th and 16th. Expect them to climb up the leaderboard. And Panchuk and Mutz just missing out on that second run. So that is the men's doubles run 1, done and dusted. We're going to be coming up with women's doubles in literally 5 or 6 minutes. So you probably just got time to put the kettle on, make yourself a drink, and we'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes. And welcome back. This third EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup here in beautiful Lake Placid, upstate New York. We've just had an incredible run from the men's doubles. And now it's the women's turn. And here's the start list for the first run. Just 14 athletes, and one did not start. Nadia Falkensteiner, Annalena Huber of Italy, our third team, are going to be a did not start on this start list. So you get a beautiful shot here from Mount Hovenberg. Crowd starting to pile in. It's an early start here today in Lake Placid. But here's our first team, the Latvians of Marta Rebecniec and Kitcha Bogdanova. Some final tactics from the Latvian team. Our first team to get us going in this EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup in women's doubles. So here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Or if you've just joined us, welcome. We've just seen some incredible men's doubles action. And as we know, this track always delivers such a technical track here in Lake Placid. These athletes have had only 5, maybe 6 runs training, and that's it. That's not a lot. As the Latvians just dropped the feet coming out of Shady. With this 12-13 combination, dealing with it really nicely. Little drop of the feet, and just getting skidded out by that compression and through that chicane. 18-19 from the Latvians. It's smooth. Rebecniec Bogdanova opening up the timing with a 44.853. That is our first run of the day for the women's doubles. As we say, like Lake Placid always delivers action. That tricky labyrinth from curve 11 through to 14. Always so difficult, as we see Marta Rebecniec struggling to get in the sled there. And this skid, see, you've got a chicane there. Now, they're not big chicanes, but what they do, they just unbalance the sled if you take too much of it. You just saw the sled want to break away there. So a green light, that means that they don't have to get weighed and have their equipment controlled, which is always nice because they know they've got to get back up top for another run and get the sled prepared for run number 2 as our first home team of the day from Team USA. This is Maya Chan, Sophia Gordon. Maya Chan, very experienced top woman. And Sophia Gordon, relatively new on the back of this double sled, but was such a good single slider all through the juniors that she's just taken to it so well. And as you see, they pull that start straight into the lead by 0.005 of a second for the USA home team. Chan Gordon looking comfortable, as you would expect, through the Devil's Highway into this big signature curve, Shady. They know what they've got to do in 11-12. And 12-13, just that little bounce on, but keeping it calm, keeping it cool, building on that lead. They're a 10th in the lead now, and it's a wonderful 14-17. So they go 18-19, that's smooth as well. The home team looking so at home here. 0.2 of a second ahead into first place for Chan and Gordon. And they look happy with it too. Maya Chan, pat on the leg to Sophia Gordon to say, good job, teammate. That skid in the start curve, they'll want to fix that for run number 2. That little bumpy start curve can be expensive. And you see them drop out of 12 there. Now it looks like a lot of our doubles teams are going to do that from top to bottom. So it's really a case of how well can you fix that mistake. And it was a tiny mistake, and you just saw them keep their cool, comfortably getting from 13 to 14. So our third sled of this women's doubles. Nadia Falkensteiner, Annalena Huber did not start. We'll hear more as to why. But Raluca Stramatoraro, the incredibly experienced Romanian top woman, and Carmen Manolescu. Here goes Stramatoraro Manolescu. I love these Romanian speed suits and helmets. Olympic year. All of these races so important to the athletes. Picking up points for Olympic qualification, just dropping out of 7 there. But dealing with it well. Down the Devil's Highway into Shady. Just dropping the feet, making sure of that early entrance, but they're late to 12. Deals with it well. Keeps it down. And it's a lovely 17 entrance as well. 14 to 17, missing out both those chicanes, threading the needle. Stramatoraro Manolescu round the finish curve and into third place, 0.8 of a second back. So stuff to work on for the Romanians, but some moments of genius there as well. This is Shady. As you can see, it's such a big, long, intimidating curve, and they just drop out. And you see Raluca just dropping the feet, making sure she doesn't get knocked away from curve 11. And this is that chicane, getting so close to that slide wall. What an incredible shot. You can see how relaxed she is, just poised under pressure from the Romanians. BT Podolski, Kaylee Allen from Team Canada into the track. So young and have had such an incredible start to the season. Podolski Allen, training Whistler now, both athletes from Calgary. Only 13 thousandths back. Now they've had a lot of singles runs a couple of years ago from this start, but only a handful of doubles training runs for the Canadians. Let's see how 12-13 is. BT Podolski using all her singles experience to get that through there. Just riding the chicane, but it's nice. They're just half a second back. Podolski Allen. 18-19, it's good. Getting nice and early to 18, that gives you a safe transition to 19 and crossing the finish line into bronze medal position for Podolski Allen. Some little mistakes there. Curve 9 was a little choppy. You see their entrance to Shady, the signature curve here. And then just getting pushed away from 11. You want to try and get early to 11 so you can stay in that curve and get cross to 13. To 12, I mean. But 12-13 for Podolski Allen. They looked pretty happy with it. Oh, it's a red light. They've got to go get weighed now. Have the sled looked at. Cuts into the time they have to get the sled back up top to get it worked on for run number 2 from their mechanics. So Nikola Domovic and Dominika Pikowska of Team Poland. Smooth round start curve. A little high on the exit, but just 300ths back at that split. So curve 6 to 7. Very tricky, these top curves. Are very high as well, but they're dealt with it really nicely into curve 10. There's just tiny mistakes in the top for the Polish team. Not bad at all, but this is where it gets critical. That late entrance to 12, just throwing them up on the exit. A little bit of a skid in 14, but a smooth transition from 14 to 17, 110 kilometers an hour on the speed trap. And around the finish curve, like we say, not the fastest track, into third place for Domovic Pikowska. Not the fastest track on the tour, but definitely one of the most technical. And let's be honest, whether it's 140 kilometers an hour or 110 kilometers an hour, it's still very, very fast when you're only 2 inches off the ground. So Domovic Pikowska just nudging ahead of Podolski Allen into third position on that run. As we come to another Latvian team, Anda Upite, Madara Pavlova, just 17 years old. It's her first World Cup season, but just looks like she's been on this tour for years. This pair have had such a good start to the season. So Upite, Pavlova. We've just got note that Romania, bib number 4, Stramatraru Manolescu have been disqualified. I'll bring you more on that in a second. Little skiddy through the top section for Upite Pavlova, but they get it back together. They're only 1.5 tenths back at that checkpoint. Good into 12. 12, 13, little skid, but keeping it together into 14. Just riding that chicane, but it's good. It looks good into 17. Just half a second back. 110 kilometers an hour. 18 to 19, high in the entrance. Around the finish curve, they come into 5th place for Anda Upite. Madara Pavlova of Latvia. They'll want to improve on that for run number 2. They know that that top section was choppy. It's 12, 13, just having to drop the feet, but really, sometimes with that 12, 13 transition, especially on a double sled, it's about damage limitation. You see so many of these teams having problems through there. Going back to that Romanian team, the news that Raluca Stramatraru and Carmen Manolescu disqualified for their stills being too hot at the start.
Track is clear.
So they failed temperature control at the start. And that means they won't be getting a second run. And they'll get 0 points going through these Olympic qualifiers. How important will that be for the Romanians? So Elisa Storch, Pauline Patz of Germany. Bit of a loopy start curve there. You see them go up on the entrance, but didn't affect their start zone too much. They're 18 thousandths of a second in the lead there, but just late into 8. These details through the Devil's Highway, so important. But still 13 thousandths of a second good into curve 11. And it's nice and early to 12. Just skidding into 13, almost saved it. You just saw the back of the sled break away and hard onto that chicane. Quarter of a second back. Some big mistakes from the Germans. And skidding into 13, they're gonna have to get it out the bottom of this curve. Big hit on the exit and they're over. Falling over across the finish line, getting flipped. You saw them go so early, getting knocked away in the finish curve, so low in the entrance. And when that happens, there's only one thing that the sled can do, and that's rise up in the exit. So this is curve 13 with that skid. But let's see, this is where it got critical. You saw them skid into the start curve, right down in the gutter. When that happens, that G-force has to go somewhere. But it looks like they're okay. That's good to see. I saw a smile, a wry smile on Elisa Storch's face. She got off the sled. As we say, when you go low in the entrance of that finish curve, there's really only one place for the sled to go, and that's back up to the roof. So you know that they were working hard to drive down, keep the sled safe. Big hit for Storch Pat. So good to see that they're both okay. But back to the double start for another home team. Siobhan Forgan, Sophia Kirkby. These guys had such a great season last year. True podium potential every race from these two. Big start down the ramp. Go Forgan and Kirkby in front of this vocal home crowd here in Lake Placid, upstate New York, and look what it did to their start. Almost 400ths up on the start. So Forgan and Kirkby, one of the most beautiful top labyrinths we've seen down the Devil's Highway. 10 to 11, same as well. 12, 13, big hit before 13, but get it back together. They do, 1.5 tenths in front. Okay, they've got a tenth to play with in curve 17. This is going to be critical from 18 to 19. They deal with it well. They're still in the green. Crossing the finish line, just into second place behind their teammates by 15 thousandths of a second. Quicker than you can blink. This is close racing. 15 thousandths of a second between first and second for the home team. They know anything's possible now. That mistake really costing them from 12 to 13. So you see the back of the sled just break away. But Sophia Kirkby on the back of the double sled doing an incredible job to stop that sled from skidding. And look, they know it was good, and they also know that they've got more in the tank for run number 2. Wow, what a home race this is becoming for the USA teams. Maya Chan, Sophia Gordon for our leader. But we know that Diana Eitberger and Magdalena Matschina, we know that Eitberger is faster on a single sled. We also know she has good history on doubles here. Let's see what they have to say about this time from Chan and Gordon. And it's good. It's very good. 300ths of a second on the start by Eitberger and Matschina. Just dropping out of 7. 9, little choppy into 10. This is where they need to get their composure back to make sure they set themselves up for 11-12. And they do. 12-13, the best we've seen so far. Little late to 14, just getting knocked away. Using that experience to push it back into 17. It's a big lead, it's a 1/4 of a second, but they skid into the finish curve. That's going to cost them how much? Crossing the finish line, a track record. 44.275 track record for Eitberger Matschina. And look what it means to her as she roars in triumph as they fly ahead of the US team. You see them here skidding into 18 and late into 19, but managing to save it. And a track record, even with dropping the feet over the finish line. How much more can this team put together today? As Diana Eitberger punches the air and then punches the random generator as well. Gets a green light as well. Well, when things are going well, they're going really well. Selena Agel, Lara Kipp will have been watching that time at the top. Our World Cup leaders. And they've got something to say about it at this early stage, 0.02 of a second. Now, there were mistakes from Eitberg and Matt Sheena on that run. And they're building on that lead. They're 0.06 of a second in the lead as they go through 12-13, and it's good. It's very good as they go round 14. This is the critical section, and it's a straight shot. They're still in the green. Could we be looking at another track record here? 18-19, it's good as well. This has got to be a track record for Egil Kipp. Very close to that left wall, though, and it is. They blast that track record out of the water by over 1/10 of a second. Egil Kipp punching the air as well. Selina Egil looking so happy with that. But look, they were so close to disaster on that finish curve as they dropped out right down that left wall. But yeah, look at that. Absolute jubilation from the Austrians, quite rightly. A second track record of the day from the world champion and world leaders. Sharing the bibs. They have so many of those championship bibs to share. They wear a different one each. Werter and Oberhofer of Italy now. Well, when you see that happening and you're sat up on the start, are you thinking, is it my turn for a track record now? We know these two are fast as well. This women's doubles field, just elite from top to bottom. Oh, but it's a late start curve. You see them just skid in the entrance on the start there. Still 11 thousandths up on the start. Let's see how that affects their second split, though, at the 18 split. Devil's Highway smooth. It's looking good as well. But they're back. That skid in the start curve didn't show immediately. But on that second checkpoint, you see early to 12, but gives them a good 12-13 transition. So they're trying to make up time through here. So they just ride that left chicane. And then 18, 19 is good. But they're in the red. Not enough, I'm afraid, into 5th place for Werter Oberhofer. We're just losing time down the track. And it was good all the way down. But that problem in the start curve really cost them. As we see them just riding the edge of that chicane and then coming across to that chicane. Just putting themselves really, really nicely to 17. So through from 14 to 17, really good from the Italians. But that skid in the start curve really costing them all that positive speed that they built on the ramp. So Team Ukraine, Elena Stetskev, Alexandra Mok.
Track is clear to start 3 for Elena.
Last minute
and
preparations.
Alexandra of
So
Ukraine.
tense on that start. So the Ukrainian team, Stetskev Mok, into the track. That's a good start. It's the 10th back on the start. Now they're not the biggest starters. Going a little late there, but getting it smooth into Shady. Okay, they're going late to 11. How's this going to affect 12-13? It's late to 12 as well. They're going to hit before 13, but she has to drop the feet. She goes from 14 to 17. Now that's nice. Nice and early to 17 and smooth through 17. Can they get something back through this bottom curve? But they're skidding into finish curve. We saw that happen with big consequences for an earlier team. Crossing the finish line into 11th place for Stetskev Mok, 1.6 seconds back. They know they can improve on that. And the good news for them is they will get a chance to. All these athletes going through to the second run. Wonderful shot there round 17 and curve 18. Saw them just skid into there, but they kept their cool. Alexandra Mock on the back of the double sled, doing her job well into the finish curve, keeping them safe.
3 for Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal.
Wow. Jessica Degenhardt, Cheyenne Rosenthal, the World Cup leaders. They'll have seen those track records fall. And they're going to be thinking, this is there for them as well.
Of this run.
Any one out of 5 or 6 teams know they could win these races. Like I said earlier, it's such an elite field from top to bottom. Every team, just the best in the world at what they do. So Degenhardt and Rosenthal with a big start, 0.03 of a second in the lead at that split. Just dropping out of 6 and down the Devil's Highway they go, but bouncing onto 9. And that's cost them 0.06 back. So they're going to have to string together a good labyrinth. 12, 13, just skidding through 13. 14, I think they may have left it too late. So they've got to find 0.3 of a second. Can they switch on the afterburners through 18, 19? 19's uphill, it's going to be tough. Around the finish curve, across the finish line, into 5th place for Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Lots to work on there for the German team. Half a second back. This is where it got tricky, as you see them go from curve 7 to 8 there, and then just banging onto 9. That is not a place you want to be when you've got Shady coming up. And then that mistake in 13, 12, 13 transition that's caught all of our athletes. And you look at that and you think, is that about damage limitation for the doubles? So tough to get right. So half a second back. Selena Egel, Lara Kipp, our leaders. Diana Eitberger, Matt Sheena in second place. Half a second back, Shannon Gordon. So Egel, Kipp, and Matt Sheena and Eitberger very far ahead. So this battle for bronze separated, well, by 1/10 of a second for probably 4 or 5 teams. Podolski Allen in 9th. And Falkensteiner Huber at DNS. As we heard earlier, Stramatararu Manolescu disqualified for hot steels at the start. Now there's no suggestion there's anything, if you haven't followed this sport much, there's no suggestion there's any problems with that. There's just sometimes you're half a degree over on the start. So the men's doubles coming up next in about half an hour. So you've got time to go take a rest.
Welcome back to you from Lake Placid. Second run of men's doubles coming up on this action-packed day in glorious weather. Who would have believed this last night? Here's our top 3 from that first run earlier on. Fabulous racing, it truly was. And it was Botts and Plumer who put themselves into a great position. Müller and Frauscher, always so powerful, the Austrians in second, but leading the way thrillingly for the local crowd, Müller and Haugscher. Could they do it here for the USA? USA looking for a great weekend. Podiums yesterday in the women's singles and flying too in the men's doubles. There's the view of these Adirondack Mountains. It really is glorious, you know. And as I said before, it's not just winter sports, although that's what we're watching here, but hiking and running and all kinds of fun in and around. What a place to be and what a day. And Mark Hatton is with us to talk us through the temperature first of all.
Well, it's been such a great day for luge this morning. We've had such tough times with temperatures all season. As we see the forerunner go past, I think that was Ellie Klein-Hines, one of the juniors, or maybe Brianna Gosnell. But yeah, the temperatures are really, really stable today, which is going to make such a difference with so many races on the track today. To keep that field of play, to keep that ice temperature, to keep it consistent from the top of the order all the way down to the bottom of the order.
Great crowd as well. This is what faces them. We're going to have that POV that I know you all enjoy so much from Mark, but here's our track length for the men's doubles. 1,130, that vertical drop is severe. And there are 16 corners in all. The Devil's Highway at the top, Shady, Benham's Bend, into that heart, and then to the finish. And this is where they need control before they swing round to their right. They pick up speed. They go around the heart that you'll see right here. Isn't that beautiful? Set against such a backdrop. And there is our finish. It's going to be really, really tight. Here's Mark to take us through the POV.
This is what it looks like from the business end. As we go through this top labyrinth, that was 5, 6, 7 transition. And this is the aptly named Devil's Highway. Shady, the signature curve. This is what sets you up for this labyrinth, and this has been so tough. This 12-13 combination comes so fast, so tough on a double sled, and down the straightaway into the chicanes. Try and miss them out completely if you can, and the long curve 17, the very short curve 18, and back to the uphill finish curve and crossing the finish line, and you pull up on the front of the sled, and then you go again.
Mark, as always, makes it sound easy. Very well explained. One thing I love about you doing those POVs, you can hear the coach in you as well. I can hear the way that you must talk to your athletes, all the thought processes and so on. It's great. Here's that view of the glorious mountains. And here's our second run, going in reverse order, as it were. Gitlan and Serban have got an awful lot of time to catch up. Hoy and Kashmar go next. Then we get towards Gat and Scherf, by the way. Disappointing. Our winners from Winterberg and our top 5, Eggert, Müller, Nagler, Malaya, Botsplumer, Müller, Frauscher and Müller. Haugsjahr of the USA with a little bit of time as well in hand. That will be the question. Can they hold on? Can they extend? That was one of the big stories. Another is the position of Gat and Scherf, down in 11. Yet another is the position of Di Gregorio and Hollander. But in a sport of microseconds, this is what happens. So, our friends from Romania, Gitlan and Serban, will go first here. Vasile and Darius, 15th in Winterberg, just outside the second run in Park City. But here they are to lead us off, and we've seen, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, but we've seen in events so far, we saw here yesterday that a good, solid beginning on this second run can fly you up the leaderboard. And all of those points matter. Poised and ready to get this second run underway, building to the drama of Müller and Haugsjahr. It's Gitlan and Serban, and they spring into life, adjusting that position so much harder for the doubles here as they start to take on the Devil's Highway, get ready for that, and then start to really pick up speed here.
Into Shady they go, and it's looking good through the top. This is where it's been so difficult for the doubles. She's late into 12. Got away with it incredibly well. Great correction from Gitlan Serban and a straight shot into 17.
And here they come, Gitlan and Serban, the maximum speed 111 kilometers per hour. And they swing round now. That final turn, 129.787. The second run significantly quicker than the first. And that's all really you can ask for. And that was a good run, that, from the Romanians.
It really was. Top section, this is a huge improvement on their first run. This is the line around Shady, which sets them up for this labyrinth, and this is where you see them coming into curve 11. See that compression there out of curve 14, how relaxed the top man has to stay, well, the bottom man as well. And just a straight shot from 14 to 17 through the chicanes. And may see Gitlan Serban move up the leaderboard with that.
I feel that you might, when they improve that significantly. Hoyan Kashmar next, of Ukraine. Talented pair, these two, Igor and Nazari, 19th in that Olympic test event. Another pair that didn't get into that second run in Park City, 14th in Winterberg, so they are capable of moving up this leaderboard. Let's see what Hoyan Kashmar can do. They remain in front of Gitlan and Serban, but they had a fair amount of time to their advantage, so we'll see a little bit of a slide there from them. Very, very hard to control in that top part of the course. Still, though, with an advantage here.
The ice so hard here today, -7 ice temperature. That means the ice is like concrete as they go high on the exit of 12. But it's a good save into 13, into the compression. Now he's just riding those chicanes, got to keep traction, and he does into 17.
So difficult to do, to keep a hold of the sled here, but they're doing a good job at the moment. They remain in the green here, Hoyan Kashmar. And in fact, just lost a little bit of their advantage, but still comfortably in front of Gitlan and Serban. Second fastest so far, but more than enough to maintain their lead. They did have a big advantage over the Romanians.
They really did. You see that dropping out of 12 there. That's been so difficult for all the doubles teams from top to bottom. And here they are riding those chicanes. You just see, if you look closely, you see those steels cutting the ice as he's trying to push the sled early into curve 17. Isn't it nice to see clean ice without a covering of snow after last night?
Took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, it feels normal, doesn't it? If I don't know what that word means, but you know what I mean. The difference is just dramatic. Olamwenda and Gubitz now, the Germans, part of that new wave of German doubles. Luges won the men's doubles at the Olympic test event. They mean business this season, these two. They're disappointed to be starting in 16th, 11th in Park City, 8th here in Lake Placid 2 seasons ago. Can they move themselves up this leaderboard closer to where they believe they should be? Went a little bit high there, but still with the advantage over Hoy and Kashmar here.
Scary place to be, bouncing onto 9 and also tagging the left wall into 11. Getting away with that skid in 13 though. They've just got to ride out these chicanes, and they do. They're putting together a wonderful run here.
Outstanding run as they extend that advantage. They've got bags of time in hand on Hoy and Kashmar, but they won't care about that. They'll care about what's to come. That is simply glorious from them. There's our fastest run, 44.064. That will do. That would have had them 10th in the first run, so that should move them up the leaderboard.
It certainly should. The big start from the German team. This just in, we're seeing 12-13 for the doubles. Such a tricky combination, so difficult. And this is them into 13. These top sections as well in Lake Placid. Every curve is technical, and every curve has hidden secrets.
Emanuel Rieder, Simon Keinswaldner of Italy, 5th in the Olympic test event, 6th here in Lake Placid 2 seasons ago. They were 6th in that second run in Park City. They moved up the leaderboard there. What can they do from 15th here? We already know what a handy target Olamwenda and Gubitz have set here. So how about Rieder and Keinswaldner at the top of the course? It looks pretty clean so far from them. This first check will be interesting. They're inside the time of Olamwenda and Gubitz. It's a really good top of the course, this, from the Italians.
Skidding into 12-13. Stabilizing the sled into 14. They're going to have to ride these chicanes, and they do. You just see the sled get rammed to the left. Managing to keep control and skidding into 18 as well.
Another obvious skid there, and it's cost them time, but it hasn't cost them enough time to cost them first place. Wender and Gubitz would have watched that and hoped, but they're not happy at all, Rieder and Keinsfelder. I think they know their chances of surging up this leaderboard with a time of 44.067. They know it could have been that much better, I think.
That 11-12 combination, you see Rieder trying to push the sled across to get in with a little cross, get in earlier. But as he did, the back of the sled just broke away. And look at that ice rooster tailing out of the back of the sled. Couple of mistakes in the bottom of the track. And as you say, Dave, it was a good top section. They set themselves up well, but this is getting very challenging for the doubles from 11 down.
Now then, Chmielewski and Gankachik, 9th in Winterberg, 15th in Park City, won the Nations Cup in Winterberg. We know how talented some of these Polish sliders are. All of the veteran experience from Wojciech Chmielewski, former partner of Kuba Kowalewski, and now with Michał Gankachik. See him hooking that right leg to set them off on the right direction here. Rieder and Keinsfelder are the target here at the moment, and they may well be an achievable target here for Chmielewski and Gankachik. Again, a smooth start here from the two Polish athletes.
That late entrance into 11, skidding into 12 as well. And get it back together for 14. They've just got 0.02 of a second to play with, but they thread the needle through the chicanes.
Now into the red they go, Chmielewski and Gankachik. They're struggling to hold on to this a little bit. It's been a bit scruffy, a bit scrappy, and it cost them, and they move into third. And still, Rieder and Keinsfelder lead with the two Slovakian sleds to come next.
Well, they had a good top section. Big, powerful man, Chmielewski. You see him hooking the sled in, but this skid into 12 really cost them. Trying to keep soft to absorb that bump into 13. But when the sled starts to skid, it's like slamming on the brakes, and that really cost them on there. Up until then, they hadn't lost much time through the top. Again, 11 to 14, so difficult for doubles.
Well, really good runs here from both Slovakian sleds. Right next to each other. Bruno Mick, whose dad is Lubomir, USA coach. They were up there in Winterberg 11th, 18th in Park City. Bad mistakes you might remember on that second run, but they did finish. Babachak and Smee to come next, but first, Christian Bosman and Bruno Mick here. Can they put together a near perfect run and give themselves a chance maybe of the top 10? Starting here, remember, in 13th as we build towards what should be a dramatic finish. There was a slide there from them and they've lost some time, and they're 100th of a second now outside. It looks a little bit scrappy here.
That top section really costing high on the exit of 12. They're almost a 10th back now. So this is where it has to be good through to 17, and it is, but that damage at the top is costing them.
Mark tells us so many times about how mistakes at the top are compounded down the course, and it's happened here again. Bosman and Mick in third, so still Rieder, Keinsfelder. They will move up again. Wender Gubitz with the fastest run of this second men's doubles run so far. That's disappointing for Bosman and Mick, with Babachak and Smee to come next.
This is that 12-13. You saw them just get thrown up so high on the exit, and the sled just drops out onto the flat. Very difficult to stop the sled from skidding then, and just tagging the left wall through the finish. No problem there, but that top section, especially bumping onto curve 9, it's a scary place to be when you know you've got that big shady curve after. They dealt with it well, but it cost them a lot of time.
So here are their teammates, Babachak and Smee. See their advantage. That's over Rieder and Keinsfelder. It's worth having a look at the mechanics of the start here, how they have to work together so smartly all the way down, even from this point, establishing that rhythm of the start, both with those spike clubs to try and get them going here. A little bit bumpy, that start. Now they try and adjust. Remaining in the green at the moment, of course, but for how long will that be? A little bit on the edge there, Babachak and Smee, right at the top of the course.
1.5 tenths of a second to play with, and it's a good exit from 10. Just a little slide into 12, but that puts them actually on a very nice line through 13, 14, and they're building on their lead. Just a little tap on the wall.
Here they come now, careering towards the bottom of the course. Babachak and Smee, it's relatively mistake-free. It takes them into the lead. They're going to beat their teammates. Still only the third fastest run of this second go. Olamwenda and Gubit still the quickest, but Babachak and Smee had enough in hand.
Well, this was close. You just see them, see the ice fly as they hit that right wall. Just gently touching that wall, but it's enough to push the sled late into 17. But that's one of the best labyrinths we've seen of this second run from Babachak and Smee.
Now, two athletes who did not want to be here. Gat and Scherp, winners in Winterberg, ahead of Vendel and Arlt, then fourth in Park City, third here 2 seasons ago, and yet a sloppy first run has them in 11th. You can almost sense straight away from the body language that they want to fly here. The World Cup leaders trying to maintain that bib going into the new year in Sigulda. Are they going to go fast enough? Winning the whole thing would be a long shot, but can they get themselves up into the top 8, top 7, something like that? Gat and Scherp are going to have to fly, and they're going to take a few risks here to try and get up that leaderboard. Good shape at the moment.
On the edge into 10, but it's working for them. They're building on that lead. They found another couple of thousandths, very high on the exit of 12, but deal with it well. And through to 17 is clean. They've got almost just over 2 tenths.
They continue to build on that lead. Gat and Scherp going for the lead here. A bump on the wall, but it's enough, and it's significantly enough as well. Over 4 tenths clear, so they have built on that advantage. Little fist bump, they know that was good, and they know that puts pressure on those immediately above them, and they might be heading for the top 10 here.
There they put together a much better second run. Saw in start curve, they went a little bit loopy, and then just hitting that wall after the finish curve, but I don't think that cost them much. Their labyrinth was one of the best we've seen. So you saw them go into 12, still a little high on the exit, but just stayed calm, rode it out, and that's the result.
We know the Latvians, Bots and Pluma, are right up near the top. This is their teammates, Sevic, Mikelsevic, and Kras, as we head into the top 10 here. Some high-class sliding already. Great drama. These two were ahead of Bots and Pluma in that Olympic test event. Of course, Sigulda to come in the new year, where they've gone very well at their second home before. First target is Gat and Scherp. They remain in front of them, but we know just how well Gat and Scherp went. So if Sevic, Mikelsevic and Kras could finish above them, that would be extremely good news for the Latvians here.
Into shady, little bumpy through the top, but nothing terrible. This is where it's so critical, and they get through into 14. Now this chicane section, just riding both those chicanes and managing to push it early to 17.
But this is telling us how quick Gat and Scherp were, you know, because they're not going badly at all, but they're into the red, and it's not going to be enough, and they are nearly 3 tenths outside Gat and Scherp, who are surging, and I think are going to continue surging up this leaderboard.
Yeah, that was a masterful run from Gat and Scherp, wasn't it? I mean, that's going to stand the test of time. You see him just relaxing, not being tempted to drop the feet there, just rode out that skid into 13, and it really worked for them. But then you see this chicane just wants to push you to the left wall, and they're working hard to push the sled back into curve 17 so they get in there with a good entrance.
Let's be absolutely clear about one thing here. Gatt and Scherp's run would have had them top of the leaderboard after the first run. 43.755. That's how quick it was. So it's no great surprise that they're putting pressure on others. The latest, Dana Kellogg and Frank Ike. Kellogg from Chesterfield, Massachusetts. Ike from Lititz in Pennsylvania. Striking a blow, he says, for small towns everywhere. These two, very, very good. And they were second behind Müller and Hauscher in the Nations Cup. Let's see how they go here, Kellogg and Ike. We know what they're chasing. Green at the moment, but it was Gatt and Scherp further down the course who picked up time. There's a mistake, and they go high as a result of that. One mistake leads to another, but they do really well to recover. But now they're into the red.
Into the red they go, and this 12-13, they have to find something through here. They have a little bump, they deal with it well, but I think the damage has been done at the top. Just over a tenth back as they go round 17.
You just almost see them losing their racing line, losing their shape. Surely they can't catch Gatt and Scherp. They can catch everyone else, but not the flying Austrians. They remain in front. They look very, very confident. They are going to be top 10 for sure. 9th at worst, and the Americans into second.
Oh, you know, with this mistake in 7, you can just see what a great run it was in the bottom section of the track to only be back by 1.5 tenths. But that, once you make mistakes like that, you just can't get that time back. The bottom labyrinth, 12-13, it was choppy, but it was good. And the rest of the run was good, but that mistake in 7 paid to Dana Kellogg and Frank Ike's shot at the top.
Each time we'll be told what they have in hand. Di Gregorio and Hollander just over 1/10 of a second from that first run. But they're going to need real speed to beat Gatt and Scherp. Gatt and Scherp with the quickest run of the day so far in either run here. What about Zach and Sean then? Zach Di Gregorio lives in Lake Placid. Hollander is from Lake Placid. This is home for them. And it's a good start. The 4th fastest, just extending that advantage right at the top of the course. And every single 1,000th of a second will matter, of course, down here as they stay in the green, and they've extended the advantage again. Good sliding here from Di Gregorio and Hollander.
Just a beautiful 8-9 transition, but a big skid into 12. They managed to stop it. Frank Ike. So Sean Hollander earning his money there on the back of the sled as they get a straight shot too. They've still got 0.05 of a second.
But the advantage, again, they go a little bit wide there, is gone here. Low down on the course, the advantage goes, and they're second and still. Gatt and Scherp in front. What a run it was, because again, I know you said it about Kellogg and Eichmark, but it's not bad at all from Di Gregorio and Hollander. It's under 44, but it wasn't good enough.
That skid into 12, just such an expensive mistake. See, dropping the feet there from Zach. Rest of the run, really solid. And the top section, just a work of art, just beautiful from 7 down to shady. But unfortunately, when the sled goes sideways like that, the steels dig in, you see the ice fly, and it's like pulling on the handbrake.
Track is clear.
Tells us again how quick Gatt and Scherp were in that bottom part of the course. Well, Stoit and Kindle with 0.02 more of an advantage. That's all than Di Gregorio and Hollander had. Vast experience, of course. Second here as well in Lake Placid 2 seasons ago. So far this season, 8th in Winterberg, 5th in Park City. We know how good they are. We know how rare it is for them to make mistakes. They too pick up a little bit of time on the start. How are they going to negotiate the top of this course. It could be absolutely vital, but remember, it's down at the bottom where all the good work of Gat and Scherp was done. They've consolidated so far, but now you feel the race really begins here.
That's a good transition through the labyrinth. They should multiply that. They're just riding that chicane, but it's good. They've lost a little bit of time, but they've still got almost a tenth of a second to play with, very late to 18. Rounding the finish curve isn't enough. Yes, it is. 0.03 of a second to the good, ahead of their countrymen. Into first place goes Stoy and Kindle.
They still lost time, but it was good enough. May not be good enough to get on the podium, but puts them top of the tree for now. We always talk about those inter-team rivalries. Well, there's one coming up, and there's one settled for today anyway. The Germans coming next. Wendel and Aal followed by Eggert and Müller as we go into the top 6 now. The legends. Can't say much more about them. 6-time gold medalists each at the Olympic Games. When you consider the margins in this sport to win doubles gold, before you talk about anything else, at 3 straight Olympic Games, it's just astonishing. Almost unfathomable, but that's what the Bayern Express did. They start here in 6th after being 2nd in Winterberg, 7th in Park City. The focus of Wendel. They are, remember, great competitors, supremely confident. This is their top of the course. Now Stoy and Kindle are the target. Not a day to make mistakes here. Can Wendel and Aal truly fly here and give themselves a chance of a podium? They remain with just over a tenth of a second advantage. It's a good run so far.
Good transition, 11-12. This is where they made a mistake on run number 1, but they ride it out into 14. And it's a straight shot and just tagging the right-hand wall, but staying calm. They're still carrying this speed into finish curve.
Be interesting to see if it costs them. There was a skid there as well from Wendel and Aal. Will it be enough? It will. It will. They take over from Stoy and Kindle. And now Gat and Scherp down to 3rd. Whether it's quick enough to move them up above, say, Eggert and Müller, we'll find out. But Wendel and Aal do what they needed to do.
Just see him there, just hitting that side profile. How they kept control there, I have no idea. But they managed. That was very similar to some of the runs we saw earlier that didn't end so well. As you see, back of the sled, Tobias Alt saying that was a close one. But as you say, Dave, it was enough.
Eggert and Müller go next. The winners from Park City trying to surge up from 5th here. Remember, Nagler, Malaya, Bots, Plumer, Müller, Freuscher, and then Müller, Haugsjahr. All that's in front of them. Still the fastest run of the day, remarkably, by Gat and Scherp in their 2nd run that has moved them up into the top 10. But here go the Germans, Eggert and Müller. Can they, number 1, stay ahead of Wendel and Aal? That has to be the first target, and then see where that takes them. They're in the red, though, over a tenth of a second after a sloppy top part of the course. They move down the Devil's Highway, and they need to pick up some time here. Still outside that time of Wendel and Aal here. Eggert and Müller still in the red. This is a really sloppy 2nd run, but they picked up time again. Are they going to fly down the last part of the course? They are. They are. They found it from somewhere. Eggert and Müller move in front. I'm not sure where that came from. I wonder. Wendel and Aal just made a couple of mistakes at the bottom. And it's all relative, of course. And did Eggert and Müller just do enough? They move into the lead.
Well, we do see teams find time through this bottom section sometimes, but that was remarkable. They had a choppy top section, but that labyrinth, so smooth. Little mistake, but used all their experience to fix it. and that straight shot through as well. From 14 to 17, just multiplying that little advantage that they had.
Track is clear to start 3.
Now then, Nagla and Malaya went first in that first run. They set the time, they set the pace, and they go 4th from the end in this second run. 3rd in Park City behind Eggert and Müller and Di Gregorio and Hollander. Can they go better here? Let's see. As Nagla and Malaya, this hugely talented and very deep Italian team, can they produce again here, Nagla and Malaya? This looks pretty smooth at the moment at the top of the course, and they're nearly 0.2 of a second inside Eggert and Müller. Excellent sliding so far.
A little bit late into 11, but they deal with it, just having to put the left leg out to stabilize the sled from 13. But it's looking good, and it's still building. They've got over 1/10 of a second.
Lost a little bit of time, and another skid there from them as they come round towards the finish. No! 3,000th they are outside the time of the German leaders, Eggert and Müller. Nagla and Malaya miss a chance. Eggert and Müller now in with a chance of the podium. 3 pairs to go here.
This was that 11-12 transition, just going a little late. And they just tap, and you see the skid into 13 just starting there. That will have cost them those tiny increments of time, just 0.003 of a second. Doesn't take much of a mistake to tip the clock the wrong way.
Now then, what a big day this is for the Latvians, Bots and Pluma. Podium for them would be fantastic. They've got every chance here. 4th here in Lake Placid in 2023. They like it here. Silver in this year's World Championships. We know when they get it right, they can be very, very good, and they got it right in that first run. A reminder, the leaders still the Germans, Eggert and Müller. But here's Martins Bots and Roberts Pluma. Their efforts to get in front of them. What can the Latvians do here? Tiny advantage from that first run. Can they build on it here? Just under 0.2 of a second. It's a good top of the course, but now it gets really, really tough here.
Just high on the exit of 12 again. Good damage limitation from the Latvians as they just drift over to those 2 chicanes. It's late into 17. That's going to throw them up high in the entrance, but they get it right.
And here they come round that final turn, Bots and Pluma, and they've done it. And they've done it. 0.09 of a second. The Latvians punch the air. They are heading for the podium for sure. And who knows? Who knows? It could yet be better than that.
Well, that was a great bottom section from Bots and Pluma. We talk about damage limitation. You see them just going high on the exit of 12, but just keeping their calm, absorbing that bump on the right-hand wall. And that set them for a good shot into 14. A few problems in 17, but they managed to carry that speed down the track and into first place for Latvia.
And you could see at the end just what it means, punching the air. That's the run they wanted. Relatively mistake-free. Yannick Müller, Armin Frauscher come next. 3rd in Winterberg, 13th in Park City, 7th here 2 seasons ago. Lying second, only Müller and Haugsjahr to come. Their target at the moment, Bots and Pluma. Can they finish ahead of Stoyan, Kindle and Gatt and Scherp? And can they do even better than that? Müller and Frauscher, they put themselves in a really good position here. Let's see at the top of the course. And they're outside the time of Bots and Pluma.
Going to have to do something special from 11 to 12. This is such a critical place on the track, and they do it. One of the best we've seen so far. They're fighting all the way to the finish, up on the chicane into 17.
Fighting gravity here. Müller and Frauscher still outside. They've still got plenty of time to make up. This is going to be key. A little bit of a skid there as they come round the final turn. It's not going to be enough. second. Müller and Frauscher, Botts and Plumer are going to be second now. At worst, what a day for them.
Well, that just shows how good that run was from Botts and Plumer. But Müller-Frauscher finding speed somewhere in the bottom of the track, and they were closing on them. But this line, where you see them just catching that chicane, just pushing them across. Müller having to do lots of work there on the top of the sled to get it back into 17. But yeah, you just see what a great run that was from the Latvians.
Botts and Plumer, fastest run of the day, 43.716. Now it comes down to Müller and Haugstad here. Is it going to be gold for the USA? They have the advantage. A good run here for Marcus and Ansel, and it will be gold. There's the powerful start that they need. Need to find the rhythm nice and early. They go for gold here. Müller and Haugstad. The pressure applied by Botts and Plumer. Müller and Haugstad looked a little bit bumpy there, but they managed to stay hold of it. And they've got 300ths of a second to play with here, Mark.
It's a good line through 10 and into 12. This is going to be nice, and it is 12 to 13. It's one of the best we've seen. They've got to find something here as they go across to the side, but they're still in the green, 14 thousandths.
Just inside the time. They've switched from red to green a couple of times. It's going to be mighty close. Around the final turn, Müller and Haugstad win it! And win it by nearly 600ths of a second. It wasn't to be Botts and Plumer's day. It was to be the USA's day here. Marcus Müller and Ansel Haugstad with gold in Lake Placid. And just look what it means.
That was just incredible. So much pressure on this young team on their home track. They had a slightly choppy top section, but managed to carry that advantage. And then just strung together, just a wonderful 11 to 14 combination that just accelerated them through the bottom of the track in front of their home crowd. They're holding the flag aloft. Bengt Walden congratulating them, the coaching team. What a day for the USA.
Just remarkable. And it's not often, Mark, that you see it. We're lucky enough, aren't we, as the viewers at home are, to have the red and the green, the indicator, if you like, with the time. You don't often see it go from green to red and back to green, and goodness me, it was tight.
Yeah, and that's where it could have, where they come up on that chicane. So close to that right-hand wall, but rode it out. A game of millimeters, punching the air, both athletes. What a day for the USA.
Great, great scenes. We'll hear, of course, from our winners. We'll hear from our podium athletes, but really lovely this. And I just want to elucidate something for people at home as we see that great view. As you can see, nearly 600ths of a second is the difference. Müller and Frauscher ended in third, and Gatten-Schurf went all the way to 8th in the end. That's a really good second run from them, but it was Müller and Haugstad. And then down, Wallenwender and Gubitz, a little disappointing. Rieder and Keinswaldner, likewise. Keller-Gonaik just holding on to the top 10. But yeah, all I was going to say to people at home, of course, there'll be a lot of luge fans who'll know this, so apologies for teaching luge fans to suck eggs and so on, but 500ths of a second they just run by. All of that joy, 500ths of a second. You and I, going about your everyday life, can't even imagine 500ths of a second. It's gone. Before I've even said a sentence, before I've said a word, before I've said a syllable, it's gone. That's what they won by. It's a remarkable sport, this, it really is. The margins are infinitesimal. Müller and Haugstad beating Botts and Plumer, and Müller and Frauscher in third. The flowers come, and then all the plaudits too for this American pair.
So great to see it in front of this home crowd. You know, the Lake Placid crowd, always so vocal. The families are there. And you just feel so happy for this young team. And what a time to do it, going into the Christmas break, leading up to the games. 2 more World Cups to go before the Olympics. And Müller-Haugscher putting themselves in a great position.
And isn't it glorious here? This is the World Cup standings. Gattenschurf do drop. Eggert and Müller take over. I thought they might. Botzen-Plumer in third. So that bib going into Sigulda in the new year will be Eggert and Müller's. Wendel and Alt surprisingly in fourth. Of course, it's the Olympics deep, deep, deep down that they'll want to peak for. But those World Cup standings matter a lot as well. So it'll be on to the second run of the women's doubles. As you can see, coming up very, very shortly. We'll be back with you in double quick time for that. Maybe, just maybe, more American joy to come. Don't go anywhere. And straight away, the women's doubles second run. The beautiful surroundings of upstate New York. Lake Placid is where we are. And we've got an excellent second run of the women's doubles to come on this action-packed second day from Lake Placid. But let's hear from our winners.
Here that were perfect almost. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's so good to be home. It's so good to do it on the home track. We still definitely have things to work on, but I'm taking the win today. Thank you.
How are you going into the rest of the season, winning on home turf?
I think just feeling confident, feeling good. I mean, this was a really big win for us, first win ever, of course. So I think we're just trying to bring that confidence into the other race and just have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big smiles from the guys, of course, their first ever World Cup win. And you know, the other thing to bear in mind as well is with the Olympics coming up this year, you've proved that you can beat this field. You've proved it deep, deep down. You know that if things go right, you can beat this field. That means an awful lot going forward. So gold suddenly at the Olympic Games is not impossible.
Few challenging races for you. Now you're back on the podium, especially in a track that's quite challenging. How do you feel after today's race?
I think this is a chaotic track, and we are good in chaos. It seems like second time here, and it seems like our sled is fast here, and we like this track a lot.
Does it take off a little bit of the pressure going into the next few races, and especially Sigulda being the next race?
I think this race get more power to the next competition.
It will be great going to Sigulda, knowing there's at least one podium in our bag. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to hear from the guys. Great sliding from Botzen-Plumer today. Very much the #1 Latvian sled, and I love the way the track almost casually just drops into the foreground of that picture. You wouldn't almost know what it was, would you? Unless you knew.
Guys, congratulations. Another podium for you here on a very challenging track. The conditions here, quite a fast track today. How did you prepare? How did you prepare the setup?
Yesterday the weather was really warm, and today it was really cold, so we had to change the setup, and I think we did it great. Thank you. Thank you.
They look ready to talk more, but it wasn't required. So the women's doubles second run to come from Lake Placid, of course, here in New York State. Stunning, stunning part of the world. Our top three then. Could we have more USA success? We might do, because Chan and Gordon in third place going into this second run. Eitberger and Matchina are in second. If you're wondering about Degenhardt and Rosenthal, they're not going to be next. They're fifth going into the second run, because it's Egler and Kipp who lead the way. The Austrians with every chance, Selina and Lara, back-to-back world champions, of getting a World Cup win here. So, here's the temperatures, Mark.
It's getting a little bit warmer, but still good conditions, -3 air, and good, cold, hard, fast ice at -5.9. So that should last for the whole of the women's field. Be a very fair field of play for them to race on. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see another track record in run number 2.
Yeah, not bad that is it, setting the track record in that first run. Significant advantage over Eitberger and Machina. Familiar names up towards the top of the leaderboard, but great runs from Chan and Gordon and Forgan and Kirkby to be ahead of Degenhardt and Rosenthal, not to mention Votter and Oberhofer as well, the talented duo from Italy. So here is our women's doubles track. 1130 in terms of meters, still that vertical drop though of 128. 16 corners for the women here. You've seen it, the Devil's Highway into Shady, into Benham's Bed, the chicane and the Heart, and then around to the finish. I say this every time, but it's worth remembering they go down the side of a hill, and that's how tough it is. Stetkiv and Mock get underway. I think what's happening here is we know how much we've got to cram in, so everything is happening in double quick time. Only 12 go in the second run here. Stetskiv and Mock, the worst they can do here is 12th, of course. Let's see how the Ukrainians go.
Good sliding from Stetskiv and Mock, but just getting pushed across there. Going to have to get it right for these chicanes, but it's looking good into 17. One of the better lines we've seen. Big skid into the finish curve, though. That's going to affect them. Crossing the finish line into first place, as expected, with a 45.308.
Yeah, Stetskiv and Mock, of course, leading the way. 11 those still to go. And they don't look too happy with that run. I think a couple of little mistakes there, always trying to improve. Next up, Elisa Marie Stork and Paulina Patz. They were 4th after that first run in Winterberg, didn't finish the second. Maybe just lost a little bit of confidence. 13th in Park City and starting 11th here.
Is clear to start 3 for Elisa Stork and Pauline Potts of Germany.
So Stork and Patz to go next. Their target to try and move up into that top 10. The time we'll see, of course, their literal target here is that of Stetskiv and Mock, but they want to be significantly ahead of that. Under 2/10 to play with and pretty much stayed in that same position. They're slightly quicker at the start than Stetskiv and Mock. And let's see how they negotiate the top of the course here, Stork and Patz.
A little choppy from 6 to 7. Low round Shady. But it's a good entrance to 11, and they get the cross to 12. This should put them nice into 13. Big skid into 13, but they managed to stop it, and they're just riding those chicanes. Can they get it back in? They can, into 17.
Yeah, really convincing here from Stork and Patz. A little bit high there and a skid there from Stork and Patz. But can they hold on to the time? They can. Just under half a second, Stork and Patz lead the way from Stetskiv and Mock. 45.036 for them.
Stork and Patz right on the edge from top to bottom on that track. You see them just clip the right-hand wall, but this down the chicane, we saw this do for so many of our men's doubles teams. It's getting pushed across, and you can see Elisa Stork working to get the sled back in for an early entrance to curve 17.
Of course, they've got 2 great teams to learn from, goodness me. 4 of the best ever. Lupita and Pavlova to go next. Lupita, 25, and Pavlova underneath, the newcomer at just 17. Lupita, a silver medalist in the World Championships in Altenburg with Zane Kaluma, but now with Madara. Pavlova, 6th in Winterberg, 7th in Park City. They start 10th here ahead of this second run, the Latvian pair. We've already seen Bots and Pluma go really well, and they still have Robersnitsa and Bogdavina, and we've got our fingers crossed for them, of course, to come in about 3 runs' time. But first, Anda and Madara go here for Latvia. Time in hand, of course, on Stork and Patz. Can they maintain that quality from the first run? Just over a 10th of a second, the 3rd fastest start time, so slowest so far from Upita and Pavlova, but they stay in the green for now, down through that Devil's Highway and still in front, just over a 1/10 of a second to play with.
And then through Shady into 11. It's good, but they're high on the exit, but they managed to get away with it. 12 to 13, great line from the Latvians, and it's a good shot through to 17, 111 kilometers an hour.
They've just picked up a little bit more time as well, Upita and Pavlova. If they're rock solid here, they'll be fine. They'll be in the lead, and they are. They actually picked up time, a 1/4 of a second in front of Stork and Pats. Good run that from Ander Upita and Madara Pavlova.
This is their line into Shady. A little bit of a low line. You saw them just have a few problems out of curve 9. And then this is that late entrance they got. You see, I'm just trying to push it early into 11. So important not to go late to 11. And the finish curve uphill, always punishing these uphill curves. They multiply the mistakes.
So there'll be cheers here. Not quite home athletes, but not far from home. BT Podolski and Kaylee Allen from Calgary. Now then, 20-year-old BT, Kaylee 22, 5th in Winterberg, 6th in Park City, starting here in 9th. So if they're going to match those results, they're going to have to get past 2 or 3 here. Podolski and Allen. The target is Upita and Pavlova, the Latvian duo. We know how good their run was, but this already looks pretty good from BT and Kaylee, but they're outside the time of Upita and Pavlova at the moment. Into the red here, the Canadians.
Just drifting to the left into 11 and very flat over 12. Managed to get through 13 though, without too much problems. Just riding those chicanes into 17, but it's a 1/4 of a second out.
Way too much to make up, surely, for Podolski and Allen. They do well even to get second, and they don't. Third, that's such a disappointing second run, the slowest we've seen so far, and it means Upita and Pavlova will move up, and that's disappointment for BT and Kaylee. They're not going to match their results so far in this World Cup.
This is that exit from Shady, going towards that left wall. The last place you want to be as you start the labyrinth. A little tap on the left wall as well after just before the finish. But that line out of 10 really cost Podolski Allen.
Now the Poles, Nikola Domovic and Dominika Pivkovska. 23 and 22 respectively, 5th in the Winter Youth Games in 2020, 11th in Park City.
Clear to start 3 for Nikola and Dominika.
8th after that first run. The students from Poland, what have they learnt from that first run? Looking for that impetus from those spiked gloves. There's the hook of the right leg to get around that opening turn from Domovic. And now they speed through this top part of the course. They head down to the Devil's Highway as it starts to get really, really quick now, and they stay in the green here relative to that time of Upita and Pavlova.
Well, it was a good top section from the Poles, and 11, but just having to push it across to 12, and they do. 12-13 transition, one of the better ones we've seen all day. And again, that straight shot, they're doing everything they can, but they've dropped to 19 thousandths of a second deficit.
Just outside then, a little high there. Can they pick up the time as they come around the final curve? No. Upita and Pavlova still lead with 7 athletes, 7 pairs, I should say, to go.
Well, not a bad run from the Poles here. We see them go into that compression. What a wonderful shot that is. Into the compression out of 14. And then that straight shot threading the needle through the chicanes into 17. Just great sliding from the Poles in the bottom section of the track. They had a mistake going into 11, but they fixed it so well in 12 as well. And 12-13 also really good from the Poles.
Well, these two, what do you make of these two? I'm nervous for them. I really am. I almost can't watch after Big mistake in Winterberg, crashed out in Park City. Great first run to put them 7th here. Marta Robesnica and Katia Bogdanova. Can they go mistake-free? Can they get some kind of redemption here? They look so fired up, so determined. And here they go, and I can't help neutrally but wish them well here. There were tears after both these first World Cup events. Will there be tears of joy here from Robesnica and Bogdanova? It looks better from them as they head through the Devil's Highway, but there's a skid there. Didn't seem to cost them too much. They stay in the green. It's a good run so far. The feet go down there, though.
Feet go down into 11, but 12-13's good, and they've still got a good cushion to move them forward, but going close to that right wall, skidding into 17, feet down the curve. Sled comes up on the exit.
She must have had that horrible sinking feeling, and they've gone again, have they? No, they just about stay on, and they lead remarkably. But wow, what about that for a recovery? Their teammates can't believe it. Robesnica and Bogdanova have us all with our hearts in our mouths again. Shake of the head, but somehow they clung on. Explain this, Mark Hatton.
Just getting pushed towards that wall. She's trying to keep it away, so she corrects. But then the sled breaks into a skid in 17. Now this is a scary place to be out of 18, and with the feet down as well, it's incredible how they didn't lose more time through that bottom section. And all I can say is with that cushion at the top and that good top section before curve 10, they were carrying enough speed to mitigate those mistakes.
I suppose that's the point, isn't it? That it's easy to be very binary about this and watch it and say, well, mistake, therefore that's time, therefore that's time. It doesn't have to be if you fly through it. But wow, they're going to be heart in mouth for the whole season, those two. Here's the Italian pair of Andrea Botta, Marion Oberhofer, former world sprint gold winners, 4th in Park City. Really high class, starting 6th here. They'd like to move further up than that, given their class, given their reputation. The target initially, the two Latvian pairs who currently stand on top of the leaderboard. Just 0.05 of a second is the advantage here for Botta and Oberhofer.
Well, they're losing time, but 12-13's good again. But it's dripping away this time, just 27 thousandths, 6 thousandths of a second into 17. They're going to run out of track here.
Yeah, more time going for Botta and Oberhofer as they come round that final turn. They lead. They picked up enough time down at the bottom, and maybe that was the mistake of Robesnica and Bogdanova coming back to haunt them. Botta and Oberhofer weren't maybe particularly quick, but they stayed mistake-free, and in the end it was enough.
This 12-13 transition, very, very solid from the Italians. And likewise, 17 here. Finding speed all the way down the track. 18-19 transition on camera then. Solid, solid run from the Italians. It looked like they were just going to run out of road, but they found that speed in the bottom of the track.
5 to go. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, who won in Winterberg in 3 disciplines. 3rd then in Park City. The bib tells you these two are our World Cup leaders. Tiny margins between them. 6/10 between them and Egler and Kipp, who lead. And these two more than capable of producing something special. It might have to be track record special to challenge first place, but they're capable. Degenhardt, the police officer, Rosenthal, the sports soldier. Away they go. Do not write this pair off at all as they look for perfection at the top of the course and through the Devil's Highway and onto the challenges beyond.
Through Shady, and a really nice subplot because there's so many people in the running. for at least a bronze medal. It is so tight, but a big skid through 13. Is that going to put paid to the Germans? Tilt for a medal.
Still in front here, Degenhardt and Rosenthal. That tilt for a medal now comes round its final turn. They lead for now by nearly 2/10. They managed to put that skid right. It didn't cost them too much, but we know and they know still 4 pairs to go. They look pretty happy though.
They really do. This is that high line out of 12. See the sled just skidding, but they managed to arrest that skid in the curve, in curve 13. And this, riding up on that chicane, you see the steels digging into the ice. Such a great slow-mo shot. So Degenhardt and Rosenthal doing everything they can to put themselves in a good position.
Now then, down towards the business end. Listen to the home fans. They've already watched a win here. Siobhan Forgan, Sophia Kirkby didn't take part in Winterberg. 5th in Park City. Remember, World Cup gold in Lillehammer in November of last year. They are more than capable. They were 4th here in 2023 as well. Chan and Gordon, their teammates, to come straight after them. But this a chance for Siobhan and Sophia to lay down a marker, to themselves have a tilt at a medal here. Good clean lines early, and they remain in front of Degenhardt and Rosenthal by 100ths of a second.
Building on that advantage. This is where they made a mistake on the first run, but they get through there safely. 14, they're back a little bit, and back into the green in 17.
Goodness me, they've gone green to red to green. We've seen that a few times so far today. Forgan and Kirkby come around the final turn to lead. To lead by nearly 500ths. It will not be a day for Degenhardt and Rosenthal. It might yet be for Forgan and Kirkby. They lead with 3 pairs to go.
So much pressure at this end of the start order. Sophia Kirkby with a wink to the camera on the start, looking confident, as they should on their home track. This 12-13, very similar to the first run, but Siobhan Forgan doing what she does best, fixing that mistake, absorbing the mistake, and not losing too much time at all. Great sliding from the Americans in front of their home crowd.
So, Shannon Gordon now, Maya and Sophia. 9th in Park City. Significantly better here. Maya was 6th here 2 years ago with Rhiannon Weiler. They know what a chance this is. Heady Heights of 3rd going into the final run. The first target for these two, their teammates Forgan and Kirkby. Steering around that first turn, needing to settle quickly here. Maya and Sophia, an expectant home crowd down at the bottom of this course. It all goes by in the blink of an eye as they head down the Devil's Highway, and they're outside the time of Forgan and Kirkby. It's a sloppy top of the course from these two.
This is where this labyrinth is so important, and they're just a little slide into 13, but they get away with it. Now we need a straight shot down here, and we get it.
Just outside a 10th though, time to make up. It is possible, but they're going to have to be perfect. Chan and Gordon now. How close are they? They're 3rd. Degenhardt and Rosenthal go up a place. Forgan and Kirkby are going to be on the podium with only Eitberger, Machina and Eigler and Kip to go. It's disappointment for Chan and Gordon, but if you'd offered them this at the start of the weekend, I think they'd have taken it.
Well, that start, you see the sled just skidding in the start curve, and when that mistake happens, it's so difficult to fix. This line, though, from 14 to 17, that's your home field advantage there. Such tiny margins, and you feel desperately sorry for them having put themselves in that position, but also incredibly happy for Forgan Kirkby.
So, Eitberger and Machina are winners from Park City. Quickest on the second run in Winterberg to take third. They don't make many mistakes. They like this American challenge. Only Egler and Kipp in front of them. Look at the power of Diana Eidberger. Into position early here. Trying to get into that rhythm nice and early. Eidberger and Machina, the 5th fastest start we've seen on this second run. Now, though, is where they come into their own. Technically excellent and so quick, Eidberger and Machina.
Eidberger and Machina dancing through the top curves. Diana Eidberg driving like this like a single sled. 12:13 is gorgeous. As we go to 14, can we get the straight shot? So close, but they do with a little wobble down there. Half a second to the good.
Yeah, this is excellent. Just under half a second, as Mark was saying. They come round the final turn and they're in the lead. They're over half a second in front of Forgan and Kirkby, with Egler and Kipp, who absolutely flew in the first run to go, but that is a serious target. That's the fastest run so far of this second run.
Well, that was edge of the seat stuff the whole way down from top to bottom. The top section, really nice. The middle of the labyrinth, but look at Diana fighting here to get the sled on a good line into 17. Just pushing it in early. What it means to them. Great sliding from Eidberg and Machina.
So the second and third fastest runs of the day both belong to those two. Their problem is the fastest so far belongs to Zelina Egler and Lara Kipp. Second in Winterberg, second in Park City. Can they get in front of Eidberger and Machina? Course record in the first run for Zelina and for Lara. 5th fastest start time. Little quicker than Eidberger and Machina. How are they negotiating the top part of this course? It looks pretty good at the moment. Just under 2/10 to play with now.
I love that top section from the Austrians. And 12:13 as well. This is a wonderful run they're putting together. This is that critical section, the best we've seen into 17. This is looking like a procession.
Still got bags of time to play with. This has been absolutely excellent. Egler and Kipp go for gold around the final turn, and boy, do they do it. They smash it. Just under 3/10. Egler and Kipp with the fastest run in both runs. 1 and 2 for the day. That's how you do it. That's how you make it convincing. Our World Cup leaders will remain our World Cup leaders. Hats off here to Zelina Egler and Lara Kipp. They are the queens of Lake Placid, all right.
There's really not much to analyze in that run. That's, I think, the best run we've seen from a male or female doubles team all day. And look at this line from 14 to 17. Just perfect. The labyrinth was good. The top section was good. They accelerated from top to bottom and deservedly high five, punched the air, and thoroughly proud of a job well done. A track record and a gold medal.
The only thing they could have done better was break the track record again, but they were 8 thousandths outside that, so we'll forgive them. But that is truly something. Egler and Kipp win the women's doubles. Eidberger Machina in second. What a season they're having, though. Forgan and Kirkby in third. Degenhardt and Rosenthal moved up a place, but 2 USA pairs in the top 5. And after the win in the men's doubles, the USA are having some day here already in Lake Placid. We could take a look at the overall standings as well. In this women's doubles, it's developing into a tight race between 2 or 3. As we see our finish there, already the blowing, the men's, remember there's so many events today, the men's singles, 1 and 2 to come. There'll be a little bit of a gap, and then we'll head to the men's singles that's sure to be dramatic in these glorious surroundings. Then we got the mixed events, singles and doubles, to round off our day here in Lake Placid. There's the view of the track all covered around there, but here's our podium. Egler and Kip on top. Don't forget the branding. Hats thrown, stage left.
So good to see a home podium as well as Claire Del Negro, Vice President of Sport of the FIL, handing out the flowers. Herself an Olympian from '84 for Great Britain. Forgan Kirkby holding those flowers aloft. What a race.
Great racing still in Lake Placid. And there's our winners. Egler and Kip will head into the new year as World Cup leaders. Tell you what, the battle for Olympic gold in the women's doubles, the power and the strength at the top of the sport is remarkable. It's going to be something else.
Yeah, there's nothing to choose between these top teams when we look at how close those times were.
Exactly, and look at the World Cup standings. Egler and Kip have absolutely flown so far, but they've still only got a 15-point lead from Eitberger and Machina, and Degenhardt and Rosenthal next. Then there's a huge gap to Podolski and Allen, Upita Pavlova next, Forgan and Kirkby, who, to be fair, have had one event fewer than the others. But Egler, Kip leading from the two German pairs. The battle, you would think, between those three pairs in Milan Cortina, of course, with every chance of a shock from somewhere, is going to be something else, I think. So don't forget the men's singles will be coming along relatively shortly on this super fast track in Lake Placid. But we can hear from our podium athletes now. We're going to remind ourselves of their winning runs, or indeed run to take them silver and bronze as well. And Egler and Kip first in line. As good as it gets from those two.
Girls, congratulations, another incredible run. It's been a quite challenging track. The conditions been quite challenging this week. How was it for you? Take us through your run.
I mean, it's incredible to win our first World Cup victory. Here in Lake Placid, I really like the track. Yeah, the runs were really, really good, like better than in training. And I'm really excited to go home then tomorrow.
Thank you guys, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Second were Eitberger and Machina. We can hear from them next.
Congratulations, another podium here on US soil. You've been here before in individuals, racing down really well. What was it for you that makes you so fast here?
I think a lot of experience I have. I competed here the first time 2014, and I had a lot of lost runs and it hurts so much, but yeah, I like the track, I think, since 2018, and I have always the same line, and now I try to bring it up to Lena, and she did a very good job this week.
Lena, how was the track for you? It's quite new for you. How did you feel going down this speedy track?
Yeah, it is a crazy track. But I like it more than Park City last week, and yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you.
And Forgan and Kirkby were third. We saw the big smiles on the podium, and doubtless we'll see some big smiles in our interview as well.
Girls, congratulations, a podium here on home soil, on your home track. It's been quite tricky, the conditions this week. Take us through your run.
Yeah, we had some difficulty in the first run. Second run, we were able to clean it up more. I'm really happy with our performance, and I'm really happy to see all of our friends and family. This day was definitely a little bit emotional for me because the last time I raced here 2 years ago, my dad was over your shoulder. So when I was interviewing you, I could just see my dad, and it's kind of sad for me to just not see him anymore. But I've got my aunt and uncle over there, and I'm really happy that I have all of the support from my friends and family. I really think it's enough to fill the void. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, isn't that lovely? You see the real emotion there, goodness me. So much to come throughout the course of the day from these simply glorious surroundings. The men's singles will be next here from Lake Placid. Always remember these iconic images from back in 1980. That mountain became very, very familiar, Van Hooverberg. So, yeah, Lake Placid looks simply wonderful. And the men's singles followed by the two mixed events still to come here from Lake Placid for you. But great run and real joy again for Austria. Next up, men's singles, as you can see, coming up in about 20 minutes' time. See you then. So we've had such a dramatic day today in these beautiful surroundings, and now we head for the men's singles. What a race on a fast track that this promises to be. So much quality. And this is what faces them, things moving very thick, very fast today. So much for us to get in, 1,360 meters. And an estimated maximum speed of 125 kilometers per hour, 19 corners, starting with Cliffside, that drop, then Devil's Highway, around the signature turn. We watch them really gather speed. Down towards that heart and the bottom part of the track to that finish. And Mark's going to take us through the POV.
So this is the view from the top at the men's start. 4 paddles lie down and into curve 1. So important to be smooth through the top, but the challenges start right from the top. Little curve 2, and then this is the first real challenge for the men. This curve 3 tends to want to push you towards the women's start on the left, into 4 where we saw the women and the doubles go into, and then this 5, 6, 7 combination, actually with a little bit more speed, not as choppy as it is for the women and the doubles, but so fast through the Devil's Highway. Into Shady, sets himself up for the labyrinth. 11, 12, 13 coming in quick succession, and then curve 14, really tough for the men. Have to keep it off that right-hand wall, try to get that straight shot through to 17, and they're absolutely flying. 18 goes by in a flash as they go uphill towards the finish, cross the finish line, sit up, and let gravity do the rest.
Sit up and make a big deep breath as well. Ukrainian fans in the house with homemade flags, which I rather like, actually. Here's the weather conditions for you, Mark.
So it's getting a little warmer. We saw that sun coming out, air minus 1.2. But the ice nice and cold, minus 5.4, still hard ice that Placid is so famous for. And when this track, when the ice is like this, solid minus temperatures, it gets really tricky. So technical from top to bottom. Heard Willy Huber being interviewed earlier. He said, what's the most technical curve on the track? He said, all of them.
Tucker West will go fourth, the track record holder, 50.607. Lucas Peche will get us underway here. And as you can see, the big names then start to come thick and fast. Müller, Langenhan, Locke, Kindle in amongst there as well. Felderer, who had that dream time in Park City. Many potential winners there on that list. Looking forward to this. Things just starting to take shape. USA chances here as well, of course, at Lake Placid. Here are the final preparations. I always like asking Mark just what's going on, temperatures being taken, all the dark arts here.
It really is. It's such a dance for the coaches to try to get the sleds to the perfect temperature. As we saw earlier in the women's doubles, sometimes they just tread that line too close. We saw that disqualification for Raluca Stramatararu and Manolescu. But yeah, this is where those final preparations for the equipment. And behind them, you see the start house. That's where the athletes, they'll be doing their mind runs, imagining their way down the track, visualizing. And then the spectators starting to gather here in Lake Placid. It's such an incredible venue for spectators and always such a great home crowd.
Yeah, fantastic. So, Lucas Peche, the Italian, who was 16th in Park City. Very much an athlete using that Nations Cup to find a way into the main fields. Such a strong Italian team, of course. It's tough when you're a little bit on the outside looking in. All he can do is keep going as quickly as possible. Peche gets the benefit, really, of being first down. And here he goes, the first to take on this challenge.
That curve one just picks you up and throws you down. This is the first big challenge. As you see, it tries to push you across towards curve four in the women's start. But he's looking good through this combination 5, 6, 7.
The speed is visceral. It's absolutely ferocious here. There's the Peche split. As he flies towards the bottom of the course here and goes airborne momentarily.
This is where it counts through these chicanes, just gets pushed across, manages to push it into 17, high on the exit of 17, and 18, 19 safe though. Big skid in the finish curve.
Oh, and Peche in all kinds of trouble, but he gets over the line. What main concern is whether or not he's okay. Peche spread-eagled on the track, and they go straight to him. Dear me, our thoughts are with him, and we will let that be dealt with, but that was awful for Lucas Peche.
Just airborne off the end of the finish curve. As you say, thoughts with Lucas Peche. Such good medical staff here in Placid. But a big hit for Peche. Just shows how challenging this Placid track is.
And may I say as well, and I don't like to get all telly, but well done to our director for cutting away from that quickly. See Peche still not so well done for going back to it, but we'll let the medical staff deal with Lucas Peche here, but we could see that he was up and talking, which is the first bit of good news, and it just shows you it's worth, not that we want it to happen, but reminding people that this is a serious challenge. As you can see, Peche getting up slowly to his feet. And here's the mistake again.
You see that skid into the finish curve, almost out of camera shot. And when you go down into the gutter of the curve, there's only one place you go, and that's straight back up on the exit. It's a big hit for Peche. Strong, strong man, but when you hit at 125 kilometers an hour onto concrete hard ice and get up and walk away, that tells you how strong, how good these athletes are.
Tough guy. And of course the madness is they go again. Peche was 5th in the Nations Cup, 4th, and therefore going next here, Andriy Manzi. Just a reminder, I should remind you, vastly experienced Andriy Manzi, the Ukrainian. That we start with 30, then that's down to 29, and it will be 20 in the second run for those of you who are new to the luge. And Manzi has so much experience, and he's going to need every single bit of that to negotiate his way down this super fast Lake Placid track. The early stages here for Andriy Manzi, and at the moment he's inside that time of Peche.
He is. That was a big start from Manzi. Big banana down the straightaway out of curve 3 though. That's going to cost Manzi, but Shady looking good. Just gently pushes it across to 11. And this is at 12-13 that the doubles found so tricky.
Manages to come out of that okay, still inside the time of Peche. We're heading towards where Peche made that mistake, and Manzi just about holds on to it. Good line through there, and Manzi leads. Of course he does. Over half a second ahead of Peche, but we'll see how that time looks in round about half an hour's time. But Manzi pretty happy with that.
This is at curve 3. See Andriy just keeping it away, pushing on that left Kufen to bring it back into curve 4. You cover a lot of ground on that straightaway when you take the long route like that. So it's so important to get that straight shot from curve 3 to curve 4, but definitely easier said than done.
So Matvey Perestororin, who we are obliged to call the neutral athlete, came 3rd in the Nations Cup, just in front of Manzi and Peche. Remember the other athletes who qualified: Sokovic, Valazzo, Greiner, Rinks, Dukac, Harris and Gufler. They go a little bit later on. Gustafsson and West were 1 and 2, and they will go next in reverse order of that. But this at the moment is Perestororin.
Well, a little tap in the top between 2 and 3. We go very, very high in curve 10, drops out into the labyrinth.
Still in the red here, Perestororin. Still outside the time of Manzi. He's going to need a very, very quick bottom part of the course here, and he's not going to find it. He's picked up a little bit of time, I think, but not enough. So Manzi still leads the way. Now, it's going to be really interesting, Mark, the 2 Americans to go next. Both of them certainly with chances here, West and Gustafsson.
Well, we know how good the Americans are on their home track. You know, Tucker West, such a competitor, fierce competitor. You see that very high line in curve 10 from Perestororin. And Johnny Gustafsson just so confident right now after last week. I'm really excited for these 2 athletes from the US in front of their home crowd and with great start numbers.
Tucker West from Ridgefield in Connecticut. 3 Olympic Games appearances. Course record holder here. His dad famously built him a wooden luge track in the backyard after the '02 Olympics, and his breakthrough in the World Cup was here in 2014. First US man to win a World Cup race in 17 years. Won again in 2016. He's got form down this course. He's done so much that is good. Can he perform here in 2025, Tucker West?
Good correction out of curve 3 for Tucker. Aggressive starter. Such a detail-oriented man as well. Straight into the green, 0.005 of a second, and the Devil's Highway. Complete blind shot into Shady.
Negotiates Shady pretty well, although a slight correction there from Tucker West, but he's still in those green figures here, but he wants to be a bit further clear than he is, just under 0.2 of a second for Tucker West. The target initially here is Andriy Manzi, the Ukrainian. West, I think, is going to beat that. He is over 0.2 ahead of Manzi, but we'll see how that time looks, firstly with Gustafsson and then beyond.
A shake of the head from Tucker. There's not many people that are harder on themselves than Tucker West, as Barrett holds himself to incredibly high standards. But look at this bravery, this courage, this position on the sled from Tucker West. Slightly bumpy through the top section, but then an inch perfect shot from 14 through to 17. Threads the needle through those chicanes, Tucker West. But we'll see how that time will stand up as we go down this start list.
Yeah, next his teammate, big smile from Tucker. Johnny Gustafsson, 5th in Park City, 5th here in 2023. Won the Nations Cup yesterday. So showing good speed, good form, was USA national champion at Lake Placid in 2019. Gustafsson is excellent technically and can produce real speed. His first target is his teammate Tucker West, and it's a good start here, it looks like anyway, from Gustafsson. Inside the time of Tucker West by 17 thousandths of a second. Now he really starts to quicken up.
He is building speed through the Devil's Highway, but he's dropped down. He's 1,000th of a second back from Tucker West. This is where the home team is so good through this labyrinth. 13 to 14, and through the chicanes he goes a little far right, deals with it well though through 17.
It's mighty close between the two of them. The time is still there for Gustafsson if he can make it up in the bottom part of this course as he swings round his second. Just outside West. USA 1 and 2 after 5 athletes have gone, and a shake of the head too from Johnny Gustafsson.
Now, it'll be interesting if we see the start again. We will. I think there was a mistake here on the start where it just cut away, just pulled into that left wall. Took a little bit longer to get in his sled. It's so important on such a flat ramp to build speed, to take down the track, to multiply. And then that high US line. It's a gutsy line going that high in 10, but it drops you out so nicely to 11 when you get it right.
Not quite only America, old chap. David Nörsler, the German, to come next. 6th in Park City, 9th here in 2023. 24 years of age, based in Oberhof. From Schmalkalden, from that part of Germany and part of the German Armed Forces sports system. And he's inside already. That time of Tucker West, a good sharp start from Nörsler, but already losing time on this top part of the course after a good start. Another who needs to pick up speed just outside the time at the moment of Tucker West.
That skid in the start curve really costing David Nörsler. He's a strong starter, but when you lose speed in the start curve like that, it's tough to get it back. He's a little late to 11, and high on the exit of 12, skids into 13.
And here comes Nörsler, over 0.2 outside the time of West. Looking again to pick up that speed in the bottom part of the course to set himself up for the second run. He's 5th. Nörsler 5th, only Peche behind him, and that is a disappointment for David Nörsler.
Well, it was a choppy labyrinth for Nörsler, but I think the damage was done in curve 1, and then out of curve 3. Here we see on the start. It's a solid start. He's a strong, strong man. But look at this. You see the ice spraying out of the back of the sled in curve 1. So flat through those top curves that that's just time. It's so difficult to get back. He put together a useful bottom of the track.
West leads. Gleischer now will go. Son of the 1997 World Championship bronze medalist Gerhard. Older brother of Nico. David will forever be known As being Olympic champion, the shock winner in Pyeongchang in 2018. Not known as a necessarily fast starter. He crashed out in Park City after coming 7th in Winterberg. That looked like a slightly wobbly start from him, but he's inside the time of West, so it was a good start from Gleicher. Appearances can be deceptive. Let's see how Gleicher navigates this top part of the course here at Lake Placid.
It's so interesting seeing that exit of 3, how the Americans drove it and how the rest of the world are driving it. It's where that home field advantage kicks in. As Nurster just losing time through this labyrinth. A skid into 12. So Gleicher just losing time through there and into 17.
You can see the time going, can't you, for David Gleicher? Those little mistakes just costing him. Another tiny one there, another small skid from Gleicher as he heads now over the finish line, but he picked up time on the bottom part of the course. Wow. Great sliding right at the end of his run, and Gleicher does go into the lead here.
That was fantastic from David Gleicher through the bottom of the track. You see him skidding into 12 here. And this is where it looked like the run was probably over in terms of getting past Tucker, but look at that position going into 14 as well. He arrested that skid, stopped the damage, and then accelerated through those bottom curves. David Gleicher, a deserved first place run.
Next up is Gintz Berzins. He's going to be excited. Next up in the World Cup in the new year, born in Sigulda. Youth Olympic champion in Lausanne in 2020. 7th in Beijing. Still only young. Still only going in one direction, Gintz Berzins. 8th in Winterberg, 10th in Park City. Looking to get closer to that podium here in Lake Placid. That's a good start from Gintz Berzins inside the start time of Gleicher. Can he build on that here, Berzins, as we look for this second split? He can build on it. Over 1/10 of a second better than the time at the moment of David Gleicher.
8 to 9 is smooth. A little late into Shady, but it's a nice flat line through Shady. He's got a good shot into 11, setting himself up well for the labyrinth, but then hits before 13. Still in the green and skidding into 17.
You can just see how it set him off his course, can't you? Can he make up the time now? He's still struggling to hold on here, Berzins. What a shame. Such a good-looking run, and the mistake cost him, and he's down in 6th. And it is one of those head-in-hands moments for the Latvians, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you see here in 12, just getting picked up on the exit. Just went in a little bit too parallel. And that just throws you across to 13 when you carry all that height to the exit. And he handled this well, because you see that angle that he was thrown into that wall at, going airborne, but managing probably not to lose too much time with such a big mistake on the entrance to 17. But the sled a good 20 centimeters off the ground there.
Timon Grancagnolo's next from Oberwiesenthal. They're always asked for their hobbies. He listed his as building Lego. I'm not sure if he means that or not. Someone's going to have to ask him at some point. Grancagnolo trying to build something special here, maybe. Looking to beat that start time of Gleicher, and he's outside it. We could see that he went very high on that first turn at the start, Grancagnolo. You can see them lose time sometimes. The mistakes are so evident. So in the red, but plenty of time to try and pick up speed and put it right. Managed to pick up a little bit of that time, Grancagnolo, as he chases down Gleicher here.
He goes so fast through the Devil's Highway from the men's start as he negotiates Shady into 11. Big skid into 12 though, keeps it together, keeps the shoulders back, and just rides that chicane into 17.
Doing well to hold on to things at the moment, Grancagnolo. Gleicher is the target. Grancagnolo's well off, I think. 6th, over 3/10 behind. Another disappointment. So right now, Gleicher leads from West from Gustafsson. Andre Manzi will be a happy man at the moment. He's in 4th, but big names to come now.
There's that skid into 12, just throwing him up high in the exit. Absorbs the bump into 13. It's a great shot through 17, isn't it? With that transition to 18. Would be interesting to see that start as well. It looked like he pulled himself into the left wall on the ramp as well, which would have taken a couple of tenths off for sure.
No, those of you with a working knowledge of German will understand he wasn't too happy. Dominik Fischnaller. Emily slipping out of that top three yesterday in dramatic fashion. What about Dominik? Crystal Globe winner 3 seasons ago. 32 years of age now. Let's see if he can pick up speed. It's a poor start from Fischnaller, but now he goes into the green. Motionless right now on that sled.
This is where the timing, the smoothness of Fischnaller, technically one of the best sliders, if not the best on the tour. Just moves so perfectly with that sled. As he goes through the labyrinth, 12 is good, 13's good, and he's still in the green, into the straightaway, into the compression.
It's a really good run, this, from Fischnaller. Just see the elegance and the style on that sled. It's surely going to be good enough to overtake Gleischer. No! He lost time down at the bottom. He's right in the race, of course, but 5 thousandths outside.
Wow, that little skid out of the finish curve was certainly one part that would have cost that 5 thousandths, but that curve 3 was just as good as any American's done it today. And then flat, aerodynamic down the straightaway. Incredible shot that. And as you say, Dave, very much in the running. Look how close those times are. 11 thousandths between first and third.
Now, Leon Felderer, who was third in Park City, and we saw all of the emotion, chair of the FIL Athletes Commission, so extremely popular man. That was a really great story, and they won that team relay as well. It was a glory weekend for him and for Italy. But now he has to restart. None of that means anything right now. So here goes Felderer. Chasing down Gleischer, who leads his teammate Fischnaller, who is currently in second. Felderer 7th fastest from that start.
That start curve so difficult for the visiting athletes. Just see 3 pushing him across to the left wall. He's only 200ths back though. This is a tricky section though through here. Big skid into 8, gets it back together for Shady. It's a high line through Shady and late into 11. Still losing time down the track as he negotiates 14.
Yeah, you can see that time going, can't you? Nearly 3 tenths behind here. Felderer needs a very, very fast finish to keep himself in the race. I don't think he's going to overhaul Gleischer here, but can he just stay relevant? He can't really. Down to 10th, only Petche behind him. You can see what Armin Zergler thinks of it. That's a poor run from Leon Felderer, and I know we're talking split seconds all the time, but within that context, it's slow from Felderer.
You see that big loop in curve 7. Saw that ice coming off the back of the sled, and that top section so difficult when you make a mistake up there. See, just falling off 12 there as well. Lots of small mistakes adding up for Leon Felderer, but those ones at the top really costing him time.
Doesn't look too disconsolate. I think you've got to have that attitude when you're a luge athlete, though, when the margins are so tiny. You can be disappointed, but you can't beat yourself up too much. Christos Apiods was 6th here in 2023, 13th in Park City. But this guy is capable. 5th in Beijing. Can he peak at the Olympic Games again in Milan Cortina? Let's see what his start time is like. It's good from Apiods, inside the time of Gleischer, the Second fastest start we've seen so far comes from the Latvian, the son of Ivar, the brother of Kendija, luging in the family here. And it's a good start from Apiods.
Still in the green at this point and building on that time. His edge of the seat stuff through the top labyrinth, though. Bouncing on. 12-13, good, but a big skid into 13. Gets it back under control for 14, and a straight shot through for 17.
Great adjustment then from Apiods into the last 5 seconds of his run. It's the milliseconds that matter, though. Apiods leads. And how he leads as well. That is very, very quick. 50.954. First athlete to go under 51 today.
That was a great run. You see 3, though, he comes right up onto the left wall, keeps his calm. It was a good start as well. And then that little skid into 13, falling out. And you just watch these small mistakes and you think, what can he do on run number 2? Because that was lightning quick. And there were a couple of decent-sized mistakes he made.
Guess who's next? Super quick, Jonas Müller, the winner in Park City. Form here as well. Second in 2023. Big man, great power. Favorite really to win every race he's in. What can Müller do now? Our World Cup leader gets his first run in these men's singles underway. All eyes on Jonas Müller. So big, so powerful. As he gathers speed, he is so dangerous. Needs to negotiate the technical part. Now he picks up speed, and he's going well at the moment here, Müller.
Well, Jonas Müller take a bow for that curve 3 exit. The best we've seen so far. As he goes round Shady, dives out into 11. And this crucial 12-13 transition makes it light work. And along the straightaway, but onto that little chicane that's tripped up so many of our athletes.
Doesn't trip him up, though. Müller still in green. Remember, Apiods was very, very quick indeed. Oh, Müller's just outside him, but he's right in the race, of course. But Apiods shows just how quick he was. Müller does not overhaul him.
Well, after that top section, which was just perfect, see him come out of 10 here, just going a little late to 11. That makes the labyrinth, it just makes the labyrinth that little bit more difficult. And you just see there, him just getting pushed late into 17, handled it really well, but probably had to do more work than he would have wanted to down that straightaway. Remember, every time you steer, every time you correct, you cut the ice and slow yourself down.
Must be funny sometimes, because you know about these minor mistakes, but you don't always know how fast you're going. He almost looked a bit surprised there, Müller, as if he thought he was going to look up and be in the lead. Nico Gleicher, the Austrian soldier, to go next. Third here, just behind Müller in 2023. 8th he was last time in Park City after finishing 4th in Winterberg, a track that he really likes, Nico Gleicher. How's he going to get on again here with Lake Placid? As I said, he's got good form down here. Likes these fast tracks. At the moment, he's just outside the time of Apiods, but only just.
5-6, good timing, dancing through those top curves. Only 18 thousandths of a second back from Apiods. So that's a little bit of a skid into 12, but sets himself well up for 13 and 14. Now here's the straight shot, and it is.
Look how straight he goes. So impressive the way he recovered that little skid that Mark pointed out. There's another there. Will it affect him as he comes around the final curve? It will. He's into third, Nico Gleicher, behind only Apiods and Müller.
Well, pretty run through the top, moving the shoulders, keeping soft, soaking up the bumps. But here we see just that long skid into 12, costing him, actually set himself quite nice for 13. But as we saw earlier, when you skid into the curve like that, it's like pulling on the handbrake. You lose so much speed. So you see these athletes at the top of the track, at the top of the leaderboard, have got so much to build on for the second run.
Next up, Wolfie Kindl. The busiest man in Lake Placid. He's the busiest man everywhere. The 37-year-old from Innsbruck. And that Eagles club is hoping for a home start to this World Cup season, but he didn't get that. He's looking to medal in all 3 events at Milan Cortina. Looking here, though, to negotiate as a singles athlete this Lake Placid course. Already he's behind our leader, Christos Apiots, whose time looks better and better with every run, and Kindl already over 1/10 of a second outside of it here.
But one of those certainties in luge is that Wolfie Kindl is always so fast in the bottom of the track. He holds so many speed records, holds the speed record in held the speed record in Whistler for many years. But it may have left himself too much to do, but he's stabilized the time.
You see him right down that straight, a really good line there, a little bit high there, and Kindl charges round the final turn for 3rd. Goodness me, Apiots was quick because Kindl flew down the second part of that course. He's right in it.
He really did fly, Dave. Absolutely right. That was his 12. Little high on the exit, but not bad at all. We saw so many doubles come unstuck there. That little bit of extra speed that you get from men's start can make that labyrinth run a little smoother as well. But Kindl, as you say, right in there, just a 10th back.
Max Langenhan won here. The last time there was a World Cup event here in 2023. 3rd in Winterberg, 2nd in Park City. World champion. Will be one of the favorites for Olympic gold. Of course he will in February. Langenhan prepares. And now Langenhan goes here. First run for Germany. He is so consistent, Langenhan. And he's quick right from the start. Up on Apiots, and the 3rd fastest start of the day. He's a very fast starter, Langenhan. So that's no great surprise.
Driving with great confidence, 5-6 into 7. Keeping the position, just getting thrown up a little bit on the exit there, but into shady and looking good as he negotiates the beginning of the labyrinth into 12, high on the exit, but gets away with it, and into 14.
Yeah, it's a good recovery, wasn't it? He went airborne momentarily, Langenhan, and he's still well up here, 0.04 of a second. We know how fast Apiots was in the bottom part of the track, though. What about Langenhan inside him? Inside him by just over 0.03 of a second, so Germany lead, Apiots in 2nd. Langenhan produces when it matters.
Well, that bottom section, hope we get to see that again as well. 17, 18, 19. He was so smooth through there, but very high in the entrance of start curve. You see the skid, and that's where he was airborne ever so slightly, but kept his calm, soaked up the bump, and put down the great run, 50.92 for Max Langenhan, and a very well-deserved 1st place.
Only 3 runs so far, under 51 seconds.
15.
Our top 3. Can Felix Lock, the Winterberg winner, legend of the sport, 3-time Olympic champion twice in men's singles in Vancouver and Sochi. Feels like the light might be fading, but the win in Winterberg tells you it isn't. That was a mistake at the start, though, from Lock, and it's cost him time. Only the 6th fastest start so far for Felix Lock. A surprise to see someone as experienced as him making a mistake like that. Can he pick up the time? Can he stay in it as he heads down the course? He's picked up a little bit of it here.
He has, and he's got experience on this track. This is where some of the older athletes really make hay in Lake Placid, because they haven't had many training runs. But look at this, look at these splits. He's absolutely stabilizing it. Just 300ths back and a good labyrinth into the compression.
And he goes inside Langenhan. He's showing some real veteran style. Felix Lok stays in the green around that final turn to lead. And after the start he had, there's so much improvement there. That is just outstanding from Felix Lok.
To give you an idea of how fast this track is, he's just a couple of tenths outside the track record as well. And from Felix Lok, after that big mistake on the start, this is where that relaxation really works on the sled, soaking up the bumps. Tough to stay relaxed at 125 kilometers an hour. But Lok rolling back the years there and putting himself in a great position.
Now we head for the other Nations Cup qualifiers. So often, not always, but often, we say the top 5 now remain that way. So it could be Lok leading going into the second run, but it doesn't always happen like this. But just to flag that up for you at home, Sokovic came 6th in the Nations Cup. Top 5 get to go first. 6 down to the final qualifier in 17. In fact, 20 Hyman go next. 13 remain. This is Mateusz Sokovic, part of that Polish squad that came 4th in that team relay in Winterberg, had us excited for a while.
Just losing time through the top curves. Just micro errors from Sokovic, but a good run, clean run, little late though, going into shady as he sets himself up for 11. Little skid into 12, but sets himself well up for 13. Good bottom section from Sokovic, and good into 17 as well.
Still outside the time, well outside the time of Lok. Where's he headed? The target has to be top 20. It's top 20 at the moment, but will it stay that way? 16th for Sokovic.
Well, we saw him losing time through the top curves. Those top curves so technical. This is curve 3. See the steels trying to bite there with that skid out of 3 and staying off that left wall means a lot of work. This is a skid into 12 as well. Actually set himself quite nicely up for 13 with that skid. But unfortunately, that costs so much time. Sokovic. But if he makes that top 20, he'll get a chance to do it again.
Yeah, that's really the target. Here's Alex Falazzo. The Australian crashed out in the second run. I say crashed out, crashed in the second run in Park City and recovered. Made a massive mistake, finished 19th in the end. Be wrong to say he didn't finish, but you know what I mean. He was well behind. 30 years of age, Australia's first triple Olympic luger from Queensland. Nice to be talking about an Australian in sport that doesn't play cricket right now. Falazzo in front of Lok's time at the start as well. Our 4th fastest start. Great opening here from Alex Falazzo.
Little tap before 3, but it shouldn't cost him too much. Alex Falazzo going through these top curves. Now this is like a home race for Alex. He's in a partnership with the US this year, so he'll be getting lots of good coaching, home track coaching here. As he negotiates 12, little skid into 12, very high on the exit. Manages to stick the landing though as he goes into the compression and into 17.
Still going well for Falazzo. That was an obvious error, wasn't it, as we head into the final 5 seconds. He goes high again there, Falazzo. But now he comes round that final turn, 11th for Falazzo. Pretty much guarantees him top 20. He'll be delighted with that, but he, like every slider, will know he's left something out there.
Really well. This is that mistake before 3. See him just drift towards the wall. And then that skid, very high line, almost airborne off the end of 12. Manages though to stick the landing. And Falazzo looking good for a second run, absolutely. And maybe, just maybe, squeezing into the top 10.
Yeah, would give himself a chance, wouldn't he? Matt Greiner next from Park City. 18th there, which I think is a disappointment, but famously loves fast tracks. He's got one here. 6'1", big fella. Can Greiner force his way into that top 10? He's more than capable. Let's see how he starts here. Only 20th fastest from the start, the slowest start we've seen so far from Greiner. More dangerous the further he gets down the course. Uses his size to good effect, Greiner. Let's see.
Such a smooth top section from Greiner. Very, very smooth slider as well. But a big mistake going into 10. Just saw him clip that left wall. Managed to get away with it though in 12-13. Just having to put the feet down through 13 as well. Into the compression. This is not going well for Greiner through the bottom section. He's half a second back.
Yeah, you're looking for those clean lines, and there aren't too many here from Greiner. Around that final turn, 19th, but only Peche, who we saw have nightmares slower than him. And it's hard to see Greiner ending in that top 20 here. Disappointment again for Matt Greiner. Too many mistakes.
That was that mistake. Just tagging the wall there. And then high on the exit of 12, which has been so challenging for so many of our athletes. And then through the compression, you saw him just go across the right-hand wall. You know he was charging, you know he was going full send there. Matt Greiner, home track, huge opportunity for the lad, and hopefully makes the second run.
Kasper's Rinks has seen Bots and Plumer outstanding in that men's doubles. He's also seen Berzins go okay, and Apayod's right up there at the moment. So Cassis, who crashed out in his first run at Park City, trying to banish those bad memories. Here he goes, Kasper's Rinks. What about the start? You could see the mistake that he made. It was clear it's the slowest start that we've seen so far. And already you put yourself under pressure, and that's a poor line as well. You saw that bump into the left wall there from Rinks. Already over half a second outside the time of Felix Lock. This is a really ragged top part of the course so far from Kasper's Rinks.
There's two expensive mistakes. Hoping to find some redemption in the labyrinth. Very late into 13. He gets away with it, and it's a straight shot. He's doing everything he can to find something through the bottom section.
Well, Greiner was over a second behind in 20th. Rinks is going to go past him, but not past many. 19th at the moment. And there's some quality still to come, and I'm not sure Rinks is going to have a place in that top 20. A quick question about the start, Mark, if you don't mind. Surely the mistakes at the start, they're more avoidable than other errors, aren't they? You should have that planned in your head, and to do that, it's a really bad mistake, isn't it? Or am I reading that wrong?
No, it is. It's an expensive mistake, but you're dealing with one big lever in your back to power the sled forward, and then you're straight away changing to two independent levers with your arms. So they have to hit the ice at exactly the same time to get the sled to go straight. So we're seeing a few athletes pull into the left wall here as they try to get early to start curve.
See, when you explain it like that, it makes every bit of sense. Anton Dukac of Ukraine, 13th in Winterberg, but in that fuller field in Park City, didn't make the second run. His start certainly better than that of Kasper's Rinks, but in the red right from the start. But remember, with these athletes, they're looking for top 20, and they're looking for a place in that second run. That has to be the ambition. Just over a tenth of a second behind at the moment. Anton Dukac here.
Well, it's a rough top section for Dukac, but he hasn't lost too much time. He's only 2/10 back as he goes in through the labyrinth, but a big hit before 13 has to drop the feet into the compression out of 14. dives out of 14, so much speed.
Well, that cost him time. We saw the error, nearly half a second behind at the moment, Ducach. The question is where it takes him. Takes Greiner out of the top 20, takes Rinks to 20th, puts Ducach in 19th, but I think there's still enough who are going to finish ahead of him here, enough quality in this field. Anything up to 15th now, I think you're safe in the top 20, but I think Ducach is going to struggle.
See that parallel entrance to 12, just costing him, throwing him up on the exit. Now this is a great shot, isn't it? You see how the steels interact with the ice, with each little drive, how much ice you cut.
8 athletes to go. The next, the youngster, sort of, 23, Hunter Harris, young talent from Team USA. Still says it's really surreal to be part of all of this. 24th in Park City in the end. Hopes for better here. Wasn't sure about that start, and only 19th fastest from the start. Hunter Harris needs to settle himself here. Technical racer, good on tricky setups. Does he have the base speed here, Harris? Almost 2/10 down on lock right now.
Well, it was a glorious curve 3 from Hunter Harris. Every inch the home athlete looking through there as he dives out of 10 into the labyrinth. Little skid into 12, but sets himself well for 13 as we go the straight shot. Isn't that beautiful? 14 to 17.
Yeah, great picture that. Gives you a real idea of the line that they're taking as well. And Harris 20th. 20th with 7 still to go.
Well, he's right on the cusp. And as you say, Dave, there's a lot of talent in this, dare I say, lower order. But there really is. See, high line in 17, but dives out into 18, keeps the position. And look at that position from 18 to 19. Just total commitment from Hunter Harris. Total courage. Great sliding.
Weston Gustafsson, 9th and 10th at the moment. At the moment, Locke leads, Langenhan 2nd, Apoyod's 3rd. Jonas Muller's 4th, Opie Kindle 5th. That's where we are right now. Alex Gufler to go next. The police officer from South Tyrol for Italy. 12th in Park City, wasn't there in Winterberg. 12th too in that Olympic test event. So someone who really should be finishing in the top 20 and making their way into the second run here.
Alex Gufler, a little bit ragged through the top. I think what you said about the start, Dave, absolutely correct. They're pulling left. Oh, big skid through the top as well, out of 7. But gets it back together for 10. They're pulling left because they're so desperate to get early into that start curve. But he's putting together a useful labyrinth here as he goes into 14.
Yeah, mistakes at the top, but managing to recover some of them here, Gufler. I reckon he needs to be 17, 18, something like that to give himself a chance at the top 20. Where is he? He's 20th. So now with 6 athletes to go, he is the one right on the cusp. Harris is gone, Rinks is gone, Greiner's gone. We knew Peche was gone.
That was the mistake up top, out of curve 6 and curve 7. And it's just so difficult once the sled starts breaking away like that to get it back, because those curves, they come thick and they come fast. And he did a good bottom section here, though, from 14 through to 17, but damage was done through that upper labyrinths, 5, 6, 7.
Josef Ninis then, the Slovakian. Didn't finish in Park City, but was 8th after the first run. Very, very capable slider, Ninis. Again, tempted up that left wall at the start, trying to find that perfect line. Another slow start. It feels at the moment like they're all falling into that same trap from the start.
Well, it's a great curve 3 from Ninis. He's giving himself every chance here these 2/10 back. And he's skidding through this top labyrinth, needs to get it right into Shady. High line through Shady, got to get himself set up for this labyrinth now, and he does. 12 to 13, little tap.
Lost a bit of time, it's now 6/10 exactly. He still has a chance though. Might just be a better split than some of the others here, but Ninnis, I think, with a mistake there, might have lost time. He has. So hanging on is Gufler. 5 to go. That's a shame from Ninnis.
That really is so much experience. Joseph Ninnis, the elder statesman of the Luge Tour. You see this high, scary line through 10, diving out. Made a good job of it. As you say, this is such a sport of experience, and needing to use all that experience out of 10, and also here from 14 through to 17.
Track is clear to start one.
If you're Alex Gufler right now in 20th, you're starting to think I might have a chance here, I think. It feels like the track might just be slowing up a bit. Repilov, another of the neutral athletes, making his first World Cup appearance of the season. What can he do? 15th from the start, which certainly isn't the worst we've seen in the last few runs.
Just dabbing a foot out of 3, Repilov. Shouldn't cost him too much. It gave him a nice line through into 4. And putting together a useful run through the upper labyrinth.
Already just over 2/10 behind Locke, but that doesn't matter. Locke's the leader. Big slide there from Repilov. Skid that he manages to correct though, as he comes down now towards the climax.
Just bouncing into 17. Getting thrown around by those chicanes. Finish curve looks good though, crosses the finish line into 17th place for the neutral athlete.
And that will be enough unless the next 4 all go quicker, which feels unlikely. That knocks Gufler out.
There's that power slide into 12. The athlete's trying to get early to 12. 11 doesn't send you there naturally. So sometimes you have to give it a little bit of help to get it across. But when you do that, it's very tempting, and the sled can just break away from you, and we're seeing that happen.
Just when everything was going well, he gets a red light. Repilov. Now, Valentin Cretu. That great run in the Nations Cup in Winterberg, and then in the singles, finished 12th in the end. 26th in Park City. Nations Cup has to be his way into the main event as it was here. Again, the target top 20, 17th as things stand at the moment.
Cretu through these top curves. Not bad sliding from Valentin. Again, lots of experience there.
As you've already said, not a bad day to be an experienced athlete, this. It counts for plenty. A little bit high there on the exit, but okay here from Cretu right now.
Yes,
Cretu coming down to the bottom
Cretu.
of the course, and he's not going to challenge that time of Locke, but 21st outside the top 20. Anton Ducatch, by the way, is the athlete clinging on to 20th.
Well, Cretu, the experience counting there. As you see him just out of 3 here, just coming so close to that left wall, but doing absolutely the right thing, keeping calm. But that late entrance to 12 costing him. He falls out of 12.
Popular guy.
Track is clear to
Svante.
1 for Svante Kempola of Sweden.
Here goes Svante Kahala then. Brother of Tove. Saw her go in the women's singles. He was 24th in the Olympic test event. He'll be looking for a top 20 place here. He's a very, very capable slider, Svante Kahala. Ready into the red against that time of lock, and he went really high there. Does well to recover it. Just thrown his momentum a bit though, Kahala. He's already nearly half a second behind lock. That's okay if he can pick up time on the bottom part of the course here, but he isn't doing. Nearly 8/10 outside that time of lock. Looking for a little bit of extra time here if he's going to make that top 20. He isn't. 27th means he's level with Peche. That's a poor run from Svante. Bearing in mind, Peche made that massive mistake, and he could only match that time. His fellow Swede to come in a moment. Moberg's only 2 sliders to go. Ducatch is looking pretty good at the moment in 20th. Poor old Valentin Cretu just outside him. Bare margins. Yeah, Kahala knows that wasn't good.
Track is clear to start 1 for Rasmus Moberg of Sweden.
So Rasmus Moberg. Only 2 athletes can knock Felderer and Ducatch out of that top 20. That's what we've come down to now. And here goes Rasmus Moberg, 31st in that Olympic test event. And he has become a kind of 20s and 30s athlete. Top 20 really, and featuring in that second run would be a bonus for him, certainly. Some decent lines here, though, and he's picking up speed, Moberg. A little bit high there and a bit bumpy on the exit from 12. Moberg now, we look down this straight and we look for the speed there. It wasn't bad from him. We seem to have lost our clock at the moment. Moberg went airborne momentarily. Now, where has this taken him? Moberg looks very serious right now.
Well, that's interesting, Dave. I'm looking at the live ticker.
I'm looking at the same thing.
So we could be looking at a rerun here for Moberg. But he's down as a 41.6, which would have been lightning. As you just see into the start curve, that mistake and that high line through 12 on one runner out of 12. What you know with this Swedish athlete, so is all you get is full commitment. What I love about watching Rasmus is his start. He is so aggressive on the start.
Well, we'll tell you about what's happened with the timing there, because we don't have timings. As Mark said on our live ticker, he's leading, but I don't think he is. It didn't feel like a run that was that quick. And here's Andre Hyman, Czech athlete, to go last. We'll wait and see if Moberg needs a rerun there, but this will be Hyman still. Oh no, we have a clock back now. Hyman in the red right now. It's not a full clock, as it were, but it gives us an idea of just how Hyman is doing.
Well, big mistake out of 3 for Hyman, but he dealt with it really well, kept it off the wall. And the labyrinth, a little choppy, but not bad at all from Hyman. This is where he needs to find something, though, through that tricky chicane section.
See what he's found. Hyman closing in. It's going to be well outside, 27th for Hyman. And we will wait to see what official time they give Rasmus Moberg. Felix Lock leads the way right now. Not officially, he doesn't. In fact, he does. They've updated the times now. Moberg is 28th, Hyman 26th. So in the end, Ducatch did hang on to 20th. Felderer hung on in 19th. And in that second run, which will not be too far away, Well, the big stories, 4 Austrian athletes all bunched from 7th to 4th. Appeyod's with a dream first run to be in 3rd, and then Langenhan being beaten once again by his teammate Felix Loch. Will it be Winterberg all over again? Felix Loch certainly hopes so. And well, what a great second run we have to come here. It's so tight, the times between them. We've got plenty of potential winners there. Great run from Alex Falazzo as well. 11th he is, so every chance of a top 10. The 2 Americans, 9th and 10th. Hunter Harris missing out. So too, again, disappointingly for him, did Matt Greiner. So that's where we stand after our first run of the men's singles. Loads of action still to come from Lake Placid. Most pertinently, the second run, of course, to decide the men's singles as they start to spritz the track down there. And then we will have the mixed singles and doubles to round off a big, big, long day in Lake Placid. There's that glorious view. We'll let the spritzing continue, and we'll be back for the second run of the men's singles in round about 25 minutes' time. We shall see you then.
1 minute warning. Track is clear to start 1 for Anton Dukak of Ukraine.
Get away from him there. He's okay. He's sitting up, shaken. Another deep breath, but he'll be fine. But this was a big mistake. There.
So high on the exit of 18. When that happens, you just run out of curve. It's such a short curve at such high speed. And you see him take a big hit there. Crosses the finish line with his sled. Is he in sliding position? We'll see. But desperately bad luck for Dukak because, as you say, you're literally a passenger when you're that high on the exit of 18. There's nothing you can do, and you barrel roll off the end of it. I'm just glad to see he looks okay after that huge crash.
And just clarify, if you don't mind, that rule for us, that you have to be in a sliding position as you cross the line.
Very open to interpretation. The important thing is to be in contact with the sled, and we'll see what the jury decide. Felderer looking on. We'll pause on the track, so there'll be a 2-minute wait for the next athlete. As they clear the track, make sure the track's safe after the crash. Get everything out of the track.
I mean, if you were being awkward about things, and I don't want to be, if the athlete's still sliding, then they're in a sliding position, aren't they? But I can see what you mean. I can see how a phrase like that is open to interpretation. I'm sure we'll get plenty of experience of that over the course of the season. And judging from your world weariness, you've already had plenty.
Track is clear to start 1 for Leon Felder of Italy.
So after the little delay, Felderer will go. The moment Ducati's time of 55.507 has been registered, so it will count for now. Here is Felderer, who was third in Park City. He's not going to achieve third here, but how high can he go? His start slower than Ducati, but now he quickens up. Ducati's problems, of course, all came in 17 and 18, right down at the bottom of the course.
No, Leon Felder is a class act, rolling the shoulders in that classic Italian style. A little bit late into 10, very high as he dives out into 11, sets himself up for the labyrinth. It's a big skid up to the roof and he's off. Still got the sled. Can he get back on the sled? This is where he has to fight.
He looks sore to me. Yeah, he's looking at that right hand, that right forearm. I don't think he's got any wish to get back on the sled here. Instantly you saw him wince and look down, so isn't sport a great leveler after what happened last weekend? And our opening two athletes here crashing.
See, up to the roof, and then that impact. And his shoulder slamming into that right-hand wall. Managing to keep hold of his sled. But a big hit for Felderer. Again, a tough, tough man. He doesn't wince if he doesn't mean it. And you got to think, he's still probably going at a good 70 kilometers an hour there. And he's off the sled.
Well, good to see that he's okay. Good to see he's okay. Do we read anything into this, Mark, in the early stages? First two athletes, I know Ducati finished, but crashing out. Does it mean it's very quick, particularly treacherous, anything like that?
Well, that's it. The fresh spritz will speed up the track for the first 5 or 6 athletes. He looks all right, doesn't he? And yeah, you see that sometimes when you have that fresh spritz, it gives you a bit more grip. That extra speed can throw the athletes off.
Another delay. Sokovic in line to go. Repilov, the athlete, waiting there. Must be unsettling. Well, you'd know. Top of the run, and someone's just crashed. Can't be easy psychologically.
Those 2 minutes, they tick by second. It's like watching a kettle boil.
Yep. All right. Track is clear.
Yep, in here, track is clear. So Mateusz Sokovic with the advantage over Ducati. If he finishes, he's going to be leading. Sokovic, I think we'd be fairly sure of that. It's a question of what kind of time he can produce. Can someone finish the course in regular fashion here? Ducati, his time still at the top, and Sokovic quicker than anyone so far. The problems have come a little further down as we head into the Devil's Highway and beyond here. For Mateusz Sokovic, you can see just how quick it is.
Together a good top section, Sokovic. Great first three as well. Late into 10. Lines himself well up for 11. Gets that cross to 12. That's the way to do it. 12 to 13, 14. Just beautiful from Sokovic.
Look as he gathers speed here. He's going to beat the time of Ducati, but it's a question of what the time is. A little slide there from Sokovic. Good recovery, 1:43.380. Don't read anything into the nearly 4 seconds advantage. That's because Ducati crashed pretty much and slid over the line. The Sokovic happy to be in this top 20. We'll see how good that time is as things develop.
He went very high past the women's start into curve 4. Threw him a little early to 5. And this is such a great shot through the finish curve. Stretching out, squeezing every last bit of aerodynamics out of the sled and out of his body. Sokovic with a wonderful, wonderful labyrinth.
So now, time for Pavel Repilov. The neutral athlete, slow start here from him, compared at least to Sokovic as we build towards The real drama here in Lake Placid, still the early starters in our second run. Felix Lok, the German veteran, leads the way just from his teammate Max Langenhan. That's what we're building towards. That was high and awkward from Repelov. Did well to correct that, but it's cost him time.
Neutral athlete skidding into 12. And getting it back for that big hit. Just taps into 17, goes very high in the entrance. It's still in the green at this point.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Is Repelov going to get past the time of Sokovic? He is. He is by over 1/10 of a second. Of course, he had something in reserve going into it, but even though he's not happy with the run, Repelov, for the time being anyway, takes the lead.
This is Repelov going so high in that curve. And that is a tough place to be when you're on the top of the track, because you know you're coming up to curve 10. Such a big curve, you don't want to go too high. And then here we see these chicanes. It's a great shot of them. Completely misses the second chicane, which would have given him a little push back into the curve. And that's what sent him so late into curve 17.
David Nörsler, the German, further down than he would like to be here. 9th here back in 2023, was hoping for something like that, was 6th in Park City after finishing 10th in Winterberg. He's going to need to produce a really good second run to get anything near that. He's up on Repelov, but then again, he was from the start nearly 2/10 in front, though. Nörsler may be about to set a good mark here.
It's Nörsler building time here. He had an interesting line out of 3. Very high, dives out of 10 into 11, gets that cross to 13, and it works well for him. Putting together a great run through the bottom section. It's a straight shot to 17 through the chicanes.
Yeah, we look for that speed there, don't we? And we saw it certainly from Nörsler. At the moment, this looks really, really good from the German. Well clear, over half a second clear of Repelov. That's an outstanding run from Nörsler.
This is a quick track, and Nörsler really throwing down a competitive marker. Almost an identical mistake onto the start that he made on the first run. Just so desperate to get in early to curve 1. And just clipping the left wall on the ramp as we see him go through 17 to 18 here. Went a little late to 18, but I think he'll be much happier with that run. And he's going to be proud of a job well done.
Would have been 10th in the first run with that time. That's always a good way, I think, of looking at it, at where it might place him, about how it puts pressure on athletes above him. Now, Gins Berzins, the 23-year-old from Latvia, enjoys playing beach volleyball in his downtime. A long way from beach volleyball in these conditions here. Just watch that green. That's the time of Nörsler, which we felt was really quick. That's his combined time. Berzins inside of it by just over 1/10 of a second right now.
Do love that low line. He took from 4 to 5. Gave him a really lovely line, but very, very late into 10. Had to put the feet down. Top section was good, but that mistake could cost him as he slides into 12 and also slides into 13.
Yeah, just looks a little bit clumsy, doesn't it, from Berzins, and he's lost a little bit of time, just 0.03 of a second better than Nörsler. Berzins still in the green, but another small error there takes him into the red. Berzins is not going to do it. Just lost a little measure of control in the bottom part of the course. Nörsler still in front, Berzins into second. He'll be furious with himself.
He's really well. I mean, he really, really left it all out there, Berzins. That was right on the edge from top to bottom. You see him just go onto that chicane, and how that other chicane just gives you a little bit of direction, but he has to push it in to 17. He had a scary line as well. Just before curve 10, managed to get away with it. But Berzins will be kicking himself for an opportunity missed there.
Next up, the 22-year-old from Saxony in Germany, Timon Grancagnolo. 9th in both Winterberg and Park City, starting the second run in 14th here, and he went high as he looked for that line at the start. Grancagnolo, he's lost time already against Nursler. Team on Gran Cagnolo, and he's into the red because he lost momentum right at the top of the course. Mistake there from Gran Cagnolo, and he's still outside the time of Nursler.
It is so technical, that start curve. We're seeing it for so many problems for our athletes. Good line into 10, though. This is more like it from Gran Cagnolo. Can he set himself up well for the labyrinth? Just gets thrown up in 11, skids into 12, but gets away within the 13.
We look for a nice straight run here, don't we? Didn't really see it there from Gran Cagnolo, still down on that time of Nursler. And Gran Cagnolo now looking increasingly desperate here, and he's third. Berzin's ahead of him, and Nursler still in front. Nursler with that outstanding time, 51.233. is going to march up this leaderboard.
A few of these athletes look like they're struggling for grip. Look at this, he gets thrown across there, tries to correct. The sled just breaks away. Those are those fine margins we talk about. You have to steer, you have to correct, but you do too much, and the sled skids away just like that.
Feels like a few of them are right on the edge trying to make time up here. Perez-Toronin, another of the neutral athletes, in 13th, a good first run. Repilov, his teammate, currently in 4th. Again, another who makes that error on the first turn. A highly technical turn, but he is 4th fastest in terms of the start, but only 4th of 6, remember. But he's in the green here in comparison to Nursler, but that's largely because he had that time in hand, down to 800ths of a second in front of him now.
I think we'll see further down the track how much that start curve's going to cost him. He's putting together a very useful 10, went very high in the entrance straight. Just has to set himself up for the labyrinth. High in the exit at 12. He's airborne. Manages somehow to stay on the sled and still gets a good shot into 17.
But it's cost him time. It's cost him so much time, surely. Perez-Toronin in the red. He's going to struggle to recuperate here. No, down to 4th. Nursler's march up the leaderboard continues here.
He was flying there. Out of 13, from 12 to 13. So you see that again. This is a very, very tricky top section from 5 to 6, which catches out so many of our athletes. But this was it, into 12, falls out and then hits almost off the sled. I think he was off the sled. Luckily landed back on the sled and posted a finish time. But that was high-octane stuff from the neutral athlete.
Well, to mere mortals who just sit and talk about this stuff, you'll have to explain to me one day how on earth he stays on the sled in that circumstance. Incredible balance and positive thinking in the moment. Now Manzi, who's quiet achiever here, isn't he? Starting in 12th, and his line at the start was predictably that little bit better, using all of his experience, so still maintaining that 10th of a second lead over Nursler. If he can use his experience well here, the Ukrainian, who knows, the top 10 might just beckon for him, because there are an awful lot of mistakes out there for others, and Manzi is unlikely to make too many, you would think.
Stable athlete. It's so good to see him do well here. He's losing time now from those little mistakes in the top labyrinth. But then 12-13, really good. That is classic Andre Manzi. Cool under pressure. Good into 17. He's stabilized the time.
He has. Still looks good enough at the moment. A little slide there, though. Maybe that's going to cost him, is it? As Manzi comes around the final turn, it has cost him 400ths outside the time of Nursler. And Nursler, at worst, is going to finish 12th, having been 16th in that first run. Just shows you what you can do if you fly down the track in the second run.
Andre Manzi is in such good form right now. He really is. He deserves a good result, and he's peaking at just the right time. Such an instinctive athlete and such a natural slider. Great to watch.
It's clear to start 1 for Alexander Longo.
Alex Felazzo the Australian, 11th after the first run. Wouldn't he love a leaderboard surge here? Just recovers that awkward angle at the start. He's got over 0.2 of a second, 1/4 of a second in command here over Nurser. He's got plenty of time to play with as he heads through the top part of this course at Lake Placid, but he's lost a bit of time already for Lazzo because we know just how quick Nursler was. Can Lazzo stay on the straight and narrow here?
Well, he's put together a great top section, the Devil's Highway, looking solid, looking composed, just falling off 12, but Lazzo into 14, going for the straight shot, just nicks the chicane, but it's good.
It's good, it's still green. Nursler's time there as Lazzo slides again. A little skid from him there, but it's still enough. Lazzo moves into the lead here. Nursler finally knocked off the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that was commitment from 18 to 19. Head hanging off the back of the sled. Lazzo through the top curves here. Looking like a semi-home athlete, as he is in his partnership with the USA. And that high diving line.
Come on.
Lazzo into first and knocking on the door of a top 10.
The way things are going, we'll be batting at 4 in Sydney. Johnny Gustafsson, 10th. We move into the top 10. Gustafsson will be followed down by Tucker West from Saranac Lake in New York. Trains here out of Lake Placid with USA Luge, so everything in his favor. Would love to get up near that top 5, Gustafsson. He's inside the time of Palazzo, but then again, we expected that from Gustafsson.
Johnny picking up time here. So high on confidence right now. He knows that top-level podium performances are well in his grasp on any track in the world. And it's a beautiful labyrinth from Johnny Gustafsson and straight down the middle into 17.
Yeah, it's really smooth, this noticeably so, as Gustafsson comes flying around this final turn, and he is well clear. He is well clear. Just under 0.3 quicker than Palazzo. Our fastest run, and the second run so far from Johnny Gustafsson puts him in pole position right now.
This was out of curve 3. I think that's why Johnny's shaking his head. He's so good out of that curve usually. But look at this from Johnny. Just so smooth through the bottom section as well. And he can be very proud of a job well done, and hopefully for him, he'll stay in that leader box for a little while, because I think he's putting down a very tough time to beat there.
Yeah, it feels that way, because Tucker West only had just over 0.04 of a second on Gustafsson. West, the more experienced athlete, the 30-year-old from Ridgefield in Connecticut, one of the anchors of this US squad. 3 World Cup wins, 10 World Cup medals. We know just how good this guy is. How is he time-wise? He's lost a little bit to Gustafsson, who was excellent on the top part of the course here. The challenge now between the 2 USA athletes.
Well, Tucker hasn't lifted his head yet. I think he's probably been looking down the track for about 5% of the track so far. He is leaving it all out there. Bounces a little bit onto 13, but it's fast. It's good from West. It's very good, and only 5 thousandths back.
Shows how good Gustafsson was, because West isn't doing a great deal wrong here as he heads round this final turn. West just outside by 0.06. Gustafsson, goodness me, he was quick. West into second, Gustafsson still leads.
Well, Tucker West, incredible body position, especially through those top curves. You see him just bumping onto 12 there. Uncharacteristic mistake from the local hero. And then down the straightaway, just having to take a peek here, but then gets back into that good aerodynamic form as he gets that straight shot, avoids the chicanes. He'll be disappointed in himself, but he shouldn't be, because he really, really gave it everything there, Tucker West. Such a wonderful competitor.
Big shake of the head. Dominic Fischnaller next. Needs to do the opposite of Emily and get better in the second run. Remember, she faded from first to fourth in the second run of the women's singles yesterday. Dominic now with 7 to go after him. If he can set a good time with that lovely, elegant, smooth, almost immobile style, well, who knows where that might take him.
Dominic looking good here. It was a good curve 3, 5, 6, 7 combination and smooth like butter through the Devil's Highway. As we go into 11, sets himself up a little late to 12, but deals with it very nicely as you expect from this slider, but a big skid into 14.
Super smooth though, gathering pace, Fischnaller. That Gustafsson time looks vulnerable right now as Fischnaller finishes. And Fischnaller leads with 7 to go. Gustafsson always knew, I think that was likely.
And that's the kind of sliding you expect from Dominic Fischnaller. Little details included in the thought process. Everything done to the millimeter and everything done with pure feeling and poise on the sled. You see that perfect position around the finish curve. It's a little adjustment. It's a great shot, that.
So we have a new leader, but we have 7 exceptional athletes to come, from whom the winner is likely to come. 5 thousandths of an advantage here for David Gleicher, his brother Nico to follow straight away, who is a further 8 thousandths in front. These are the tight margins, and there's a mistake at the start from David Gleicher. Although he's actually improved his advantage, because Fischnaller's start wasn't great either. Gleicher at the top of the course here is just outside now by 9 thousandths.
He's going to have to chase Fischnaller down now. Through the top section, through the Devil's Highway, into Shady. Just a tap before 11. This is going to make it super difficult for him. Manages to recover somehow as he goes into 14, out through the compression. But he's a 10th back.
It's one of those runs, you can just see him losing time. You can see the changes of direction. You can see that it's not really good enough. It's good enough only for 4th. He has dropped down, and still Fischnaller leads from Gustafsson and West. And that's a big disappointment for David Gleicher, who crashed out in Park City and doesn't crash out here, but is disappointing on the second run.
Hopefully we'll see that angle. This is in the upper labyrinth through the Devil's Highway. And then shortly we'll see what happened in 11 or not.
Six athletes to go here in Lake Placid. The men's singles crown up for grabs. 4 Austrians in a row, starting here with Nico Gleicher. We've just seen his brother David disappointing. Nico 3rd here back in 2023. He really enjoys sliding down this track, and he's showing it at the moment. Dominic Fischnaller leads the way. Exceptional 5 to come after Nico Gleicher. All he can do is set a time and then sit back and hope.
Yeah, David Gleicher earlier making that mistake in 11. Nico putting down a much better run here. Still in the green. It was a very, very smooth, rhythmic top section. A little high in the entrance to finish curve, but crosses the finish line into 1st place. Nico Gleicher ahead of Dominic Fischnaller with a competitive run there from the Austrian.
Only big names to come now. Kindle, Müller, Apperjos, Langenhan, Locke. Could Locke win again? Some story if he does.
It really would. He put down such a wonderful run, Felix Locke, on that first run. But Nico Gleicher chasing him down now and throwing down yet another very competitive marker.
Track is clear to start one for Wolfgang Kindle.
5 remain. Light fading, drama at Lake Placid. Wolfie, Kindle, and they're all within range of Felix Lok if things should go their way. Barely anything between them. Kindle just outside Nico Gleischer at the moment, but remember, Wolfie Kindle gets quicker the further down the course you go. His brilliant technique takes him there. He is so quick at the bottom part of the course. Let's see where he is on this split now with Nico Gleischer. Level with Gleischer, which is good for Wolfie here.
That's a good line to 11 as well. 12, a little heavy, but that's okay. Gets away with it, no skid there. And a straight shot, just using that chicane to nudge himself into 17.
Kindle in the green now, slightly awkward, but gets away with that and easily takes the lead. Over a 10th, that's an outstanding second run from Wolfie Kindle to give him now every chance. Fastest run we've had the second time around comes here from Wolfie Kindle.
Well, I had Wolfie down as my winner earlier in the week, having seen him in training. And that is the kind of form that you know he can produce at any time. Made a couple of mistakes on that first run. No such mistakes on that second run. A great run from Wolfie Kindle. And really putting pressure on the top four.
To put it into context, only one athlete has gone quicker than him in this men's singles competition, and that is our leader, Felix Lok. That's the second best time we've had today. Now then, Müller will be disappointed to be starting here in 4th, but he'll also know, the Park City winner, just how close this can be. Second here in 2023. Loves flying down flowing tracks, Müller. Loves getting quicker as he goes, loves using that build and that size, and that's what Müller is doing here, and he's in the green in comparison with Kindle.
Time slightly slipping away, but he's still got a good cushion. He's got a cushion of 1/10 of a second. 11-12 is good, and that transition, one of the better ones we've seen. Just has to use those chicanes to nudge himself into 17, does it well.
Through the chicanes and through 17 he goes. Müller with every chance of taking over here from Kindle, who was very quick down the bottom of the course, and Müller doesn't take over from Kindle. That's one down, Wolfie. With 3 to go, Müller's furious with himself.
Well, Jonas Müller, such tiny margins, 17 thousandths of a second. This was the mistake in 3. See, he had to make that huge correction for the entire straightaway to get in early to 4. And then went high in the entrance of the finish curve as well. And these uphill finish curves could be so cruel. Because when you've lost some time, it just multiplies that loss. And that's where those 17 thousandths of a second went. Tiny margins.
Christos Apayods, 3rd, wonderfully in that first run. What a chance this is for the 27-year-old from Sigulda. Remember, this is a high-class athlete. He was 5th in the Olympics in Beijing. 13th, though, in Park City after finishing 6th in Winterberg, going for his best results of the season so far. That time of Wolfie Kindle, but remember, Kindle got quicker and quicker as he went down the course in terms of the time comparison. So Apiot needs to be ahead of him, which he is at the moment by nearly 2/10 of a second.
Well, it looks like Krista's sled is right on the edge. You saw it with that correction out of 3. The sled hovercrafting down the straightaway. Tiny skids. Big skid into 13. Still in the green somehow by almost 1/10 of a second.
Lost half of that advantage time, though, Apiot, and we know how fast Kindle was through this part of the course. Apiot goes into the red when it matters most, and he's 3rd. And he's 3rd with 2 athletes still to go. Wolfie Kindle and Müller still lead the way. Kindle is guaranteed podium. Apiot blows his chance there.
Apiot rolling the dice. Really on the edge. in the sliding and in the setup, and you see the sled just get thrown up in the entrance there. This was the mistake in 17, that high entrance just threw him up probably 20 centimeters away from the roof and dropping him down to third.
Living on the edge, here's the world champion Max Langenhan. Watch that time, 0.147 to play with. Only his countryman Felix Loch to go. But this target is Wolfi Kindl. And he's already extended the advantage over Kindl, doubled it in fact, with what was a simply excellent start there from Langenhan. Let's take a look at this next split. Where is he now? Still good, still just under 0.3 of a second. Still, he's going quicker than Kindl did. But you've got to make up that time on Kindl down at the bottom of the course where he was lightning quick, remember.
Well, it's pretty stable right now as he enters the labyrinth. A little bit late to 12. Yes, he's gone high on the exit. Deals with it well. He goes into the straightaway. It's a good shot to 17, and he's still leading by 0.2.
0.2, but he's lost a little bit of time, Langenhan. And if that's compounded down the course, who knows as he comes to the finish. And he's done it. He did lose time. It's back to where he started, but Langenhan leads with only Felix Loch to go. Kindl, remember, guaranteed podium. Müller at the moment is in third. Just 36-year-old Felix Loch to go.
That was that mistake. In 12, you saw him just go a little late and parallel to 12. Well, that does it. It lifts the sled up, and then you just run out of curve. But Langenhan, being Langenhan, kept his cool, kept the sled on rails, and managed to stick the landing.
Great stuff. Builds to a climax now. Felix Loch goes for gold, goes for glory here at Lake Placid. The winner in Winterberg, 7th in Park City. Is it going to be 1-7-1? He's 7,000ths down on Langenhan. Already lost time, but now he goes green. Now he gets into that familiar rhythm here, Felix Loch.
Well, it looks like Felix might have clipped the wall on the start there, clipped that left wall. We've seen that a lot. And you saw that with the body language between 1 and 2, where he was stretching out. He goes round shady. He's losing time. It's not a big margin of time. It's only 200ths he's got to find. But the track is getting shorter as he goes back into the green.
Yeah, he might just have found it here. Loch, the veteran, goes for his second win of this World Cup season. Felix Loch again just went airborne there. As that cost him as he comes around the final turn? No! Loch has done it. Loch wins in Lake Placid. Germany 1-2, but how about that? 3 World Cup events. Felix Loch has won 2 of them. He's on fire. Rolls back the years again. And Loch does it in Lake Placid.
This was the moment, just drifting towards that left wall. A little high in the entrance. But Loch, I mean, a man who knows how to pull it out of the fire. And look at that. No ice being cut. And a huge roar crossing the finish line.
Great to see it. Look at the replay, you can see how coming across that first place finish.
Yes! Pure emotion. Yes, indeed, Felix.
And if you're going to rediscover your form, this is the time to do it. A month out from the Olympics. Felix on vintage form there.
Felix Loch wins then. Langenhan second. Kindl after a great second run jump from 5th to 3rd. Müller stayed where he was. It was Appejods who dropped down. Fischnaller moved up a place. Gustafsson and West likewise. The Gleischers both in the top 10. And Falazzo finishing 11th. Thankfully, those who crashed were okay. The story here, though, all about Felix Loch. All smiles. Friendly word with Wolfi Kindl. Felix Loch, the winner in Lake Placid. So stunning surroundings here in Lake Placid. Still our mixed doubles and mixed singles to come. But the story so far from that men's singles, a win for the popular Felix Loch. Langenhan second, he won't mind that. And Kindle in third. That's the table. Look at that. Because he was 7th in Park City, he's only leading by a point, even with 2 wins. Müller, mega consistent. Langenhan as well. Kindle a long way back in 4th at the moment. Will it be those 3 battling out for it come the end of the season? And will it indeed be those 3 battling for Olympic gold? We can hear now from our 3 podium athletes. And as we sit back and enjoy the natural sounds of Felix Loch's winning run, we wait to hear from the man himself.
Felix, congratulations. The last time we were here didn't really go as planned for you, but this time everything seemed to work out. What did you change? How did you prepare for this track here today?
Today, I think I had a really good sled. I do a really good, Christian, the mechanic, do a really good job in this week. So the first run here in this week, in the training, I crashed right now on the top on the podium. Yeah, it can be better, so yeah, amazing day. Thank you.
So Loch, the winner, Langenhan graciously finishing in second.
Congratulations on the podium here. It's been a quite challenging week. The conditions have been quite challenging on the track, and we saw a lot of crashes here as well. Where do you think was the hardest part for you on the track today?
For me, I think it was from exit of 10 till exit of 14. I did in both runs too many mistakes there, and then if you're losing in this flat section so many times, then you can't go, like to be in the first place after the finish line. But in the end, I think you saw so many had big crashes, and I'm hopefully getting down really calm and easy. So I'm super happy, and now single mix, one last run here in Lake Placid. Thank you.
Wolfie Kindle's always good fun. We'll hear from him before we leave you ahead of those mixed doubles to come next.
Wolfie, congratulations on the podium here. After the first run, it didn't really look like you would make the podium. What did you change for the second run? How did you get so much faster in the second run?
I didn't really change something. I just focused on myself. My first run was not that clean. Second, there were some few mistakes, but it was enough for reaching the podium. It's just incredible. Jonas had a mistake. Otherwise, he would have been untouchable. But I'm really happy. I was really constant in training also. So it came not out of nowhere. So really happy. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
So that's our top 3. Loch from Langenhan, from Kindle. Loch, the second win in 3 races. It's going to be some battle for that World Cup crown, and of course we look towards those Olympic Games as well. What a season this is turning into. Well done to the veteran, lock, stock and barrel.
help catch them?
I haven't seen, like, you're talking about the step?
Yeah, FIL told me to go up there, so I just wanted to let you guys know so you guys were aware. Oh yeah, I have creepers on. I just left them in there because obviously I've been in there. So.
I said they had to have an official up there.
Yeah, so
we all went, there he is.
But so just wanted to let someone know. Didn't want the camera to be like, why isn't somebody just standing right there on the steps?
No, I've never seen anybody go up there.
Yeah, no, we had one that got close, but like they went to the end of the place. No, I highly doubt. Oh, actually, you think that. Better safe than sorry.
Felix, Gratulation. Das letzte Mal hier ist es ja für dich nicht so ganz nach Plan gelaufen, aber jetzt eigentlich das beste Ergebnis, was dir passieren könnte, oder?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Also zuletzt hier 2009 bei der Weltmeisterschaft ganz oben gestanden. Jetzt viele, viele Jahre später wieder ganz oben. Wir machen heute hier 1 und 2. Ich glaube, das Ergebnis haben wir hier noch nie gehabt. Sensationell. Ja, es hat halt einfach alles zusammengepasst. Waren zwei, bis auf am Start oben im zweiten, waren es zwei wirklich gute Läufe. Und ja, mega einfach. Also freut mich riesig, dass es jetzt hier auch in Lake Placid endlich mal wieder geklappt hat.
Sag uns noch kurz mit Blick auf Cortina, interne Qualifikation beim Team auch. Das ist natürlich jetzt für dich auch weniger Druck, oder?
Ja, also ich glaube, den habe ich mir von Anfang an eigentlich nicht gemacht, sag ich mal, weil die Vorbereitung sehr, sehr gut lief. Ich glaube, der Max und ich haben uns da die wenigsten Sorgen gemacht. Es geht da immer weiter zwischen Timon und am David um den 3. Platz. Wie es da ausschaut jetzt im Moment, ich weiß es gar nicht so genau, aber einer von den beiden wird dann ja, in Cortina mit dabei sein und wir haben natürlich vollen Fokus auf Cortina gerichtet und ich glaube, wir sind ganz gut in Fahrt. Freue mich jetzt aber erstmal ein paar Tage zu Hause mit der Family zu verbringen, Füße hochlegen mal kurz und dann geht's wieder weiter nach Sigulda. Danke.
Danke, Felix. So, now. Wolfi, Gratulation zum Podium hier. Wenn wir uns nach dem ersten Lauf anschauen, hat es ja eigentlich nicht so nach Podium ausgeschaut. Wie bist du dann mit dem in den zweiten Lauf reingegangen?
Ich glaube, es war im ersten Lauf alles sehr knapp. Wir waren da im Österreicher Paket, glaube ich, ganz gut platziert. Ich hätte den Jonas schon stark eingeschätzt, aber er hat dann im zweiten Lauf einfach einen Fehler dran gehabt im Mittelteil. Und das hat das gereicht zu meinen Gunsten, aber natürlich extrem happy, dass ich da jetzt aufs Podium fahren habe können. Ich glaube, ich habe im Training schon gesagt, dass ich schnell sein kann. Aber es ist immer was anderes dann am Renntag. Aber ja, unglaublich, jetzt einmal endlich einmal angeschrieben heuer, ja.
Was nimmst du von dem Lauf jetzt mit, was die Konditionen betrifft, was euer Setup betrifft für die nächsten Weltcuprennen bis hin zu Cortina?
Ja, ich glaube, das Setup, wenn man so über die ganze Mannschaft schaut, das, glaube ich, läuft bei alle. Im Doppel haben wir uns noch ein bisschen schwer dran. Da müssen wir noch mal schauen über Weihnachten, ob wir da was finden, dass wir uns da noch mal ein bisschen besser aufstellen. Aber prinzipiell, glaube ich, die Schlitten laufen. Man muss es immer auf die äußeren Bedingungen anpassen. Heute war es sehr schwierig, weil es echt minus 10 Grad über die Nacht gehabt hat. Aber ich glaube, wir wissen, was zu tun ist. Und ja, nehmen wir sicher den Schwung dann auch mit über die Weihnachtspause und dann zu den nächsten Rennen. Danke.
Danke, Wolfi. Max, Gratulation hier wieder zum Podium in Lake Placid. Du kennst die Strecke ja schon. Was sagst du zu den Verhältnissen diese Woche?
Ja, die waren schon tough, irgendwie von minus 15 Grad auf plus 10 Grad, wieder auf jetzt heute, glaube ich, minus 8. Das ist so einfach Lake Placid. Das beschreibt es eigentlich ganz gut. Jeden Tag irgendwie anders. Und ich bin eigentlich ganz froh. Ich habe heute einfach viel zu viele Fehler gemacht, so in diesem in der Mittelsektion von der Kurve 10, Ausfahrt bis Ausfahrt 14. Da verschenkst du jeden Lauf ein Zehntel. Das sind 2 Zehntel, die mir am Ende an der Uhr fehlen. Aber ansonsten bin ich happy. Also ich glaube, das ist das beste Teamergebnis, was wir bisher hatten hier. Und ich glaube, da können auch die Trainer mal ganz zufrieden sein.
Jetzt gehst du mit einem recht guten Ergebnis in die Weihnachtspause rein. Wie siehst du jetzt Richtung Cortina mit dem Ergebnis?
Ja, das ist, glaube ich, gar nicht schlecht. Wenn man jetzt sieht, 1 und 2 im Nationenranking ist, glaube ich, schon ganz gut. Wir sind im Gesamtweltcup sehr, sehr gut platziert. Jetzt gibt es aber trotzdem noch, glaube ich, 4 Weltcuprennen bis Cortina. Ich glaube, wir müssen trotzdem weiter daran arbeiten, dass der Feinschliff noch besser wird, dass wir besser noch mal starten, noch mal besser fahren. Und dann sollte dem nichts im Wege stehen, dass wir hoffentlich in Cortina auch so eine Leistung abrufen können. Danke, danke.
Danke, Max.
I would also offer
Get yelled at.
But also, I'll say this, like, you're in the washing machine right now. Like, you're just getting, like, spun around. So, like, that's everything that is you feel lighter.
And I also feel like but I ran around. I was like, it's a little done portrait of your side. Yeah, I was just it definitely is. Say
Because it's not just a couple, it's a family.
Where are you? Do you want to go to the finish for a little bit? Or did you have to start making your way to the show? I don't know why I made a deadline for myself.
In the comfort of your kitchen. Don't just follow your crave. Your crave comes to you. Something double cheese sliders now available in the freezer aisle. Because if you have a microwave, you have a White Castle. At night, dining rooms turn into dance floors. And microwaves turn into White Castle. So filled with one-of-a-kind sticky sliders, you can have 24/7. Because if you have a microwave, you have a White Castle. When you want White Castle, it began in the narrow alley. 1865. One room, one idea, one family, and drive to keep moving. Because nothing stays the same forever. We choose to build, sometimes quietly, always with purpose, always with our eyes on what's next. The world keeps shifting, and we keep answering with smart solutions, built to make a difference. Not just parts, real impact. Cleaner air, smarter energy, technology that turns hydrogen into motion. We retain climate control. We never control humanism. Next generation. We bring together production and engineering, ideas and precision, investment in Germany, in the US, in Shanghai, and everywhere in between. We are not a faceless corporation. We are a global family business. Open, diverse, ready to move. Complexity fades. Teams come together. Innovation becomes every day. We are not who we used to be. That's what makes us stronger than ever. EBERSPAECHER Luge Technologies. For more than 160 years and for everything I have. That's what our customers are used to since 4 decades. Maximum easy comfort, innovative technology, less divisions and ease. Whether that's wood blocks, wood chips, or now also arms. Making systems recognized primarily for one thing, decades of reliability. Switch to sustainable heating from Gas 9. Now, rev up your engines. Edlin Farm Machinery is proud to bring you a reliable, easy to drive, massive furnace equipment. For property owners, there's no better choice marker than a personal compact utility tractor. Horsepower models and the muscle farmers need for field work. Whether it's any brand, Massey Ferguson and tested by Massey Ferguson 800 helps you nail better. Make a pit stop at Edlin Farm Machinery to see our full line.
You might want to call her right now.
Testing in real time alongside apps, teams, and on by collaborating partners, we drive innovation that extend far beyond timeframes on working sports, accelerates progress in other industries like infrastructure and transportation. At the intersection of sports,
enough to serve you, small enough to know you. You name it, we can ship it. Our place receives quality service.
We can develop a solution for you, whether it's medical supplies, aircraft parts, car parts, or exercise bikes. We got it. At T-Mobile Live, we know you, we know your product, we know your needs.
We work hard to take pride in what we do.
With branch locations across North America and international partners all around the world, our customers receive a positive experience through our air, land, or sea solutions.
With branch locations in North America, global partnerships throughout the world, we can get your shipment anywhere, anytime.
We work hard and take pride in what we do.
But it's not just a company, it's a family.
Team worldwide.
Large enough to serve you, small enough to know you.
Stays the same forever. We choose to build, sometimes quietly, always with purpose, always with our eyes on what's next. The world keeps shifting, and we keep answering with smart solutions, building a difference.
Track crew, we got a phone coming down. We got a phone coming down.
In Germany, in the US, in Shanghai, and everywhere in between. We are not a faceless corporation. We are a global family business. Open, diverse, and ready to move. Complex new things. Come together. Innovation begins every day. Not who we used to be. Stronger than ever. EBERSPAECHER moving technologies. For more than 160 years. And for everything else.
Heating with renewable energy. That's what Hargas is committed to since 4 decades. Maximum heating comfort, innovative technology, and lowest emissions values. Whether pellets, wood logs, wood chips, or house. Heating systems recognized for one thing. Decades of reliability. Switch to sustainable heating from Hargas now.
Dave Shin, I have your phone. This is TD Allen.
We can develop a solution for needs, whether it's medical supplies, aircraft parts, car parts, or exercise bikes. We got it done. At Team Live, we have you, we have your product. We work hard. It's like Friday morning. With applications across all our networks, all around the world. Our for air, land, force, in North America, local partnerships. Anywhere, anytime. We work hard and take pride in what we do. It's a fact. Whether it's certain, small enough to
It's, yeah, double, so it's a mixed double. And then they'll be like single and double, they'll be next. So this is like a, I have to ask my nephew. Yeah, I don't think this is probably, but I think it's like good for the, yeah, usually it's like.
So this is this in the company application. Just follow your creative tools to you. So don't see the side. It's now available in the freeze ride. Because if you're complexity fades. Teams stand together. Innovation begins every day. We are not too used to, and that's what makes us strong and happy. EBERSPAECHER technology. For more than 60 years, and for everything
And welcome to Lake Placid in New York. We've had some day of luge action. We really have great drama in the doubles Fabulous drama last night in the women's singles, and a win for Felix Locke in the men's singles. And Santa's here as well in Lake Placid, would you believe? Enjoying himself. I tell you what, you're brave to do that. These courses are so quick. But he goes down to entertain us all. A bit of concern about elephant safety. But hey-ho, we march on towards Christmas time. Do you want me to explain the elephant safety joke? Probably isn't the show for you. Anyway, let's take a look at the course for the mixed doubles. Mark Hatton's going to talk us through the POV in a minute, if he hasn't fallen out with me after that joke. Vertical drop of 128, 16 corners. And remember, the mixed doubles is all excitement. Devil's Highway, the signature curve shady, Benham's Bend into that heart. Here's the start. Go down cliffside, around shady, pick up speed into Benham's Bend, and then they swing around into that beautiful heart shape, and there's the finish. And then, of course, they tap at the end, and it releases the next pair. And here is Mark Hatton with his POV.
Into 4, elephant safety. I love it. This is the tricky upper labyrinth that so many of the athletes have problems with. And then we go through the Devil's Highway into shady, and this sets you up for this labyrinth, and it comes fast. It's so tough for the doubles through here, especially that section that just went by, 12 to 13, and then that straight shot that they're all looking for into 17. A curve where you can take a bit of time, reset yourself, but then 18 comes so quickly, throws you into 19, uphill, and across the finish line.
So there you go, that's what lies in front. And remember, they tap at the end. That's what makes it so dramatic. The mixed event, we've got 11 pairs in the mixed doubles. By the way, Santa, just off the record at the end of that run, said he reckoned he could win this. He thought he would be quicker than everybody. And someone explained, you're not allowed reindeer. He backed off. It's very much self-propelled. It's very much the gravity of the mountain. We had lots of rain and snow yesterday. The conditions today, unrecognizable from what we saw yesterday. And if you're wondering about why we've had so many events today, well, it's because we had all of the doubles postponed yesterday, held today. It's been a sterling effort from all involved. And now, after running men's and women's doubles and men's singles, they run mixed doubles, then it will be mixed singles. And then everyone in Lake Placid can take a big, deep breath and start working on the Christmas pudding. Just checking on the course here. Final moments of preparation. It has been mega fast. You always describe these mixed events, as well as the team relay, as wacky races, Mark. I think down a course of this speed, it might be even wackier.
I think, especially with the doubles, what we saw from the men's doubles and the women's today, Lake Placid is such a technical track for doubles, especially through 12-13. So much action, and probably just 10% of the sleds actually getting it perfectly right. So that I guarantee we will have action. And this really does make the mix such a beautiful open race where you feel pretty much any team is in with a shot of a really good performance.
And remember, the big nations run 2, so there's a USA 2, there's a USA 1, there's a Germany 2 and a Germany 1, and Latvia run 2 sleds as well. Austria only 1. It'll be Romania, Ukraine, Poland, then Latvia 2, then Italy, then Germany 2, Latvia 1, USA 2, Germany 1, Austria and USA 1. There's the crowd gathering at the finish. Some great vantage points here. Oh, the mixed doubles has been delayed. There's a new start time, as you can see.
So often with that touchpad and those gates, there are so many components to putting on a doubles race, well, a mixed race, and fairly often it takes a turn like this so much technology involved in making this incredibly exciting, spectator-friendly format. But with it comes more moving parts sometimes.
So that's where we are right now. That means a 15-minute delay. So whether we're able to show you some highlights or something like that, I'm not entirely sure. What I will do is remind you just what happened earlier on. Felix Lok with that great win in the men's singles here. Remarkable victory for him. Men's and women's doubles also really dramatic. The women's singles last night, emotional win for Julia Taubitz, right back to form, followed by 3 USA athletes, Farquhar and Britcher and Fischnaller. And then earlier on today, great win in the men's doubles event for Marcus Müller and Ansel Haugscharp for the USA, with Yannick Müller and Armin Frauscher second. Bots and Plumer, the Latvians, were in third in that. And in the women's doubles, which gave us so much drama, well, Egler and Kipp coming out on top, the Austrian duo, but it was an almighty battle in the end. These are the conditions then at Lake Placid. Technical issue, we're being told, is what is holding up the mixed doubles at the moment. So right now, we've got a view of a luge track, plenty of fans all around the place, and we maybe think ahead to the Winter Olympics at Milan Cortina. We talked to Mark about just what's at stake for these athletes and just how important this season is. I mean, these seasons are always important, but with the Olympics in February, with all that that means for this sport, this season is massive, isn't it, Mark?
It really is. And you see it in the summer before, you see it on the athletes' social media. You just see that uptick in the training load, in the preparation, and the fact it's like the night before Christmas, staying on the Christmas theme, you know. You become so excited because now it's not just 4 years away. It's not this immovable date far in the future. It's right around the corner. And as we know, the inter-team rivalry that we keep coming back to is just so important in Olympic year, because there's a limited number of spots, and if you're the number 3 German, it's a scary place to be.
Yeah, just to be clear about that for the Olympic Games, as we look at some highlights from earlier, each team can only have 3. So if you're 4th in Germany, you might be top 10 in the world. Arguably, probably will be, certainly top 15. You won't be going to the Olympics. That's why it's so tough. And the inter-team rivalry, particularly 2nd, 3rd and 4th, is really tight. That was the reaction of Felix Lok when he won the men's singles. An emotional win for him ahead of Langenhan and Kindle.
I love seeing Wolfie Kindle on the podium. I really do. Just shows that this is a sport for all sizes. You know, we talk about gravity sports having to be this big guy or be heavier in the body, and Wolfie Kindle turns all that upside down. And it's so great to see.
And the other thing that's most interesting, and I have to talk to you about the dynamics at some point, is that he is a master down at the bottom of the track, and you would classically say that that was very much where someone like Müller, the massive 95-kilo guy, would pick up speed and be strong. But Kindle, because of his technical ability and his timing, somehow makes that his place.
Absolutely right. It should be the bigger, heavier guys down the bottom of the track building that momentum. But Wolfie has this ability to just take a tiny bit of speed at the top and just keep on multiplying it down the track, curve by curve. And when he gets to the fast point on the track, 95% of the time he's got the highest speed, at least. And quite often, it also, that speed transfers into very fast times. Now that's a wonderful shot. That's the exit of 14. And you see that compression. Now, look away if you've got a bad back, because you come out of that curve and it just compresses you into the sled. The sled compresses into the ice and then it springs you out. And the sled goes incredibly light. You lose a bit of grip because you're going uphill. The sled's rebounding, your body's rebounding out of the compression, and you get a little bit of actual negative gravity. So you can't be steering in those uphill sections when you're bouncing out at that speed. It's a very, very unique curve to Lake Placid.
Well, someone's enjoying themselves in the snow. Lots of big luge fans all around the place. Lake Placid has hosted 2 Winter Olympic Games over its storied history. And great place to be around winter sports, it really is. 1932 and 1980. I remember 1980, I was only 9, but that was such a big deal. I mentioned this yesterday, but Eric Heiden became such a big name, the speed skater in British households, because of all of his success. And Bernhard Glass of East Germany won gold in the luge in the men's. Vera Zazula won the women's singles. Hans Rinn, Norbert Hahn won the doubles. Thinking back to 1932, the luge wasn't in that Winter Olympics, but they had a test event that year of dog sledding. Never quite catched on or caught on. This is what's coming ahead, though. Start of next year, the road to Milano Cortina. That's what's coming. That's what excites us all. If you are just joining us, you are not watching live lady talks on a phone and people wave. We're waiting for the start of the mixed doubles and this Luge World Cup event. I do find those cutouts of faces a bit unnerving. Johnny Gustafsson there doing the business. I'm sure I'll get used to it. Never sit particularly comfortably with me. We're going to take a commercial break finally, he said in brackets, and then we'll be back hopefully with the mixed doubles. Got a strange stare as well under that archway. It's all getting a bit odd at Lake Placid, but we'll be back with some sport for you hopefully very soon. It's not snowing, it's a lovely clear day. A few technical issues mean that we can't start the mixed events yet, but I promise you they'll be imminent. It's worth staying tuned. More from me and Mark and that in a moment. So the race will get underway in 7 minutes' time. We have a delay until then, and we'll rejoin you for that. Just remind you that we're here in Lake Placid, the 32 and the 80, referring to those 2 Olympic Games. This course has been absolutely wonderful. Isn't that great as well, that iconic logo of Lake Placid, Mount Van Hoverberg that we see in the distance. A reminder of our start list for the mixed doubles event. The Romanians get us underway, Gitlan and Serban. The men handing over to Stramatoraru and Manolescu, disqualified in the women's doubles. Then Hoy and Kashmar. The Ukrainians will hand over to Stetskiv and Mok. Then it will be the Poles, Chmielewski and Gankachik, handing over to Domovitz and Pivkovska. Latvia 2 then go. Latvia running 2 sleds here. Sevic, Mikelsevic and Kras, as we just go through the start list for this mixed doubles. So our mixed doubles is not too far away. And those top 7 sleds you would feel is where the winner will likely come from. Nagler and Malaya for Italy, Vötter and Oberhofer follow. Wendel and Alt and Degenhardt and Rosenthal, who won this event in Winterberg. There's not a mixed event at every World Cup meet. Winterberg, and here we didn't have one in Park City. We had the team relay instead. Botts and Plumer, who went so well in the men's doubles, hand over to Robersnitzer and Bogdanova, who finally finished the race. Then Di Gregorio and Hollander hand over to Chan and Gordon. And then we get down to the business end. Germany won. Eggert and Müller hand over to Eitberger and Machina. And then for Austria, Müller and Frauscher to Egler and Kipp, the women's doubles winners. And then USA won. They've got every chance of the win here. Müller and Haugsjahr hand over to Forgan and Kirkby. The track is ready, as you can see. We just need some racers. Do you naturally take the form, Mark, of the doubles events into the mixed doubles, do you think? It's the obvious thing to do, but is that what we should do? Well, more from Mark to come. We just wait for the nod here. Nice to see so many young luge fans around and enjoying themselves. And we will wait now. The race is 3 minutes away. As Mark was explaining earlier, so much technically goes in. It looks simple, doesn't it, that they hit the touchpad at the bottom of the course and it releases the next athletes. But it's not always as easy as that. And one thing to watch out for in this mixed doubles event, and indeed the mixed singles, is the times when they make a mess of it. We saw in our last mixed event, you can miss that touchpad. It looks easy to hit it, but it's not when you're going at 130 kilometers per hour. And if you miss it and don't get any kind of touch, then you will not complete the handover. So, the mixed doubles race should be 2 minutes away, and we delayed another 15 minutes. So there's another 15-minute delay here of the mixed doubles, and then we will get underway. So we will so as you can see, a full delay of half an hour now, so delayed another 15 minutes. And then we'll move to our official start time. So a delay to the mixed doubles event, a new start time of 3:15, local time that is, so that will be 8:15 UK time. So I'm going to run you through the rest of the starting lineup here, because this is going to be a good mixed doubles event. Already talked you through the Romanians and then Ukraine and Poland and Latvia too. For Italy, Ivan Nagler and Fabian Malea, they'll be keen to make a point. Furter and Oberhofer will then go next. And then Wendel and Alt and Degenhardt and Rosenthal, who won this event in Winterberg, go after that. Then it's Botts and Plumer, who went so well in the men's doubles here. Robersnitsa and Bogdanova, who completed the race. Then USA 2 is Zach Di Gregorio and Sean Hollander. Maya Chan and Sophia Gordon follow up for them. They've every chance of a win. Di Gregorio and Hollander a bit disappointing in the men's doubles, in all honesty. Then Germany 1 is Toni Eggert and Florian Müller, followed by Diana Eitberger and Magdalena Machina. Of course, we know the extent to which they can fly down this Lake Placid course. Then Yannick Müller and Armin Frauscher for Austria, followed by Selina Egler and Lara Kipp, who won the women's doubles. And then the men's doubles winners, Marcus Müller and Ansel Haugsjaer. They will hand over to Siobhan Forgan and Sophia Kirby for the USA. So they are the 11 that go, delayed for another 14 minutes, the start of this mixed doubles race. I tell you what, Mark, they have not had a great deal of luck at Lake Placid, have they?
It's been incredibly tricky, but this course is so technical, and you do need perfect conditions for it to run well. It really makes a difference. It's you know, the teams, they love coming here, but it throws up so many variables, this course. It does bring luck very much into the equation.
So do you reckon that any of our 11 starting pairs could potentially top 3 here then? Is that the way that you see it? Because you'd immediately look to the strength, wouldn't you, of the Italians, and then the 2 German sleds, the 2 USA sleds, the Latvian #1s and the Austrians. They'd be the ones you'd gravitate towards.
I think you're right, yeah. And I think we saw with the Polish team when we were in Winterberg how close you can come to the podium as an outside chance, especially in the mixed doubles. And I'm looking at this start list, and it is just packed with talent from top to bottom. So you do feel that any team, if not in with a shot of the podium, is definitely in with a shot of maybe a top 5.
Well, that's going to be fascinating. There's that lovely, iconic picture of Mount Hooverberg. Going back to the point I was making to you about the Olympic Games, I think it's quite hard for people watching on to get their head around, really, the idea that a sport that is timed to such tiny margins, the only sport, remember, that's timed to 1,000th of a second. And then when we get to those Olympic Games, that is your peak for 4 years. But that's why it means so much to them to get it right on those days, isn't it, at the Olympic Games? It's massive.
It really is, and it's that even though it's 1,000th of a second, it's such a tiny amount of time, but you do see the same people be successful to that amount of time. I mean, one of the great Olympic stories was Barbara Niedenhuber, who came second in the '98 women's race. And correct me if I'm wrong, statistics people, but I think 2 1,000ths of a second. Now that is the difference between trimming your toenails that morning and pointing your toe a little bit more. I mean, it is such a tiny increment of time, but it's incredible to think that a gold medal and a silver medal can be decided by such a small margin.
Yeah, that you walk around for the rest of your sporting life, and indeed for the rest of your life, being able, quite rightly, to say, I was a gold medalist, and it's because of, as you say, the clip of the toenail or the half a croissant you left at breakfast or whatever it might be. I know I'm being light-hearted, but it is an extraordinary sense of margins, isn't it? If you look back at 1998, well, I can tell you about those exact margins. Yeah, Barbara Niedenhuber, you're right. It was 3:23.779 for Silke Kraushaar of Germany. And Barbara Niedenhuber was indeed 2,000ths outside of that, with Angelika Neuner of Austria a little bit further back, but that was the margin between the two Germans. Georg Hackel won the gold in the men's singles ahead of Armin Zergler. You always remember those names from way back, and of course both still very much involved in the sport. Jens Müller of Germany was third that year. The doubles, Germany, Chris Thorpe and Gordy Scheer were silver for the United States, and Mark Grimmett and Brian Martin bronze for the USA, but the German pair of Stefan Krause and Jan Berendt won gold that year. So we watch on and we look at Mount Van Hooverberg, and we'll be back with this mixed doubles very, very shortly. Hopefully we won't have another delay and we'll be able to get things underway here at Lake Placid. Plenty more action to come. Looks like they're gathering, at least starting to gather in and around the start. Mixed doubles followed by mixed singles to come very shortly. The mixed doubles will be starting very, very shortly then. Do stand by, wait for us to get things underway. Well, welcome back. The news from here in Lake Placid is we've been delayed again. We've been delayed again here. The mixed doubles will now start at 1:30 in 21 minutes' time. The technical problems obviously getting worse and worse. And let's hope it's worth the wait. And after such a long day in Lake Placid, for all these people waiting around, delay isn't half past. But at the moment it seems that we will keep looking at pictures from Lake Placid. I'm not sure if Mark is there or not. Are you still there, Mark?
I am
Mark's,
back.
Oh, Mark
I'm
is there.
still
Tremendous.
here.
Great
Yes,
effort.
absolutely.
And so we can look at the pictures here from Lake Placid. I just wondered as well, looking ahead to the new year, Sigulda, of course, is our first port of call. How do those World Cup meets work in the build-up to the Olympics? Does the intensity grow and grow up to the Olympic Games, or do they just ease off a bit in the weeks before in the knowledge of what's to come at Milan Cortina?
No, I think you're right. They grow and grow. They really do. This Olympic season just adds up in intensity and peaks at the Olympics. It's actually quite interesting watching the Latvian performances this weekend in Placid going into their home World Cup. And you've got to think, they are on a run of form. They'll be taking that into the Christmas break and then coming out all guns blazing in Sigulda on their home track. It should be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it really should. And that Boston Pluma result, you know, that's a marker. And they mentioned it, didn't they, in their interview? They said, we're so thrilled that we're at home next. And we've just done that in Lake Placid. And the other question I wanted to ask you about the USA sliders, they're obviously, you've talked the last couple of days about how they understand the nuances of the course here so well, and indeed at Park City, because they're so used to them. But, you know, good positive results here for them too. They'll build nicely to Milan Cortina, won't they?
There's so much confidence for the athletes, I think. And you take that into the Christmas break, either being on the podium or close to the podium, and that just gives you that renewed vigor when you go back out on tour. And Sigulda, a relatively unique track on the tour, but I would personally say that Lake Placid is one of those tracks that's relatively similar to Sigulda. It's not a classic track. It's very much its own thing, and it has these unique quirks and pitfalls that we also see at the Sigulda track.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're not watching Dancing on Ice with No Dancing. You're watching, or we're trying to watch, the mixed doubles from the EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup here in Lake Placid. It's been a fabulous day's racing so far, it really has. And yesterday as well, that women's singles race was terrific. Everything was then delayed to today because of the weather. This isn't about the weather, this is about some of the technical issues in and around how complex it is to run these mixed events when you need the timing system to be perfect in terms of releasing the next athlete. So we've already had 2 or 3 delays. So what's happening here at the moment is we've had a great day, men's and women's doubles and men's singles, another great win for the veteran Felix Locke. Absolutely tremendous it was. And the mixed doubles was meant to smoothly take over. And of course, at the moment, it hasn't done. We keep being delayed because there is a continuing technical issue with that. And the mixed singles has been knocked on as well. I would like to think that any delay to the mixed doubles will not then cause a delay to the mixed singles, because it's the same technology, give or take, that you run both races. Of course, different parts of the course, which may take a little bit of time, but fingers crossed. It's not great for the organisers, but they've done such a sterling job getting everything moved around that you're inclined to forgive them. But right now, what we're watching live here is a picture of a tractor and some adults with some children. It may not win an award, but who knows? We've had lots of fun today in terms of watching this Luge World Cup, and these things happen, and it does happen. I'm only kidding, obviously, but in the wonderful world of winter sport, this stuff does happen. Things are delayed all the time. Normally, I must say, because of weather, you get minor delays because of timing issues. You often get delays in Luge, don't you, Mark, because of snowflakes in the timing system. But this isn't that. This is about touchpads and technical stuff that's way above my pay grade.
Absolutely. This the team competition and the mixed competition, so many moving parts. And it's been such a wonderful addition to the sport of luge. When the team race first came into the Olympics, it was one of the biggest spectator draws, both on television and live. People just love, we'll go back to the phrase, the wacky races, because it's chaos. It's organized chaos, and it's just wonderful. So if you are waiting at home watching this rather beautiful vista of the Adirondack Mountains, just bear in mind that we have something incredibly special coming up for you at 15:30 Eastern Standard Time. The mixed doubles will be such an open book. It really will. There's 11 teams, and I'm looking at this start list, and there is packed with class from top to bottom. And an interesting part of it is as well, is the big teams, they'll have their sleds tuned slightly differently to maybe some of the smaller nations, such as a Romania Poland. And what that means is Romania and Poland may have that little bit more consistency with the sled setup maybe a touch safer. And on this Lake Placid track, on a double sled, consistency is king. It really is. So it's a great proposition we have for you in about 15 minutes. And if you've never seen a team event before or a mixed event before, stick around because it's non-stop action.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. If you haven't seen the mixed events or the team relays where they have to sort of hit the buzzer at the end to release the next parrots or the next individual athlete, then it is lots of fun. And as I said earlier on, they can even make a mess of that, of touching the touchpad. It's not as easy as it looks. These are the Adirondack Mountains, where there is so much that you can do. We're in New York State, the northern part of that, not a million miles away from Albany. If you're wondering where Lake Placid is, you're sort of heading up to the north. If you can picture New York State, it's one of those things that always confuses people, isn't it? They think of New York City and New York State, they feel like entirely different worlds, of course. So that's where we are, and in 15 minutes time we should have the start of the mixed doubles here from Lake Placid, but still we wait. We wait to get some more information. They've had a difficult old weekend here with the weather conditions yesterday and now with this today. But in and amongst it all, some absolutely tremendous sport. We really have. And so far, the highlight, I think for me anyway, the win for Felix Lok. I don't think too many people saw that coming. So, yeah, what a great win that was in the men's singles. And, of course, joy for the USA as well. In that men's doubles event, that meant the absolute world to Müller and Haugsjahr, and they will go in the last pairs, plural, in this mixed doubles event here from Lake Placid. And, well, you know as much as I do in terms of that start time. We're 14 minutes away. The new start, wherever you are watching us, whether in the UK or in Europe, it's 1:30. We're currently 17 past the hour. So we still wait for some more information. And we still wait to hope that we do actually start at the time that they say we're going to start this time. Is it too early, Mark, to start talking about favourites for the Olympic Games? Because one thing I keep framing, and he might have peaked too early, the idea of an athlete winning gold in 2010 and 2014 and then coming back and winning it again in 26, that's quite a narrative, isn't it?
It really is. And it's become a possibility. I think looking into this season, you wouldn't have called that. But just on current form, I mean, Felix is flying. And it's interesting also to see the depth in these large teams, because I'm also looking at Langenhan, who had just a wonderful past 2 or 3 seasons. He's still looking world class, but just slightly off the boil. And you sometimes think, okay, is he building up to peak for the games, or is he testing? You know, these are almost the early stages of the round here, where they're just trading. And it's interesting to see how Felix has come out charging. And I just wonder, I do wonder if Langenhan is maybe holding back, maybe testing equipment, ready to spring out the Olympics. But then, I mean, you've got to look at Yannick Müller. I mean, that man has left nothing in the changing room. He's thrown it all down on the track, and he has had a glorious year. I mean, even today, outside the medals, but, I mean, just such dominant racing from Müller all year so far. And, yeah, a little hiccup not being on the podium, but you're not going to get it every week. Well, rarely. And, yeah, I think looking at the games, I think you could pick 4 favourites, maybe 5.
Well, that's also intriguing, isn't it? And the other thing that gives it great texture over the course of the Olympics, and I know there are more runs and therefore it might even out a little bit more and bring the quality to the top, but this is still a sport that's timed to the millisecond. But if you look at, say, Jonas Müller, you look at Langenhan clearly, you have to look at Lok right now as well, and other names will spring to us too. And then beyond that, there's just that potential of a big day. Kindle, his name will be there. The other Austrians, the likes of the Gleichers, Felder we saw have a massive day. Fischneller could have a massive couple of days. Nussler could even have a big day. I mean, it's happened before in the Olympics that someone has come, surprisingly, the Gleicher triumph in Pyeongchang. So we are going to go in there, aren't we, as you rightly say, with 3 or 4 strong favourites, but always that tantalising prospect that we may at least get a medalist that we weren't really imagining.
Well, and everybody loves an underdog, don't they? And I think with those surprise medals, it's just so entertaining. And that's where I think the Cortina track can deliver, because there's 2 quite technical curves on that track. Curve 2 for the men and curve 4 for the women and the doubles. And so those curves are pretty much every single athlete and every single team has made mistakes in training in those curves. They're very technical and really similar to curve 2 that we saw last week for the men's race in Park City, can just turn a race on its head in an instant. And because they're so close to the top of the track, it makes you think, you know, anything could happen here.
We've talked up the mixed doubles, it's been cancelled. The mixed doubles has been cancelled here. Dear me, I'm so sorry about this, folks. It's obviously out of our control, but can't even spell cancelled. It's being spelled the American way, but I'm not going to pick holes in that. Well, I am, because I just said it, but you know what I mean. So mixed doubles has been cancelled. It'll be the mixed singles starting from the hour. So in round about 40 minutes time. Chaos at the moment at Lake Placid. And the mixed doubles is cancelled. But the same thing applies to the singles that Mark was saying, so have no fear. All the things he was saying about how great the doubles will be, the singles will be too. It's still wacky races, it's still lots of fun. In fact, it's plenty more competitors as well. It's going to be 24 in all. And just to give you that update, the mixed doubles is cancelled. And the mixed singles will start at 4 p.m. So, we will see what we're going to do here. I doubt myself and Mark are going to do the history of the luge for the next 40 minutes. We might, and we're game for it. We could turn it into a podcast and win an award. But we probably need a little bit more framing than that. But the mixed doubles called off. The mixed singles will start, what's that, 38 minutes time. So, that's the news. What news there is. It's really frustrating for the athletes as well. Because the athletes were ready to go.
Well, that's it, isn't it? The sleds were prepped. They were ready to go. They were in speed suits, the visors had been shampooed to stop them from steaming up. And everything was ready to go except the track, sadly.
Yeah, and I must say, I'm looking at the excellent, and it really, I'm not just saying this, it really is excellent, the FIL website. And right now, I don't even have a start list for the mixed singles. And the reason for that is because people will be taking part in the mixed doubles. You know what I mean? It's complicated, isn't it? And so there isn't even a start list. I don't know if you've got it on your coaches group, and I'm not asking you to share it or anything like that. So that will take a little bit of time for people to get ready as well. What these guys don't realize is their snowball fights live on television. So they're enjoying themselves. There was me making that joke about dog sledding in the 1932 Olympics. We'll have that in a minute. But the course has been tremendous, and it isn't unique, but the speed here when the weather is like this, I know that Park City, you described it as a motorway, is renowned for that, but it has been so quick. And the shame of the doubles being cancelled is it really would have been wacky races, I think, but given how quick this course is, this track is, it makes these mixed events really special. So I really do hope that we hang on with the mixed singles event here.
Yes, I mean, we did say Lake Placid, I would say compared to Park City very much a motorway. It rewards good position on the sled, everything else, the aerodynamics. Lake Placid, I would say, is more like rally driving. It's sharp turns, it's small details, and it's not all about position.
Well, much more to come from Mark. The mixed singles will be available to watch a little bit later on. We leave you for now from Lake Placid. Mixed singles will get underway in 36 minutes' time. I hope there aren't any more delays, genuinely. Thank you for your company anyway here from Lake Placid. It's been a curious last half hour or so, but we appreciate you being with us. At least we've had some lovely scenery to look at. It's genuinely beautiful here, and we've had 2 genuinely fantastic days of racing too. Let's hope it all culminates in something really special with the mixed singles. For now, though, from Lake Placid, we wish you goodbye. It is only au revoir. We'll see you in round about 35 minutes' time.
You have to take the camera around, or do people take it for you?
So I'm here for now, and then when the show wraps
One thing, like, if they've been sliding
in the comfort of your kitchen. Don't just follow your crave comes to you. So pick up the young cheese sliders now available on the freezer rock. Because if you have a microwave, you have a podcast. At night, dining rooms turn into dance floors. And microwaves turn into podcast. So fill with one of the kind sleeping sliders in a 24/7. Because if you have a microwave, you have a podcast. There's no better insured partner than a personal compact utility tractor. High horsepower models have a muscle bars need or fuel burn. There's a brand, Massey Ferguson, and tested by Massey Ferguson. A-Burn helps you daily better. Make it this a competitive part of the year to see our full life.
Okay, hey. He's there. He's not falling out.
Sledding, 1865. One room, one idea, one family, and a drive to keep moving. Because nothing stays the same forever. We choose to build, sometimes quietly, always with purpose, always with our eyes on what's next. The world keeps shifting, and we keep answering with smart solutions built to make a difference. Not just parts, real impact. Cleaner air, smarter energy, technology that turns hydrogen into motion. We breathe in climate control. We develop control units that protect. And we create systems for the next generation. We bring together production and engineering, ideas and precision, people and values. In Essen, in Germany, in the US, in Shanghai, and everywhere in between. We are not a faceless corporation. We are a global family business. Open, diverse, ready to move. Complexity fades. Teams come together. Innovation becomes every day. We are not who we used to be, and that's what makes us stronger than ever. EBERSPAECHER, moving technology.
One thing, decades of reliability. Switch to sustainable heating from Hagasna. Now, environmentally friendly. Rev up your engines. Eklund Farm Machinery is proud to bring you reliable, easy to drive Massey Ferguson equipment. Personal compact clothing factor. High horsepower models and a muscle rockers eat for field work. Thank you. Tested by Massey Ferguson. Implements they hold better. They get this stuff. Eklund Farm Machinery. This is the whole life.
That's your...
Sports and science, you're designing to get better. This requires a team. We don't just develop materials in a lab. We refine them, testing in real time alongside athletes, teams, and on the racetracks.
That's the guy who's building on those war trucks and
I accelerates progress in other industries like infrastructure and transportation. Intersections. We can develop a solution for need, whether it's medical supplies, aircraft parts, or exercise items. We got it. At Team Live, we know you, we know your product, we know your needs.
We work hard and take pride in what we do.
With branch locations across North America and international partners all around the world, our customers receive a positive experience through our air, land, or sea services.
With branch locations in North America, global partnerships throughout the world. We can get your shipment anywhere, anytime. We work hard and take pride in what we do. But it's not just a company, it's a family.
We're Team Worldwide.
Large enough to serve you, small enough to know you.
Deliciousness in the comfort of your kitchen. Don't just follow your crave comes to you. So don't change sliders now available with the freezer out. Because if you have a microwave, you have a White Castle. At night, you're starting to dance floors. And microwaves starting with White Castle. So build one-of-a-kind steamy sliders, you get up 24/7. Because if you have a microwave, you have a White Castle. Rev up your engines. Excellent partnership.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Here's we all need a tip. We came all this way. We're not going to make it over there.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, you guys can be a tip. Should I turn?
Yeah.
Should we just show them? No, it wasn't.
I think you are if you need.
You
guys were on TV earlier, actually.
Was it cute?
Yeah, it was great. Because we were like, look at that baby.
This serves that?
I love how he's looking directly at the camera. Nice job, buddy. Let's go.
Let's see what we're under.
Do you mind if you get actually one of us? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
That would not be fun.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
I only do 3, so.
Turned it on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just left it off.
Where did they go inside?
Alright, we go back down now or we do miles here?
Because it was hard to see. That was for resetting. Blue also means that without pushing this, they'll recycle it. So in case something happens, they'll keep going with that. Because I initially had done that earlier in the day. I did that this morning. I'm like, okay, guess it's just the switch on. Yeah, that's supposed to happen. Okay. And I was like, I'll go down and get the sheets and not dress this. Yeah, it's not a pleasant atmosphere down there. You might want to wait a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. As of now, the 4 is still going on. Get the papers.
You know, I think it was the software. I'm not sure. It was working fine last night. Both the singles and doubles, everything worked.
15 minutes. 15 minutes to the start. 15 minutes.
Thank you. I'll talk to you when I get home. Bye. I mean, that was reassuring, right?
Yes, I got it.
But that's gonna make it work.
Did they send any doubles down? No.
They canceled it.
I just thought,
They
I
postponed
just thought
it.
it, yeah.
And then they canceled it.
Yeah. Just because all we could see was, it looked like teams were coming down, but they were just testing it, but we couldn't tell. I didn't know if like someone came down and they did that.
So then my production is supposed to go? Yeah. It was like very not.
Oh, it was hard to tell.
Somebody told me he was knocked out. It was like a rag doll. And then he was like, and then he did get up. So
yeah, he did like it.
Was he actually knocked out? Yeah. So I hate to see
Got to start this doing the paperwork.
you go into fever or Park City, you go a little bit east and just focus south and spend like 2 minutes and then you fall into this. And it's like, it's awful. And then the canyon, there's
it's just, that's cool.
and then just go over to something.
10-minute warning.
Thank you.
That's all I got. That's all I was sent with. The other one's No, don't you dare.
You're too slow. Oh, do you? They said that was third
It was later in the year, but still, like, you're not alone. It's so proud. And yeah, pretty crazy fight. I clearly have this crazy fight back there.
Later, the last one are at your way now.
Like this is
So it is time from mixed singles here from Lake Placid after this hugely disrupted couple of days. We've had so much drama. We've had the mixed doubles cancelled. It would seem that the issues have been sorted out and we are good to go. The track length for the mixed singles, 1360, 128 is the vertical drop over the course of the course. We go down the Devil's Highway into Shady, Benham's Bend, into the Heart, and then to the finish. Then they tap a pad on the end and they go again. 22 go. Favourites, Locke and Taubitz go last. There's the idea of the course for you. And Mark will give you the athlete's POV.
It looks like we are going off the top here. So this is from the men's start. And this takes us into curve 2. You see they're just rolling around that. And this is where, for the men, it gets really tricky. Round curve 3, that's a beautiful exit. Into curve 4, this is where the women come in. And then 5, 6 again, going the same direction. 7, and it's really important to be loose in the shoulders. Dance your way through those curves. And as we get to the signature curve, this is shady. This sets you up for the labyrinth. Into 11, straight into 12, 12 to 13. So much action there this weekend. And then 14, which shoots you out into the chicane, looking for that straight shot to miss those 2 chicanes. Have a little rest in 17, and then quick work through 18. Fires you into 19, and you cross the finish line, hit the braking curve, and wave to the crowd.
Beautifully described and beautifully done, and here is the weather.
Well, it's getting better and better, which is good after that little delay. -3 in the air, that's making a good difference to the ice. It means they don't have to crank the refrigeration system so much, which in turn means we won't get so much frost growing through the track for the later starters. So what this means is, with that good cold ice and that good cold air temperature, we should have a really consistent field of play for our athletes.
1 run, remember, in the mixed singles. Well, it's 2 runs in 1, but you know what I mean. We start with Finland and Estonia, then China 2, China 1, Great Britain, which may have some localized interest. Japan and Ireland go together, Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina and Argentina. And then we get to the big players, Australia and Switzerland. That can only be Falazzo and Marg. Italy 1, Latvia 1. And then we round things off with USA 2 and 1, Austria 2 and 1, Germany 2 and 1. Fearsomely strong down towards the bottom. Kindle, Schulter, Langenhand, Frabel, Locke and Taubitz. 1 final run for these athletes. The mixed doubles called off because of those technical issues. The mixed singles will finish the meet off here at Lake Placid. So everyone trying to get to a good viewing position, and all of the final detailing to be done here with the sleds. The setups will be interesting here, Mark.
They really will. It's harder ice than they've had all week in training. So it'll be interesting to see, especially some of the, dare I say, lower order athletes, maybe sharpening up for this ice, maybe making the angles of their steels just a little bit steeper, so they maybe lose a tiny bit of speed, but they gain a lot of grip. This is the pre-race checks from the officials, just making sure the temperatures are okay on the steels. Using a pyrometer. Coach anxiously looking on. We've had 1 athlete already this weekend disqualified for hot steels.
And that means they can't go over a certain temperature, is that right?
It does. There's no hint of any foul play or anything. It's just a mistake at the top.
I quite like that they're called hot steels.
Slightly warm.
Slightly warm steels. Doesn't have quite the same impact. So China 2 and China 1 will go 2nd and 3rd, 22 in all. And we're ready up at the start here for the mixed singles.
1 minute warning at the start, 1 minute warning at the start.
In Lake Placid then, after a long delay, after a very, very long day, it is time for the mixed singles. We've got 22 sets of athletes. A reminder of how it works. It's great fun. It'll start with a man. Male athlete goes down. Walter Wikström, the Finn, will lead the way. This is a Finland-Estonia team. Emma Sia comes 2nd. Basically, the man goes down the course, touchpad at the end, releases the 2nd athlete, and the combined time is logged. And of course, the fastest time, and it's just 1 run, the fastest time wins. You'll get the hang of it. Now, we've had quite a long break here. Wonder what that's done to the condition of the course. We'll find out imminently. Walter Wikström then for Finland gets underway. They're out first. Loch and Taubitz, the 2 singles winners for Germany. will go last. It looks pretty quick out there at the moment. They've given it that spritz. And one thing you must remember as Wikström goes down, as we've seen before, when he does get to the bottom, make sure you hit that touchpad. It's not as easy as it looks.
Absolutely, Wikström, such a competitive slider, but very young in the sport, but so consistent on his day. But high in 12 there, manages to save it. That is why he's known as the Finnish Cat. As he goes through to 17, just dabbing the feet.
Yeah, the feet came down. He comes round to that final curve. You'll see the touchpad. And he just gets there, but he made a real mess of that. He slowed up. He looked to me like he wasn't expecting it to be there. He thought it was going to finish earlier, that slightly longer finish than we're used to. And he took his time to release Emma Sia. And now she's got an awful lot of work to do here. I don't know if you got that impression, Mark, but as her feet go down, that's what I felt.
Definitely. That was some problem up the braking straight for Walter there. Emma with a couple of problems up top. Manages to stay right going into 11, just a little high in 12. But she's fighting hard down this track. Just having to drop the feet down the straightaway as well.
Yeah, she's having a tough run here, Emma. She comes round that final curve, which isn't the final curve. There's the finish. They've had a nightmare there, the two of them, and the shake of the head tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, definitely a tough run for the mixed team, international team of Finland and Estonia. But both very young in the sport, and both just improving at such a fast rate. As you saw Walter just catching the right wall, getting shot over to the left. And then Emma very low in 10, did a great job. And then kept it on that right wall, not letting it push her to the left. Good survival skills from Emma there.
So now, Li Jing for China, based in Changsha in Hunan province. Peishuan Wang will follow him. Been on the senior circuit since Olympic season 21-22. Second behind Kobayashi, the Japanese athlete in the Asian Championships last year in Pyeongchang. Li Jing, well, they'll be disappointed if they don't make an impact on this time. They're in the red at the moment, but you will feel down towards the bottom of the course that will improve. In fact, it's improved already.
Yes, picking up speed here. Putting down a nice run. They're being coached by Tony Benshoff. Lake Placid local, very late into Shady though, super high up to the roof, gets away with it. But that was scary.
Yeah, we've seen that cause bigger problems than that. Li Jing gets away with it, still ahead, still in the green, and that should only improve now because Wikström was slow in this bottom part of the course. Men's singles finish is there, but not the finish here. You got that extra little bit to negotiate. Li Jing with the touch, that's better. And well over a second clear. And now, Peishuan Wang goes for China as they look to put up some kind of time here. Wonder what she can do. Good start here from Peishuan Wang. Came through the Shaanxi sports system. Javelin thrower at school she was, but recruited in 2015 as a slider, the first ever Chinese luger to compete at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, she is using those chicanes. She went very low in 10 earlier, managed to keep it down, didn't let it get up. She goes round the finish curve. But there's one more curve to go. This is after their normal finish line, crosses the line, waits to the last second, hits the touchpad, and into first place go the People's Republic of China. China 2.
And did you see by how much they're into first place? It gives you an idea of what happened on that first run for Finland and Estonia. 5 seconds.
This is that low line round 10. And she forced the sled to stay in the bottom of the curve. keep her safe. It's good reaction from the Chinese athlete.
China won. Bao Zhenyu, 23-year-old, 14th in the 2020 Winter Youth Olympics. Very much part of the new wave of Chinese luges. And he leads them out here. Of course, we always talk about the inter-team rivalry. We will see that here with the two Chinese teams.
Building up a good start here, China won. And that's a good transition as well. A little late, though, again, high into 10. Dive bombs out into 11, and late into 12. He's going to be high.
There's the mistake. He's trying to get back on the sled here. Has he managed to? He has, remarkably. The time, of course, is going to be way, way down. He's lost all kind of speed, but immense credit for keeping going. Immense credit.
The question is, will he have enough speed to get up this uphill section towards the touchpad?
Oh, it's a good point you make. No. So the worst feeling for Hulan Hu is this one. Sorry, they're not going to open. That's horrible, isn't it?
It really is. This is the 11-12 line. You see he went late into 12. When that happens, there's nowhere for you to go except up to the roof on the exit. Did a great job of holding onto his sled. And look at this for fight and courage. Tries once, gets back on, still probably going at 70 kilometers an hour there. And there's Kaya Hatton waiting for the next run.
So it will be Dylan Morse and Kaya Hatton.
All right, well, amazing he was able to get back onto that sled. Track is clear.
Dylan Morse and Kaya Hatton then go for Great Britain. Fair to say we've got personal interest in this. Dylan goes first, and then Kaya, the daughter of my co-commentator here, Mark, will go next. Let's hope for a good run from Great Britain. Let's try and get into first, guys. They've got the People's Republic of China 2 to aim at. First Chinese sled crashing out, as we just saw. And Dylan Morse, at the moment, is in the green here.
Dylan looking relaxed. He had a lot of runs here as a junior. Good top section from Dylan. Just sliding into 10 now. High, though, through shady. Sets himself up nicely for 11, though. Skidding into 13. Gets it back under control.
Yeah, he's doing well here. Good controlled run by Dylan Morse, although crashes off that left wall there. Just sliding and slipping a little bit. There was a skid there again. That's the time to aim at. 58.943. Yeah, they're in front. Kaya's got plenty to play with here. Over 6/10. It was a good run that from Dylan Morse. And here comes Kaya Hatton now.
Tricky start curve for Kaya there. You just saw her lose traction in the start curve. So looking to build speed through these top curves. Just dropping out 7. It's a good 9/10. There she goes around shady. A little late to 11, just keeping her calm. Skids into 12, but keeps it together. And it's a good line into 14. Just using those chicanes. A little late to 17, but that'll do. She goes high in the middle. This is looking like a good run for Great Britain. She's got a 1/10 of a second to play with. Gonna have to sit up late. She's still in the green. Just dropping back behind People's Republic of China. Those skids costing Kaya through the labyrinth. Sums up from Dylan, but it's points on the board for Great Britain in their second ever mixed singles.
Now then, this is an interesting combination. The Flying Doctor, Elsa Desmond, will go second. The Irish woman, Seiya Kobayashi of Japan, is her racing partner. It's quite fun, isn't it? The combination of nations, the athletes getting together to make it work. The 24-year-old from Nagano, from Izuna Machi Prefecture, the host, of course, of the 1998 Winter Olympic Games. He won the 2023 Asian Championships, Kobayashi. And they'll think they can get ahead of that Chinese team and move themselves up into first place.
Good top section from Kobayashi, staying in the green. A little late to 12. Manages to deal with it, though. Keeps the shoulders back, stays stable. Into the compression. And it's a good line into 17.
Yeah, going well here. The Japan-Island duo. It's just Kobayashi at the moment, of course. Coached by Toshiro Misaki. He's done a really good job with him. And Elsa waits now. The doctor, the self-funded luge athlete, living the dream for Ireland, to try to help others. She has an awkward start there, you can see, in that green uniform. And the target for them, that China 2 sled.
Elsa Desmond into 9. A little bit late into 10, but deals with it really well. And then drops down, and it's a good line to 11 for Elsa. But skidding into 12, gets it back under control. Great reaction times from the Irish woman.
Yeah, you can see the skid there. Failed to qualify for the women's singles, but having a good run here in the mixed singles, Desmond, and they've got plenty of time to play with. Over 0.4 of a second, nearly half a second here. This Japan-Ireland combination has gone really well, and they are our leaders at the moment.
Great sliding there from the team put together. The great thing about the mixed event is you can mix nations. It's just wonderful. And some great reactions from Elsa Desmond on that run as well.
The Canadians next. I know you enjoy watching Cole Zajanski slide. Ember Susko will back him up. Good team, these two. It's Cole to lead them off. You would expect them to get ahead of that Japan-Island time, but in this event, frankly, as Mark's already pointed out as we were building up, you never really know.
You really don't. Now, what you do know with Cole Zajanski is you're going to get a lot of positive speed down the start ramp. He spent a lot of his career on the back of the double sled, pulling weight through the start handles, and he's a very powerful athlete and a very useful single slider, especially considering that he is primarily a double specialist. 11 to 12, looking good, a little high on the exit of 12, deals with it well, and then into 14, down that right wall, keeps it together into 17.
A good run so far from Cole Zajanski. We've lost our clock again. Things not going to plan in Lake Placid right now, but we do know he's going to release Ember Susko. Needs to time this right at the bottom of the course. There it is, good from him. Got up late and did well. They must be quicker, you would feel, but we don't know that right now with no clock to refer to.
I think for Ember, especially coming from Whistler, she's used to consistent hard ice from those conditions up in the mountains. And Ember looking very much at home on this run. It's a gorgeous entrance to 11, then late to 12, high in the exit, but deals with it very calmly, very well into the compression, and just shoots through into 17.
Yeah, she's looking cool, isn't she? Just realize the career that she has in front of her. We have no idea here of the time. We're entirely reliant. We don't have a stopwatch with us or anything like that, but they must be leading, you would feel. And the reaction from there suggests they are.
Yes,
Sorry, I can't be more specific than that.
Not much to pick out of that run, really, especially from Ember. Well, really from both of them. It was a really competitive and relatively error-free run on a track that has so many pitfalls.
I thought so too.
Bosnia and Herzegovina and Argentina joined together with Mirza Nikolaev and Veronica Ravenna. Still, it's that China 2 sled. We think that, in fact, it isn't, is it? We know it isn't because we know that Japan and Ireland beat that time. So the clock at the moment is wrong. Bosnia and Herzegovina and Argentina are not targeting that time, but the Japan and Ireland time. And we still have no time on our list for Great Britain. Anyway, hopefully this is all going to get put right, but a sport that's so down to timing, it makes it very difficult.
Skidding into 12, very high in 12, onto one runner. He manages to get it back together for 14, and it's a good shot through to 17 from Mirza. Stretching out through the finish curve now. Remember, this is all uphill from here. So this is where you have to maximize all that advantage you built down the track, and opens the gate for Veronica Ravenna.
Here comes Ravenna then. Athlete from Argentina, living in Canada from the age of 6. Saw her qualify for the ladies singles final 30 via the Nations Cup. Next step for her will be to get up regularly into the final run. Here we are comparing them to that China time, but it was Japan and Ireland who have set the best time so far.
There was a big hit going into 11, but she managed to deal with it. We've got through 12, 13 well. 17's looking good as well. It's a smooth transition into the finish curve.
A little bit longer than they expect here. So all smiles right now. At least he enjoyed himself.
This was a mistake from Veronica, just coming out of 10. So skidding into the right-hand wall before 11. That's not a place you want to be, but the way she dealt with it to get it back into the curve was very, very impressive.
Cretu and Buzatoyu to go next. We know how solid Valentin Cretu is. I'm afraid the timings right now are all over the place. It seems that Bosnia and Herzegovina and Argentina are in the lead. I would have thought Canada would have been, but didn't see any obvious mistakes in that run. But anyway.
This is a decent run being put together from Valentin. A little late to 10. Goes high, dives out into 11. Big skid into 12, hits the roof. Big hit, straight up into the roof for Valentin.
And he knows he's done for here. So we're going to see that horrible picture of Buzatoyu waiting to go. And she won't go. Just emphasizes how tough this course is.
This was that skid, and you see him go right up to the roof in the exit of 12. Left leg hits the sidewall. Very nasty crash for Valentin. Looked like he was okay. He gave the thumbs up as he was sliding into 17. But that was a huge hit. And the reaction says it all.
And it also tells us that we were right, that Canada are in the lead. At the moment, it is Cole and Ember. And obviously the empathy they have for their fellow sliders. Isn't that horrible? That must be one of the worst things in sport, that, to be up there in the right, having gone through every emotion and every mental warm-up and be ready to go, and then just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then told, nope, off you go.
It's a long, long wait until they tell you as well.
Yeah. So, Anton Dukac, we saw him go in the men's singles. Squeezed into that top 20. And he'll be backed up here by Juliana Tunitska.
Track is clear. You start one for Anton Dukac.
Here goes Dukac to get things underway here. Those spiked gloves give him that purchase. That's a good opening corner from Dukac, better than the attempt he made in the men's singles. This, remember, the mixed singles, our final event of these 2 days here at Lake Placid.
Such
and they're
a great
inside the time.
Top section from Luge Action, just brilliant. The curve 3 as well, as good as any of the Americans, but bouncing into 9. Has to get it back together for 10, and he does. But that top labyrinth really throwing up down the Devil's Highway, throwing up some problems for our athletes.
Dealt with that section, though, particularly well. And the problem with this timing is they're well clear of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Argentina, but our understanding is that Canada are the ones in front, not Bosnia and Argentina. Tunitska can go now. Ukraine will be leading, so hopefully that will put the times right there. Nearly a second inside, and if they can get ahead of Canada, then it will set us a new time to aim for. Otherwise, it's going to be very confusing for you at home, I know.
Tunitska dropping out of 7, a little late into 10, deals with it well. This is where she sets up her labyrinth from curve 11 to 12, keeping it low, keeping a safe line, and it's good line from Tunitska into the compression.
Having a good run here, Juliana Tunitska. Whether it's good enough to overhaul Canada at the moment, it's looking pretty good, nearly a second and a half quicker than Bosnia and Argentina. Ukraine 2, break 150. Delighted with that, although they're unsure as well, I think.
This was Dukac just hitting that chicane. Such a great shot. You see how he keeps it to the right-hand side to get in early to 17. A lot of confusion out there, it seems, but lots of smiling faces, which is also good.
Yeah, it's smiley confusion, but it's still confusion. Rasmus Moberg failed to make that top 20 in the men's singles. He'll be backed up by Tove Kahala. The Swedish sliders here. We're not sure if it's Canada or Ukraine, but the time we'll look at will be Ukraine. This is the problem when you've got a sport that's timed to the thousandth of a second and the clock stopped working. It causes chaos, but hopefully we'll put that right soon.
Rasmus with that big, powerful start we come to expect from him. Chopping through 9 into 10, a little late into 10, goes high, then dives out. Not a bad line at all, a little late into 12, but it's good. Rasmus putting together a useful run here into the compression, but over to the right wall, keeps it off the other wall. Getting my lefts and rights mixed up there. Apologies.
We knew what you meant, but he goes into the red, even in comparison to that Ukraine time. Now, I still think Canada might be quicker than Ukraine. He hands over now to Tove Kahala, over 2/10 behind Ukraine.
Well, we know with Tove that you always get great position, and with great position comes a safe run. It's the sled at its most stable, but very high in curve 7. To get it back together for 10, and she does. 10's looking smooth. Just drops out a little early to 11, but that might not work out too badly for her. And it doesn't. Transition to 13 and 14 looking good.
We're told, by the way, that we have data transmission issues. This is from the guys in charge. They're trying to fix it, but they do have all the timings. The timing's fine, so it will soon be updated. It's not as if they haven't timed athletes and they'll need to rerun or anything like that, which is good news. We know Sweden are inside Ukraine too. They caught up right at the end. We think
good.
Canada are in front. Canada think they're in front.
And nobody really knows.
Tell you what, the last 2 hours have been particularly surreal.
Track is clear to start 1 for Andrei Manzi of Ukraine.
This time, it's Andrei Manzi. They're 11th to go, so we'll be halfway through once Manzi and Smaha have gone. And then we're getting up with respect up towards teams that you could really see winning it. Manzi and Smaha will hope to make an impact. You can see he was awkward on that first turn, Manzi.
Uncharacteristically so for such a smooth slider. Ukraine into the green, gets out of 3 well. A little rough, but straight down the middle into 4. And then this tricky 4, 5, 6 section deals with it really well. Just having to dab the feet going into 10, but sets himself up well for the labyrinth. Good cross. Very late into 13, but deals with it into 14.
Yeah, hasn't cost him so far. They're still up, but remember, they're up on Sweden. And it's Canada, I think, we're concerned about in terms of leading the way at the moment. Little skid there from Manzi. Now he needs to wait and sit up to tap the button at the perfect time. He did pretty well, actually. He got up very late. Now Smaha goes. They're still inside that Sweden time, which would put them inside their teammates, which would be good news, but they'd still worry about Canada. We got no idea, by the way, of the GB time either.
Smaha here looking good. Just drifting a bit, very low in 10. Has to take it off the curve. She does, but that's going to send her late to 11. Very late to 12. Managing to keep it together, though. With better sliding from Smaha. That line in 10 was scary, though, but she dealt with it very, very well.
Yeah, she's looking smooth, isn't she, Smaha, at the moment, but Ukraine 1 now are outside Sweden's time. They're into the red against them, which has them a long way off Canada. Can they pick up right at the end? No. Third, which isn't third, if you know what I mean. And that, I think, puts them behind Ukraine too. It does. Right at the last, they lost speed. Smaha down at the bottom of the course. See, Sandra Rabacha was getting ready. Leon Felderer, after a disappointing day in the men's singles, crashing out in the end in that second run. So brave, these athletes, because he goes again here. But we get down towards the business end now.
Well, it's looking smooth from Leon, as you'd expect. Imagine if this was your second team, this Italy squad packed with talent. And well in the green for Leon. The 6-7 combination looking a little rough, but he gets it back together, regains his composure, and he's stringing together a really nice line into curve 10, out of shady, but drifts across to the left. And late into 12 as well. But again, using those survival skills to make the best of a bad deal, and it's a good chicane.
Yeah, he is surviving at the moment here, just about. Leon Felderer, good on him. Tricky weekend. You can see that late hook steer from him, the right foot adjusting. They're inside Sweden's time, and I'm going to keep emphasizing this. We have a timing problem, and that Sweden time is not really what they're aiming at. Of course, they have to beat it, but there's still another time beyond that to beat in terms of Canada, which has not been registered at the moment.
Robacha doing a similar line to her teammates, dropping out of 7, but then gets it together for 10. 10-11 looking good from Robacha. It's a nice 12. Throws her a little early to 13, but she just steers it away from that wall. And it's a straight shot into 17 for Robacha.
I do hope they get this data transmission sorted out soon, because at times we don't know what we're watching. Italy too do lead Sweden here. And they go inside the time of Sweden by over a second. Is that quick enough to overhaul Canada? My gut feeling is that it is, but they don't know.
Track is clear to start 1.
Massive confusion at the finish for all the athletes.
Gintz Berzins goes, Latvia 2. Berzins and Kendia Apayoda saw her brother go close in the men's singles, but our focus here is on his teammate Gintz Berzins. Now we have Italy 2 in the lead, but remember, we still don't know about Canada. This might be more like it, though, because Italy were very, very quick.
Well, just looking at this top section from Berzins, it's looking good. A little scary into 10 there, but got away with it. And it looks like he's carrying lots of speed. It's a good 12, just bumps onto 13 though. And into the compression, but it's a straight shot for Latvia.
10th of a second ahead of Italy. It looks like he's going for it. Taking plenty of risks down here, Berzins, and hanging on. Going really well. He's absolutely flown down here against Berzins. Now Candia Apayoda. Just under 100th ahead, Latvia. What can Apayoda do?
Good start for Apayoda around that start curve. It's been causing a lot of problems today. Definitely one of the better ones we've seen. That high diving line out of 7 and just skidding a little bit down the Devil's Highway. But it's a sharp line through 10. Sets herself well up for 11, but she's skidding high in the exit of 12. Has to put the feet down just to steady the ship.
She did well, didn't she, to hang on, but you can see it's cost her time. The feet go down again there from Candia Apayoda. Again, a little awkward there. They're not going to overhaul Italy. Starts to lose a bit of speed as they go uphill at the end. Disappointing. Second behind Italy, but a couple of times not registered here. That was Latvia too. Now we've got Australia and Switzerland. We saw Natalie Marg there. Alex Falazzo, 11th in the men's singles. Great run from him. Marg, so mega consistent. Goes so quickly, doesn't it? Thick and fast they come in these mixed events. Remember, the mixed doubles was cancelled, unfortunately. Action-packed day. Here goes Falazzo then. Still, we think Italy 2 is the target.
Falazzo, good start, smooth sliding, but just does the same mistake he made in the first run, just drifting towards that wall between 2 and 3. Makes up for it with a good curve 3. Do wonder how much damage that does at the top of the track. Knocking between 2 and 3. But through the Devil's Highway, looking very good.
Yeah, we can see they're behind Italy, and there's a massive skid there. Power slide from Falazzo. Does he hang on to it here? He does. But again, it's cost them time, nearly half a second now. He did well to hang on there, Falazzo, but look what it's cost them.
You've got to wonder if this is some of the fastest ice, if not the fastest track they've had all week, including training and competition, because a lot of these athletes really struggling for grip.
See, they're 6th, and probably lower than that, given Canada not being registered. They've got an awful lot to make up here. 8 pairs to go after them. You would have expected more from Falazzo and Marg, but not seeing it right now.
Natalie Marg, though, chasing from the back here. And it's a good 12-13, little slidey, but gets away with it. Out of 14. Oh, what a perfect line from 14 to 17.
And here goes Marg down towards the bottom part of the track. It's a really good run from her, but let down by her teammate 3rd. Marg is so consistent. And he says, yeah, it's on me. Italy leads, we think.
That's in the second behind our current leader.
Verena Hofer ready. Dominic Fischnaller will lead Italy 1 off. 7 to go after these two. We're getting into potential winners now, and I think we're safe on the timing as well. There's early mistakes with it, but I think what happens now goes, probably. There's the start from Dominic Fischnaller. Just so much class about the way that he slides. Seems so imperturbable in terms of the shape and the balance.
It's Dominic Fischnaller with a great top section. As you expect from this athlete. Good transition into 9 as well. 10, smooth, Just 0.08 of a second to play with. Bumping onto 13, but it's a good 14. A nice transition from 14 to 17, just using those chicanes to his advantage.
Italy 1 well ahead of Italy 2 at the moment. Hofer was in blistering form last week in Park City. She gets a chance here. She's got loads of time to play with. Nearly 0.7 of a second. Awkward, as so many have found it, with that left-hand turn almost straight out of the gate. She managed to hang on, though, and Italy 1 looking good here.
Yeah, this ice very hard. And some of the teams really struggling for grip. You saw her go into the start curve there and just a sled break away, and it's just starting to slide here as well. Into 13 and round 14. It's an equally good transition, though, just like Fishnala from 14 to 17.
It is mighty quick, but Italy 1 are coping well. Hofer is coping well. She's maintained the advantage just about. And surely Italy 1 are going to go in front. They are by nearly half a second.
Happy looking Armin Zergler. You know, this hard ice, this is the first real hard racing ice that any of the circuit have had this season. My old coach Tommy used to say, everyone's a world champion in autumn, but wait till winter.
Latvia 1 go. Krista Zapiods does not slide with his sister. Elina Bota is his partner here. Not saying he never does, by the way, just here. Well, he went so well in the singles, particularly that first run, then he fell back a little in the second, but he's clearly in great form here. Happy odds, although adjustments a bit further down the course than he would normally like, but they're in the green here, Latvia 1, compared to that time of our leaders, Italy 1.
Yeah, that was interesting out of curve 1. You just saw him lift his hand away from the wall. Apiod's one of these athletes that settles into the sled with his hands outside the sled and then puts them in further down the run as he goes round curve 10, dives out, just bumps on a little early to 11. But 13 looking good for Apiod's.
Yeah, looking pretty smooth at the moment in that straight, Apiod's, but in the red now in comparison to that time from Fishnala. Can he pick anything up down at the bottom here? Botta is waiting. Here's Apiod down on the time of Fishnala, so it's over now to Elina Botta, over 0.2 of a second behind.
Elina Botta with fantastic reaction times there. It looked like she was through the gates almost as soon as they opened. It's a new skill that the athletes have to hone now that team and mixed are part of the program. And Elina Botta putting together a beautiful run here. Good transition to 13 and 14 good as well.
Just a little bump off that right-hand wall from Botta. Maybe hasn't cost her too much, though. Round she comes still, 0.2 to find. Surely she hasn't got time to find that. But where will they be here, Latvia? Can they get second at least? Yes, they can.
Well, Krista Zapiod's big mistake in the top. This is Botta. You just see her catching that chicane. But she keeps her cool and just uses that other chicane profile to push her back into 17. Interesting thing about this race, though, is that finish curve is after the usual finish, so they're not used to driving it.
Well, that's what we saw, isn't it? Right from the start. With Finland and Estonia not used to it, not ready for it. It's almost an instinct. Your instinct's wrong. America go now. USA 2, Tucker West and Summer Britcher getting down to the serious contenders now. And you would feel, after their individual performances, if Tucker can stay somewhere near Fishnala, then Summer Britcher might be fast enough. Let's see. He's 800ths down at the moment, Tucker West.
Yeah, I love watching Tucker West slide when he's got the bit between his teeth. Look at this position, just fearless. diving out of 10 into 11. And it's a good 12-13. That is the best we've seen so far. But at the moment, the clock doesn't agree.
Just over a tenth of a second behind. He's got to try and set it up for a very quick Summer Britcher. Let's see. Summer waits. Look for the reaction time as well. Here it comes. 2.224. That hook steer around the first curve from Summer Britcher looks really effective.
This is an important time. This is where you find if your mechanics have made the right decision with your setup, whether you've got enough grip. You know, a lot of the bigger nations spend a lot of time studying this. Summer Britcher looking every part the home athlete through this labyrinth. Just wonderful from Britcher.
Just wonder if she can make inroads here. Let's take a look at the next split. She's still in the red, but how close is it? Oh, she's inside. She's starting to fly now, Summer Britcher. What a run this is. Tucker West gave her plenty to do, and has she done it? She has. She has by a quarter of a second. That is electrifying from Summer Britcher.
That labyrinth, that 14 to 17 section from Summer Britcher was, as you would expect in a World Cup, world class. It really was. And you saw that speed she found in the bottom of the track. And remember, half of that bottom section in the half is actually uphill. And she still managed to accelerate. And as you say, a quarter of a second. But look at this shot. Just wonderful from Britcher.
Soaking up the adulation. Why wouldn't you, eh? Still got their teammates to go. Johnny Gustafsson and Ashley Farquharson now, though. Dorothea Schwarz waits calmly. Jonas Müller goes first. What a team this is. Two of the very best. Schwarz are coming fourth. Müller, well established. 4 pairs to go, and they're all class after these two. Surely the winner will come out of the next 5, but how impactful will Summer Britcher's run be? That's the standard right now. Müller out of the places in the men's singles, surprisingly, but still pretty much the best around at the moment.
I love watching Müller start. So much power, so much aggression. Really brings everything into the track. And this top section from Müller, one of the better ones we've seen, just falling off 7, but it's not a problem. It gives him a great line into 10.
But I'm afraid we're going here on fields again because we've lost the clock. So Müller looks good, no big mistakes, but it's so hard to tell because the fractions are so tiny. A little bump there from Müller, that will frustrate him.
It really does, using that right-hand chicane, not the quickest way through. That exit from 14 has to be absolutely millimeter perfect as he opens the gate for Dorothea Schwarz.
So here comes Dorothea. Again, we don't know. If you think at home we've got timings you haven't, we haven't. Schwarz, you would think, chasing down that USA 2 sled. Remember, 4 pairs to go after this.
Round curve 10, lines herself up for 11, just drops out a little soon. A little bit middle to 12, but gets away with that nice line into 13. And then 14, she's down the right-hand wall, but threads it perfectly into 17. Got to say, Dave, if we're going by feel here, this feels like a very fast run from Austria.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I really do, Mark. It's just a nightmare to not know, isn't it? But it feels to me, too, like they've just taken the lead. Yes, they have. By 4 thousandths. So our feel was just right.
4 thousandths of a second. Those are the margins. If it's your first time watching luge, the only Olympic sport timed to the thousandths of a second, and a very confident-looking American athlete at the top.
funny that Müller just used a really old-fashioned word. When that came up, he said geil, which is a sort of, well, it means cool in German, but not a word that the kids use these days, betraying his age. Sort of groovy in English. Here goes Gustafsson. You could use that word about him. What can USA do? We'll keep an eye on that scoreboard to have a look at times. We'll try and go on the fields as well. Let's hope we have a clock. We have one now, and they're in the green at the moment, the USA. We don't know by how much, but they are.
That curve 3 from Johnny was a real hometown curve 3. Crossing over with that lovely diving line that he does, getting that high peak in 10 and just diving out into 11 and strings together. Just a great labyrinth combination. Just drifting to the right, but 17's good as well.
800ths is what they have at the moment, this USA 1. Are they going to finish off at Lake Placid in style? Gustafsson hands to Farquharson, needs to get this changeover right. Just behind they are. Now Farquharson.
Well, you saw that. Johnny going for the pad there. Just caught it on the edge. Very, very close to missing the pad. Farquharson high in the end of 6, but just really smooth through these top curves.
Still in the red, but we're not getting splits anymore. Sense of how much they need to make up here. We still go on fields here. Farquharson, who's had a great couple of weeks, closing in on the bottom part of the course now.
She's such an instinctive slider. Any little mistake almost gets fixed before it happens with Ashley Farquharson. Lives on her instincts down the track and does it very, very well. Is it going to be enough? It's not. Into 3rd place, we think, go the United States of America.
Müller and Schultz. Müller and Schwarz, excuse me. It's been a long day. In front. 3 to go. Now then, Wolfie Kindle has had another great weekend. Seems to enjoy everything he does. Lisa Schulte will back him up. German powerhouses to come next. These are the two who need to try and set the time. Give them the target to aim at.
Track is clear. To start 1 for Wolfie and Kindle.
Wolfie then, podium in the men's singles. What about the mixed singles here? That was awkward, right at the top of the course. And he's already lost a little bit of time at the top. Seemingly in the red at the moment.
It's a good curve 3 from Wolfie, one of the better ones we've seen. And that puts him back into the green after that slightly shaky start curve. And it's a good Devil's Highway, a little early to 10, but gets away with it. Dives out of 10, and it's a gorgeous entrance to 11 as well. What a great labyrinth from Wolfie Kindle.
And he gets
backs it up.
Better and better down the course, as we always say. It's remarkable how often it happens, because here he comes in the green. Wolfie Kindle waiting is Lisa Schulte. They need a good, quick change over here. There's the touch. Off she goes. What's the time? 2.301. I've seen quicker, but not bad. And they remain in the green as she makes an adjustment round that first corner.
Yeah, this start curve for the women, very, very technical. And when the ice gets hard, any little mistakes you made in training get magnified. But Schulte, you know, we know she's such a class act, such a good slider. She gets that nice entrance to 11, gets across to 12 as well. And it's a good labyrinth from Schulte, following Wolfie. And his great example he set through that section.
They are still behind their teammates, though, Schwarz and Müller. Schulte needs to make something happen. Down at the bottom of the course here. Starting to run out of time. Second for Austria, 1. Austria 2 lead the way.
Interesting to see those two labyrinths again from either one of them. Don't think we will. We're flying through this order.
In second, we have the team of West and Drifter representing Team USA with a combined time of 147.991.
Langenhan and Frabel.
The Austrian sliders, Jonas Müller and Dorothea Schwarz.
I think 147.991 was the USA, wasn't it? Still trying to work out exactly the time for Austria 2, the one that leads the way. 147.987, we're being told. 147.987 is the target. 4 thousandths inside the USA. So, Langenhan will lead off. He's been outstanding this season. Second again here to Locke, but so consistent. And in the green here, remember, 1 pair to go after this, Locke and Taubitz.
Well, just beautiful position from Langenhan, going completely blind through those top curves. And it's paid dividends as he goes straight into the green. Just drops out of 12. It's a good transition through to the chicanes.
They'll be confident here, and he's being backed up by Merle Frabel. But remember, the winners of men's and women's singles will go last. The power pair from Germany. This Germany too, they are in the lead. Now Frabel. So much speed.
That run from Max Langenhan looked like him at his best from last year. Felt like on that run, he just found his groove. Just a beautiful run from Langenhan. And Frabel backing up her teammate, but she goes a little late to 11. Gonna have to correct, and she does.
Correction then from Frabel. Surely on their way to grabbing the lead, on their way to putting the pressure on Locke and Taubitz. Little skid there from Frabel, but she put it right very, very quickly. She's still going really fast here, Merle Frabel. Has she done enough? Have they done enough? They have. 147.611. Significantly inside Müller and Schwarz. 1 pair to go.
I know we've got Locke and Taubitz to come, but watching those 2 runs, you've got to think that is going to be very difficult to beat.
Jonas Müller and Dorothea Schwarz from Austria.
Yeah, going back to your feels idea, that felt exceptional. So the individual winners, Taubitz so thrilled to be back to form. Locke still bang on form. I love the symmetry of his first 3 events. First, 7th, first. He wouldn't mind. Keeps going like that all season, as long as the one is at Milan Cortina in February. Alternate like that all you like. Hard for them to focus again here. And Langenhan and Frabel have set a serious time. So our individual winner, Locke, makes that mistake on the first turn that he didn't make in the men's singles.
Well, that's a tricky start for Locke. Let's see if he can replicate his curve 3, and he can't. He gets pushed across to that left-hand wall as well, driving more track than he needs to down that straightaway.
Already a 10th outside the required time. Be disappointed with this to this point anyway, Locke. Remember, their teammates are the target.
11-12 good though, and then 14, not a straight shot, but I'd take it every day of the week. as he goes into 17. Now this transition work comes so fast, and it's a good one.
What's the time looking like here? Taubitz waits. She's got a lot of work to do. Just over a 1/10 of a second, or more than just over. 0.164 to make up. Taubitz will need to produce just about the quickest run of the day here. Can she do it? Well, we know she can, but will she? Be something remarkable if she does.
Well, that top section looking very clean, but it looks like she's losing time, and she is. She's 2/10 back now. And it's a big hit before 13 to see the feet come off the sled. Gets it back together for 14. A little late to 17, but they're still behind.
Starting to feel unlikely. Maybe even targeting second right now. The Germany 1-2 is far from guaranteed. I think Langenhan and Frebel are going to win, though, because Taubitz is not going to be quick enough. It is, though, Germany 2 winning it. Germany 1 second. So it is a German 1-2. And they both had great weekends. They just couldn't round it off with a win, but they'll be thrilled for their teammates. So Germany 1 in second, Germany 2 win it. And it's Austria 2 who take third. Western Britcher 4th, Kindle Schulter 5th, Fischneller Hofer 6th, Gustafsson Farquharson 7th, Appeyards and Boter 8th, Felder Robacha 9th, Berzins Appeyoda in 10th. They've had a long day. Everyone here at Lake Placid's had a long day. And it will come to an end with the final presentations and interviews and so on, and we will wait to hear from our sliders here. It's been long, but it's been fun, Mark Hatton.
It really has. Lake Placid is always so entertaining. It's a track the athletes don't get to too often, so quite often they're learning on the fly. And it's so technical from top to bottom, every curve holding some kind of intrigue for the sliders. And I think it's just been a wonderful weekend of racing. Desperately disappointing about the mixed doubles being cancelled, but I think the track crew and the organisers have just done an incredible job.
When you consider the weather that's been thrown at them, they truly have, haven't they? Really tough, and they've done wonderfully well. And here are our winners. Here is our podium.
See Claire Del Negro, 1984 Olympian for Great Britain, and Vice President of Sport for the FIL, to hand out the flowers.
Langenham and Frebel win it then. Locke and Taubitz second. Müller and Schwarz in third, the Austrians. Great weekend for Taubitz and Locke, you must say. But as you've already pointed out, Langenham, I think he looks a big danger for Milan, I really do.
I think with that run, absolutely, that was vintage Langenham. And I feel like that was the run this season where he really found his groove, found his balance, and just threw down a wonderful performance.
So, dark here at Lake Placid.
For those participating in the mixed singles order, don't forget.
All we need now is to just take a quick look back. It's always good to hear this with a natural sound on it. And then we can hear from all of our competitors. Listen to that slide and crunch of the ice.
Guys, congratulations winning here in the mixed singles event. How did you prepare for this run, knowing that the conditions were quite tricky?
I have the same material like yesterday, so I hope it's good enough.
And I was waiting like 1.5 hours because like there was like this non-yes for the single mix relay, and then they canceled the doubles. But we are super happy to get that last one run before Christmas done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And fröhliche Weihnachten to them as well. They did well to keep their cool. You can hear from our second place Germans here as well. And listen, they both had a great weekend, Locke and Taubitz, so I'm sure there'll be happy, smiling faces here as well.
What a place to round up the weekend. Team Germany won gold and silver. How does it feel leaving this track now?
I think for the whole team it was a really good weekend. Also for me, so today is 3 good runs. Yeah, I'm really happy with this week and also with the race. And so yeah, but the important thing is to go back home for Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas time. How would you celebrate?
Yeah, I go to my family, I enjoy the time with them, and yeah, then I think at 27th of December we start the training again and go to Sigulda. So it's a short time and enjoy Christmas.
Bye. Thank you.
There's an insight into the luge athletes. She's lucky it's only the 27th of December. Daley Thompson used to train on Christmas Day, didn't he? Because he knew that his great rivals wouldn't be. That was always the line from him anyway in a different sport. Still an Olympian, though, and a very, very good one. But Taubitz will be back on the 27th as they head to Sigulda. Here's the Austrians.
On the podium here, the last race before Christmas. What do you take away from this race?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to end the first half of the season, and yeah, it's great racing here. This morning it was not enough, and the runs were not that clean. This run was super clean now, except out of 14, but it was all right. No, I think we have to look forward to the second half of the season and then keep on going like we have the momentum right now, and yeah.
How happy are you with the team performance today?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was my first mix event, so I'm very happy with the podest. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you guys. Congratulations.
Okay.
Great to hear from them. They go away for their Christmas, and I'm sure you at home will do likewise. But we're going to have so much great action coming up in the new year for you from this Luge World Cup. Building to Milan Cortina. What thrills. It's going to be great drama, but for now, we leave you to enjoy the festive period. And I must say, from all of us here, from Mark Hatton and from me, Dave Farah, and all of the team, wishing you from Lake Placid a very, very Merry Christmas. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you at Sigulda early in the new year. Keep smiling, keep sliding. Bye-bye from us.
you want me to do?
I'll release this part and then you release.
I'll do the lift.
Yep.
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Well, it's 10 minutes past the there's still that protest period.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So?
Actually, Pat,
No, they have.
are you able to give us a heads up?
What's that?
Are you able to give us a heads up?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're talking to Gordy right now, so.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, Pat, it's okay because we can, the TV guys can tell, the TV guys can come along and tell us.
You want me to do it? Anytime you're ready, guys.
Oh, Aiden.
We're ready.
Oh, John, we're going. Hey, Gordon. You guys okay? Are you ready?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Gordy said go.
Go? Are we good?
Go ahead.
Everybody counting now? Or just go?
3, 2, 1.
Woo! It's going now.
Nice, it's all going.
We're going. We're in the track.
Well, apparently not really that never started.